Naruto's world. Suna, the house of Kazekage. The night sky was clearly visible through the open window, the cool wind barely stirred the transparent tulle, and a young couple was lying on a large bed. The girl was sleeping peacefully on the chest of a young man who was lying with his eyes open, gently stroking her shoulder, on which there was a tattoo that betrayed Konoha's Anbu. From his touch, strange symbols appeared under it, the purpose of which only the blonde and the girl knew. Covering the brunette with a blanket and lightly hugging her, Naruto closed his eyes. He recalled his whole life after the victory over Kaguya. Then the village suffered serious losses, and more than half of the Jonins and Chunins did not return from that war, among whom there were many friends of Uzumaki himself. There, on the battlefields, Neji, Kiba with Akamaru, Shino, Chuji, Sai remained forever. The only reminders of them now were the gray stone slabs in the cemetery of the Hidden Leaf, and their own memories. The war forced him to look at the world with different eyes, made it clear that as long as people exist, fights will always happen, because it was inherent in their nature, and it doesn't matter whether it's a shinobi war or ordinary people. Naruto understood that eternal peace is impossible, but this does not mean that he stopped striving for it. Jinchuriki made every effort to preserve the fragile peace formed between the hidden villages and prolong its existence as long as possible. For this, he refused the title of Hokage, offered to him by Tsunade a year after the end of the war in favor of Kakashi, and joined the Anbu, followed by Hinata, with whom he had been together for more than 6 months by that time, because of which the clan refused her and the girl was threatened with the seal of a side branch. Fortunately, the old Senju did not allow it, sending the couple on a long mission outside the village, and then enlisted in the Anbu, in which they served for 2 years, constantly performing a variety of missions throughout the explored world. Today they delivered another secret message for Gaara to Sunu, where an old friend warmly welcomed them and introduced them to his wife during dinner, sharing the happy news that he would soon become a father. Naruto almost shook his soul out of that with joyful congratulations. Fortunately Hinata stopped him in time, although she was only partially Hinata. The young man again began to remember the first time after the war and the unexpected surprise that Kaguya left him at last. About a week after returning to Konoha, Naruto found himself in his subconscious in a dream, deciding that his Biju was not averse to talking. Uzumaki quickly reached the cage, whose gates were closed, but were no longer restrained by seals, and the fox could easily leave it if he wanted. To Naruto's surprise, Kyubi was nowhere to be seen, and, shrugging his shoulders, he went inside the cage, hoping to find his friend in the dark. A strong blow knocked him to the wet floor, and the young man froze in surprise. In the next instant, his arms and legs were wrapped around the fluffy ropes, with such force that he could not even move them. Because of the darkness reigning around, the only thing Naruto could see were 2 glowing golden eyes. There was no anger or hatred in them, but a bright flame of lust and desire blazed. At the same time gentle little hands quickly relieved him of his clothes, simply tearing it apart, simultaneously studying the body and caressing his dignity. In complete silence they lay for several minutes, during which the young man had already regained consciousness and was able to understand that it was light in the cage, and he was not lying on the wet floor, but on a soft and warm bed, which made him think a little. The girl had already recovered by this time and lay down next to her. Who are you? Naruto started the conversation first. Can't you guess? The stranger chuckled. I have 2 assumptions. The first is all nonsense, and the second is a stupid joke of one of my red-haired friends, Uzumaki replied, stroking the girl on the back. This is not nonsense and not a joke. Do you remember Kaguya's last words? She asked with interest, about a little surprise. Said the blonde. The scarlet-haired woman replied. Don't tell me she turned you into a girl? Uzumaki rattled in shock. Not a girl. I'm a kitsune now, Kyubi replied, pleased with herself. Kitsune, something familiar, Naruto said, frowning. That's right, I remembered, Jiraiya told me about them. why are you so calm? The fox asked. What do you think I should be afraid of, shaking with terror or what? Naruto asked uncomprehendingly. Well, I am aware of your lack of self-preservation instinct, and my appearance. Does it not frighten you at all or does not disgust you? Kyubi asked with interest, propping herself up on her elbows and looking Tom straight in the eyes. Why would I? You look quite attractive, Uzumaki replied, smiling. You are definitely the most unpredictable shinobi Konoha, Kitsune said, starting to caress the flesh of the blonde again. Subsequently, Naruto visited her very often, even after he started dating Hinata. Hyuga got used to the fact that they were together for a long time. Even simple communication with him, she stopped being shy only after 3 months, fainting from kisses and hugs, after 5, but as soon as the young man began to caress her body, she immediately began to be shy or lose consciousness, so the blonde did not dare to dream about something bigger in the short term. Until the two of them were assigned a mission by Tsunade to accompany an old man who was supposed to deliver some kind of relic to one of the main temples of the Land of Water, the usual mission of escorting valuable cargo. During the journey there was not even a single attack. After they crossed the border, the old man decided to make a halt in the ancient ruins. In the evening, sitting by the fire, he started a conversation with his guards, although he had been silent all the time before. I would never have thought that I would be accompanied by one of the heroes of the last war, the old man said. Well, there were a lot of heroes in that war. Naruto smiled a little. Yes, but almost all of them are now lying in the damp ground, and you are alive. Although that's not what I wanted to talk about. Did Hokage tell you what kind of relic I'm carrying? The elder asked. No, because our task is to protect you. The rest is not important, Hinata said, sitting on the blonde's lap. Then I'll tell you about it myself. This relic has no special value for war or anything like that. It is called the Weaving of Two Beginnings. With her help in ancient times, one of the clans tested the strength of the feelings of two lovers. If they were mutual and sincere, then the couple could receive some special gift from the relic. If at least one of them was not sincere, then she mercilessly killed both, taking all their life force, and turning into withered mummies. Once this clan was destroyed, and the relic turned into a weapon, hundreds of people died from it, until one day one of the monks of our temple stole it from the new owners. No one has touched it for the last 300 years, the monk said, taking out a transparent case from his backpack, in which a strange thing was fixed, 2 metal rods intertwined with each other, covered with fine knitting of ancient symbols of one of the ancient languages of the mainland. Naruto felt the power emanating from the artifact. I want to offer you to use it. What do you say, Hinata, aren't you afraid? Uzumaki asked, taking the case from the monk's hands, to which Hyuga nodded negatively. All right, old man, tell me what to do. You take the relic by one end with your right hand, and you, with your left, by the other, and that's it. The monk gave instructions. The young people followed his instructions, after which Naruto bent over in terrible pain, as if a part of himself had been torn out of him. A brunette screamed in pain nearby, and the monk broke into a satisfied smile. A moment and a bright flash. The blonde man was lying on the ground, unable to even move. His head was splitting from the influx of a large amount of information, strange memories that definitely did not belong to him. Through the ringing in his ears, he could barely hear and understand the words of the old man they were accompanying. That's right, and I was so hoping that he would finish you off. I didn't think that you really felt something for this dead thing, the customer of the mission said, hovering over Uzumaki with a knife. You know, I'm really sorry to kill you, but you're not worthy of Rikudo's power. Having made a strong swing, the old man was already preparing to end the life of Naruto, who, because of the pain in his head, was now unable to even talk. When his hand was already going down, Jinchuriki saw something white throwing the old man aside, right on the rest of the wall. An unpleasant sound of breaking bones is heard, after which he fell into unconsciousness. He came to himself only with the first rays of the sun. To his surprise, he was lying on something soft. Looking closely, he realized that these were tails, white, fluffy tails, and they belonged to a kitsune girl sitting next to him. The girl was very similar to Hinata, but at the same time, there was something of Kubi *** in her. She was sleeping with her back against a piece of wall. Deciding to test his guess, the young man concentrated and penetrated into his subconscious. Once in the hall with the cage, he was surprised to find there a huge nine-tailed fox, as he remembered it before, except that it was like an empty shell, without a soul inside. Cursing and berating himself for being too gullible, Jinchuriki came out of his subconscious. Have you come to your senses? Kitsune asked with a gentle smile. Yes, Uzumaki answered hoarsely, because of his parched throat. Give me a drink, please. Here you go, she said, handing him the flask and sitting down with her back to the wall with the help of her tails. Who are you? After taking a few sips, Naruto asked. Me? Well? I am both Hinata Hyuga and Kitsune Kyubi no Yoko. From the first I got the body, Byakugan, and all the skills, as well as feelings for you. From the second part of the character and strength, some depravity and vulgarity, and most importantly, well, the knowledge that you are a good partner for bed games. Smiling excitedly, Kitsune spoke. What about the old man and the relic? Sipping a little more, he asked, stretching his stiff body. And what about your appearance? The old man is dead, yet I was very scared for you then, and he was a simple man. He didn't even know how to use the chakra, so when he hit the wall, his spine broke and his skull split. Hinata Kubi calmly replied. There's nothing wrong with the relic. And what's wrong with my appearance? Didn't everything seem to suit you during our fun? I am satisfied with everything in it now. In my opinion, this color is even more suitable for you, the blonde reassured Kitsune. I meant that your appearance will attract too much attention, and how will I explain such external changes to the Hyuga clan, Tsunade and the rest? Well, there's no problem with that. Closing her eyes and folding the seal of concentration, the girl said, completely turning into Hinata again. But in this state, the influence of the part of me that I inherited from Kyubi increases on this body. And how long can you stay in this form? Carefully examining the Hyuga standing in front of him, the blonde man asked a question. As much as I wish, and no one will even understand that I'm not really Hinata Hyuga anymore, the brunette said contentedly, approaching the young man in a tight way. But sometimes I will need a release. Discharge? Arched an eyebrow, Jinchuriki said, hugging the girl tightly to him. Yes, the same as you arranged with Kyubi in print, the brunette said passionately and demanding, kissing Uzumaki. And when we're alone, call me Kurama. A sharp pain in his head and all over his body pulled Jinchuriki out of his memories, from which he began to lose consciousness. A parallel world. A large, round room with bookshelves on the walls with 4 aisles, on each side of the world. In the center sits a 12-year-old blonde man in only black trousers. A huge scroll is unfolded in front of him. Next to one of the cabinets lies a gray-haired old man in a gray kimono. Do you understand what you're doing? The old man said. Yes, grandfather, I understand, but this is the only way, you know that yourself, the blonde man replied, starting to add up the sequence of seals. Naruto, stop, you just don't have enough chakra for this technique. The old man shouted. I don't think so. Continuing to slowly fold the seals, constantly consulting the scroll, the blonde man said. Meanwhile a 5-pointed star, black as soot, became visible on his shoulder. Do you really think that in 5 years I have not prepared for this? After all, you taught me yourself since I was very young. Have you mastered it? The old man whispered with horror in his voice. Yes. You know that for the sake of mom and sister, I have to do this, the boy said coldly. What a stubborn ass you are, they tell you, this technique will not help. The old man was angry, trying to move at least a finger, but because of the paralyzing poison injected by his grandson, nothing worked. You're wrong, Grandpa, I finalized it, even if it took me 2 years. Printing technique, absorption of essence, Finishing folding the seals, the blond man said, applying his hands covered with blue glow to the scroll, after which he fell to the floor unconscious, unknown where. A huge gray desert. A 12-year-old blond man is lying on a dune, trying to catch his breath after using the technique. A little apart from him, a slightly battered 20-year-old blond man is standing firmly on his feet, several cuts on his hands, burns are visible in some places, but he does not pay attention to it. Who are you? Hoarsely he asks a question lying on the sand. Why do you need to know that? The disappointed boy shouts back at him. You just look like me when I was a kid, the older blond man replied. Naturally similar, we are the same person, only from different worlds, the boy calmed down, answered. So there are other worlds besides the one that Obito threw me and Sakura into at the time, he said under his breath, and added louder. What is this place and why are we here? This place is the border between our worlds, we are here to find out who is stronger, said the one lying on the sand. And why do we need to find out? Naruto asked uncomprehendingly. So you don't know what the essence absorption seal is? The younger Naruto was genuinely surprised. Imagine, I don't know, I don't understand Fuinjutsu at all, I only know how to seal techniques and things in a scroll, Jinchuriki said calmly. Can you enlighten me? How are you, being Uzumaki, completely unable to use the main advantage of our clan? The younger blonde asked, propping himself up on his elbows. And so, in my world, the Uzumaki were completely destroyed during the Third Shinobi War, the last representative of it who knew how to use clan techniques, my mother, died on the day of my birth, when one criminal tore the kubi out of her, she and her father had to use the seal of the god of death to seal him in me, keeping calm, Captain Anbu replied. Maybe you can still tell me about the technique that you used and why you actually did it, for the sake of mom and sister. If technology has drawn you here, then you have something that can help them. And the technique calls two doppelgangers from different worlds to the border, where they fight to the death to gain the opponent's strength. The fight can last as long as you want, until one of them dies and the second does not absorb it. The loser then dies, and the winner gets his powers, knowledge, and returns to his world, the boy replied, smiling triumphantly. That's just I've finalized it, and now it doesn't matter which of us survives, the winner will still go to my world. Printing technique, release, fire dragon, futon, atsugai, a powerful jet of compressed air rushed towards the dragon, simultaneously lifting several tons of gray sand into the air. The contact of the techniques caused a strong explosion that melted the sand in the epicenter. So you're saying it doesn't matter which one of us wins, the winner will still return to your world, so why are you fighting then? So that my identity would remain, and yours would disappear. Seal technique, the release, the great flood of water, the boy shouted with a crazy gleam in his eyes. Futon, Kakayomi, the technique of the Suiton fell to pieces, never reaching its goal. And I'm not going to die, so I'm sorry, man, but you're going to die today. Hiration, neither, but Dan moving behind the back of the shocked guy and driving the kunai up to the hilt, into the area of the heart. The younger blonde immediately began to settle on the sand, but Uzumaki held him, gently laying him on his back. He was conscious even despite the terrible injury. You won, I was so arrogant, I didn't think that I would lose so shamefully. You know, I will have only one request for you, please fulfill it, the boy croaked, coughing up blood, to the doppelganger bending over him. I give you my word, I will fulfill your last request, Jinchuriki said seriously, whose eyes changed, a gray 13-pointed star appeared in the blue iris, described around the pupil. Save my mom and get that damn nine-tailed one out of my sister, I know you can do it, otherwise you wouldn't have got here. When you get into my world, you will eventually get all my memories and skills, but all your features will remain with you, even Biju. And also ask my grandfather for forgiveness for what I did, the younger Naruto said very quietly, his eyes with the last words began to glaze over. Sleep well, baby, let the afterlife be easy for you, Anbu said, closing his eyes to the boy, whose body just crumbled after that, and Naruto felt something pull him sharply in an unknown direction. There was only darkness around. The blonde man woke up in a room filled with bookshelves. He was lying on a large scroll that was smeared with blood dripping from his nose. Clutching it with his hand, Uzumaki tried to look around, which turned out with great difficulty. His body ached as if bathed in boiling water, his eyes were double, and at the same time memories of another Naruto began to appear in his head. The most recent of them added even more painful sensations. Rising on his elbows, Jinchuriki was finally able to find a gray-haired man who was looking at him attentively. According to the memories of the former owner of the body, the young man found a syringe with a white liquid in a kimono lying next to him, and getting on all fours, crawled up to the old man, with great difficulty was able to inject an antidote into his shoulder, after which he fell on his side and fell into unconsciousness. A large bright room, which the sun generously floods with warmth and light through an open window. A 12-year-old boy lies on the bed, covered with a light blanket. A gray-haired man, about 50 years old, is sitting on a chair next to him, carefully studying a large scroll in his hands, muttering something barely audible to himself. From this occupation he was distracted by footsteps heard in the corridor. A few seconds later, the door to the room opened, and a clone of a man and a green-eyed blonde man in a black raincoat with the distinctive signs of the head of the Konoha interrogators entered it. Good health to you, Atsushi-sensei, the guest greeted the host of the house. And the same to you, Inoichi, Uzumaki said, folding and putting the scroll aside. What happened, sensei? You obviously didn't invite me here to chat. Yamanaka went straight to the point. You're right, I need your help. Can you get me into Naruto's subconscious? Pointing to the peacefully sleeping boy, the head of the clan replied, yes, no problem. But first I would like to know what happened, since you decided to do this? Inoichi asked, looking intently into the man's eyes. Here's what, Atsushi said, handing the scroll to the former student. The man carefully read the scroll for several seconds. How could he get to this technique and execute it? Wasn't he always a weak and sick child? Konoha's chief brainiac asked in shock. I thought you were smarter than the others. Apparently I taught you badly, Uzumaki said in disappointment, taking the scroll. I'm sorry, sensei, but I personally saw what was written in Naruto's hospital card. He had no chance to become a normal shinobi according to all the tests, because the chakra system was almost completely atrophied. After all, that's why he left his family when Kushina fell into a coma, and Minato began to disappear at work and became disappointed in him, began to devote more time to Keed and generally forbade him to enter the academy, so as not to put him at risk. Or do I not know something? Inoichi asked, arching an eyebrow. No, you're right, but my great-grandson is an extremely stubborn and strong-minded boy. What do you know about the pills of the Akimichi clan, which they use for their techniques in the most extreme cases, and about the fighting pills of the Inuzuka clan? The man asked, twirling the scroll in his hands. The first ones allow to develop the chakra in monstrous quantities at the expense of the body's reserve, the second ones accelerate its flow, concentration and strength several times, Jonin quickly replied, after which his eyes popped out of his forehead from a guess that came to mind. Sensei, don't tell me that you decided to experiment on it and force them to mix. Do you think I'm completely out of my mind? The clan chief asked angrily. He himself came to this, after studying some scrolls from the clan library, where and how he got the pills, I do not know at all. And I only found out about his experiments on himself when he had already done it all in the basement of the house. Then I almost died on the spot when I saw what he had done to himself for the opportunity to become a shinobi, covered in blood with almost completely broken arm bones, barely breathing, while producing such an amount of chakra that any of the current Kage will envy. After he spent a month in a coma, then I had to strain all the connections to cure him, and even drag him to the village of Hyuga so that he would examine him. Hyuga? Sensei, you are definitely out of your mind, since you decided to drag one of these traitors to the village. Yamanako shouted, and the next moment doubled over from a powerful blow in the gut. Wouldn't you do it for your only daughter? Taking the man by the collar, forcing him to look straight into his eyes, Uzumaki angrily asked. The brainiac only lowered his head guiltily, realizing that the teacher was right. He would have done the same if it had been necessary. Naruto became the last ray of hope for me after my Kushina fell into a coma. You know, before he gave up the surname Minato and asked him to join the clan, I was his last representative, and our skills should have sunk into oblivion with me. Now I can say with confidence that he will become the new head of the Uzumaki clan, from which many involved in his destruction will have to dig their own graves with their teeth when he comes to ask them for it. I'm sorry, sensei, Inoichi said softly. And I'm sorry, I overreacted, Atsushi said, letting go of the student and wearily sinking into a chair. And what did Hyuga tell you? Yamanako asked calmly, deciding to distract sensei from the topic a little. He said that everything is fine with Naruto's circulation system, and that for his age, he has developed it surprisingly strongly, and in the amount of chakra he is able to compete with the strongest cloud jonins, Uzumaki replied with a grin. But he studied to control it for a very long time, almost 2.5 years, constantly arranging internal bleeding and fractures for himself. Even now his chakra control is at the level of a first-year student of the academy. But he is a very smart and capable boy who has clear goals for the future. But let's postpone this conversation for later. Now we need to get into his subconscious and find out what happened to him, whether he turned from this technique into a vegetable, as it was with many before him. Okay, sensei, but we should put him on the floor, otherwise it will just be uncomfortable and I won't be able to hold the equipment for long enough. Atsushi took a sleeping bag out of the closet, spread it on the floor, laid the boy on it. After sitting down in Turkish, Yamanako signaled his teacher to sit next to him, after which he folded a series of seals, then put his right hand to Naruto's forehead, and his left hand to sensei. A moment and the world in front of them changed. Instead of the usual room, they found themselves together resembling underground catacombs. There was a large layer of water on the floor, almost knee-deep. Giving a sign to sensei, the brainiac led him into the depths of the subconscious. After a while they found themselves in a small hall, on the walls of which strange pieces of paper were hung everywhere. What is it? Uzumaki asked, pointing at them. Mental bookmarks, Yamanako replied, approaching one of them. Most of them are no longer working. What exactly are these bookmarks for? The man asked. This group, pointing to the pieces of paper on the right wall, the blond man began to explain, were supposed to suppress his development. Those over there generally turn him into an obedient tool in the hands of the Hokage, but they all don't work. Only bookmarks for loyalty to the hidden sheet work. And how did they get here? The gray-haired man asked. I have no idea, sensei, maybe they got it from the absorbed essence. Jonin shrugged his shoulders. It is quite possible, the interlocutor agreed with him. Come on, there's something else ahead, pointing to one of the corridors, the brainiac said, and again, a journey through endless corridors. Only after a few hours, according to the feelings of travelers, they reached the place that the blonde felt. They came to a huge hall with only one corridor leading to it. Part of it was blocked by a huge golden lattice, behind which there was impenetrable darkness, and strange images in the shape of a human eye with a gray 13-pointed star described around the pupil were painted on the walls. It's just sensei, Inoichi swore. And full, Atsushi agreed, carefully examining the gate. The seal of the 8 trigrams, where did it come from? It's nothing, but this is a very, very dangerous thing, Yamanako said, pointing to the drawings on both walls. What is it? The gray-haired man asked a question. This is a technique for creating a pseudo-personality, and it is fully completed and working. I think you remember such a unit in early Konoha as cleaners, the blond man said. Don't tell me that it was with her help that they were created, Atsushi said with a heavy sigh. This is exactly it. You understand that in fact your great-grandson has been turned into a walking weapon of mass destruction. Inoichi replied wearily. I don't know who put it to him, but we have to find this person and gut him, because even in our archives there is no exact data on how to impose it without turning a person into a stupid death machine. So you're ready to gut your own daughter, aren't you, Yamanako-san? Came from behind, where a 20-year-old blonde man in the uniform of Anbu Konoha came out of the slightly opened gate. Don't even try, it's my subconscious, your techniques won't work here. Who are you? Atsushi asked calmly. I am Naruto Uzumaki, Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tailed Fox, hero of the 4th Shinobi War, captain of the Anbu Konoha squad, the man introduced himself. Who do I have the honor to talk to? Atsushi Uzumaki, the head of the Uzumaki clan, the gray-haired man introduced himself in response to Inoichi Yamanako, the head of the Yamanako clan, the head of the Konoha interrogators. The blonde followed his example. Glad to meet you. Shall we sit down? Making a gesture with his hand, from which the water disappeared from the hall, and 3 chairs and a table appeared in front of him. I see you manage your inner world very well. The brainiac appreciated his actions. Ino trained me well in this matter at the time. I will answer your question. Atsushi-san right away. Naruto, whom you have known for 12 years, is dead. I'm sorry, but it turned out that killing him was the only chance to get out of that place. From these words, it was as if a rod was taken out of the old man. He leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. Why did you end up in his body then? Somehow the old Uzumaki asked indifferently. Before he died, he said that he changed the technique so that the winner would still end up in his body. I understand that it's unpleasant and hard for you to hear, but he made this choice himself, trying to get strength in an easy way, but he didn't think that someone like me could come to his call, the blonde man said apologetically. You have nothing to apologize for, Atsushi replied calmly. After all, you are also my great-grandson, even if from another world. Can you tell us about him and yourself? I'd rather briefly show you everything about your question about pseudonymity, and about your daughter, too, and yes, the time here is 1 to 100, from the real one, for which thanks to the same Ino, Naruto said, after which it became dark in the hall, and pictures from life began to flash on the table. An alien from another world, ranging from the most childish to the most recent ones related to the battle on the border of worlds, to which he gave explanations and answered questions from his guests. The story with the show dragged on for almost 300 hours of time in the subconscious. By the end of it both interlocutors were extremely thoughtful, and in many ways even shocked. Atsushi was the first to recover, looking with genuine respect at the person sitting in front of him, because even after going through everything they saw, he did not break down and always remained a man, unless the dangers that threatened him were fatal. Then pseudo-personality took over, and did everything for survival. You know, Naruto, I am proud to know that even alone, under the yoke of hatred and universal contempt, my great-grandson has grown up to be such a strong man in every sense. I think Minato would not have to be afraid or ashamed of him for such a son, the old man said kindly, smiling, stroking his long beard. Thank you for the praise, grandfather, smiling as in the most joyful moments of his past life, Naruto replied, highlighting the last word. Thank you for such an entertaining and informative story, young man, Yamanako said, still arriving in a strong reverie. You know, I would like to suggest, I have to refuse you right away, Inoichi-san. I am not going to marry for convenience. I will choose myself a girl who will become my wife, and I will do it at the call of my heart, as well as all my descendants. Jinchuriki interrupted the blonde, which caused a wide smile from Atsushi. I agree to an alliance with your clan. I see it's useless to try to convince you. But I thank you for your directness and honesty, said the head of the interrogators. What are you going to do now? The old Uzumaki asked the question, clearly intending to offer something to the alien. I'm going to fulfill the promise I made to Naruto, Jinchuriki calmly replied. And after you complete it? Atsushi continued to ask. I will try to improve relations with my parents and sister, I will make the village respect me, and when the time comes and you decide to vacate the place of the head of the Uzumaki clan, I will take it. Having previously twisted, some particularly zealous Konoha clans need something, and a lot more. In general, I'll just try to take my place under the sun, in this little hospitable world, the young man shrugged. And now you'd better go back to the real world. I think you'll have a splitting headache from what you've seen here for a couple of weeks after that. And Inoichi-san, I think you understand that no one should know about what you saw here, otherwise I can regard it as a threat to my safe living in this world, and accidentally destroy your clan. Will the word of the clan head be enough? Yamanako asked calmly, knowing full well that the interlocutor was not joking. Yes, quite. The younger Uzumaki nodded in agreement. In that case, as the head of the clan, I give you my word, Naruto Uzumaki, that everything I saw will remain a secret, said the brainiac. Thank you. And see you later, the blond man said, throwing the guests out of his own subconscious by force of thought. The long conversation and the display of memories made him very tired. Rising from his chair with a heavy sigh, he scattered them. The water filled the place where they were standing with a noise, and Jinchuriki disappeared inside the seal, the gates of which closed behind him. It was dark inside, only a faint light source could be seen somewhere in the distance. Quickly reaching him, the blonde happily flopped onto the bed, forcing her mistress to tear herself away from viewing the memories of the former owner of the body. How did it go? Kitsune asked with interest, quickly laying Naruto face down and starting to do a relaxing massage. More than good. Great, grandfather and Inoichi seemed to believe my story, Uzumaki replied, melting under Kurama's gentle and skillful fingers. And how are you doing? Did you find anything interesting? Oh, you won't believe it, but there were a lot of interesting things, no Yoko answered, relieving the young man of his shirt. Will you share it? Jinchuriki asked, feeling the tension from the heavy conversation recede. Of course. Let's start in order. The local you were an extremely interesting person with a brilliant mind and quick wit. The girl began the story. After leaving home, he came up with an extremely risky, but effective way to restore his chakra circulation system, in the future, SCC. Imagine, he devoured a package of special Akimiji pills and 3 Inuzuka combat pills, and forced his hearth and SCC to work in a simply monstrous overload mode, from which he was supposed to die, but somehow miraculously survived and even developed SCC to the level of a strong Jonin, like Kakashi, but he is not even able to control all this now. 4 years later, and every day he stored most of it in a special seal, like the one that Sakura and Tsunade had, except that he had 10 times more chakras in it than both of them combined. He was also just a fuinjutsu genius, as our appearance here actually says, but he is extremely weak physically and in health. These are the consequences of his extreme method of treating SCC. In taijutsu he is actually a complete zero, although he is taught by his bosom friend and accomplice Uchiha Itachi. Who the fuck? Ouch! Kurama hurts. Naruto shouted. And what the hell is an accomplice? Don't interrupt, or I won't tell you, and I won't do a massage either, Kitsune snorted with displeasure. Sorry, go on, Uzumaki said guiltily. So Uchiha Itachi, here he is not ANBU, but the head of the homicide department of the Konoha police. You and he are engaged in protecting half of the merchants of the village. Yes, don't be so surprised, you're not an angel here. For him to kill a man is like killing a fly, especially considering his skills in fuinjutsu. So, I deviated from the topic. Basically, the protection is to cover up the fact that they are selling high-quality contraband from various countries of the continent, needed by all shinobi. From that you had 30%, 5 Uchiha, the rest you. To forestall the question of how small you are here, I will only say that 3 years ago he accidentally found a meeting place of these same merchants and overheard their conversation, decided to properly fuck money from them for the restoration of the clan quarter and payment for the rent of training grounds. At first everything went smoothly, but then someone decided that paying a schoolboy like the local Naruto was too humiliating and decided to report to the police. But he was warned about this by the first deputy of that merchant, and as a result, the merchant drowned in his own bath. But he turned out to be quite an influential big shot, and the head of the homicide department was thrown to solve this crime. And he figured you out in some unknown way, and during one of the training sessions of the minor, he showed up there, said that he knew everything about his affairs, and was ready to cover him, but in return for a share in his business. To which the little one easily agreed, after which they began to meet often at that training ground, and now their relationship can be called friendship. Uchiha, by the way, sometimes even used Naruto's skills to eliminate some bad personalities, whom he could not kill himself or too many would blame him for their death. Kurama finished the story, turning the Jinchuriki on his back. And who were those unfortunate people who were eliminated by the little me? Uzumaki asked with interest, starting to unbutton the buttons on Kurama's shirt. You won't believe it, but those who tried to get your sister as a wife and did it more or less successfully. No, Yoko grinned. Oh, how? Did Itachi have his eye on her, or what? Naruto asked, having finished with the buttons. As far as I understood from the memories, yes, and, moreover, we can say that it is even mutual, but Minato will never go to such a marriage. He is afraid of excessive reinforcement of the Uchi. Although I may be wrong about your sister's interest in Uchiha, you haven't seen her for almost 2 years, Kurama said. Pf, I think you and I can arrange, so that their friend and sister would be together if they want it? The blonde man smiled slyly. Are you going to go against Uchiha and Hokage? Kitsune asked, arching an eyebrow, as the young man helped her get rid of her shirt. Sort of. But first, it will be necessary to establish relations with my sister and father. Well, to cure my mother, she will certainly be able to help us in this matter. And Uchiha will cease to be a problem if Fugaku drunkenly falls down the stairs and breaks his neck, Uzumaki replied, relieving the girl of her bra. And now let's put all this aside for later. I want you, Kurama whispered passionately in demanding kissing her mate. Bending over him, he responded to the kiss with great enthusiasm. Sec**, chakra circulation system at Sushi is warm, hearted, hardworking, the part is not baked. Please, if errors are detected, use the function, public beta. 2 weeks later. The estate of the Uzumaki clan. The evening sun was setting when Naruto slowly opened his eyes and began to carefully inspect the room. The first thing that caught my eye was a large cabinet made of some dark wood, carved and painted in gold, red and orange colors. There is a bedside table next to the bed. On it is a vase with a bouquet of red and yellow asters, the favorite flowers of the former owner of the body, which also pleased its current owner. The walls are covered with dark green wallpaper with some bizarre patterns, a white ceiling with a couple of beautiful chandeliers. Paintings depicting members of the clan. On one of them the boy easily recognized his mother, who was smiling happily, standing in an embrace with Dad. On the other great-grandfather next to a woman very similar to Mito, whom the blonde knew only from images found by chance in the ANBU archive. There was also Jinchuriki himself sitting at the table in front of a large cake with 5 lighted candles. The memory of the former owner helpfully reminded that Kid had drawn all this, from which, without noticing it, Naruto smiled. Now he has a family, what he dreamed of since childhood, mom, dad, older sister and great-grandfather, although the boy always called him grandfather. It does not matter that his father did not let him enter the academy, because Minato did it for his own good, because a real hunt would have begun for him, as the son of Hokage, outside of the sheet, and he would not even be able to fight back on his own, at least to Genin. It doesn't matter that the sister tries to pretend that she doesn't notice him and doesn't know at all when they accidentally bumped into each other in the hospital in Mom's room, because all this can be fixed. The main thing is that they are alive. The boy was brought out of his thoughts by barely audible footsteps outside the door. Soon it opened, and Atsushi entered the room with a tray with a couple of steaming cups and hot sandwiches. To Jinchuriki's surprised look, the old man only grinned. "Good morning, Naruto." "I see you're surprised," the old Uzumaki said, putting a tray on the nightstand. "Good morning, Grandpa." "Yes, there is a little. I just opened my eyes, and you're already here." "How did you find out, won't you tell me?" Sitting on the edge of the bed and taking one of the cups, Jinchuriki said. "Experience, granddaughter, experience. If you only knew how many children I nursed when their parents left them for me, going on missions. So it's easier for me to feel your awakening." The gray-haired man smiled. "I am becoming more and more convinced that the Uzumaki are an extremely unusual clan, because even you, at 96, look only 50 with a ponytail, and you feel the chakra perfectly, that you are even able to easily understand that a person has woken up," Naruto said, taking a sip of hot tea. "By the way, I would like to know why the Hyugas are considered traitors to Konoha. It's simple. During the First War, they helped Cloud and Stone destroy the village of the hidden whirlpool." Yes, do not be surprised. We had just concluded an alliance with Konoha, and as a gesture of goodwill they sent us a detachment of fighters from the Hyug clan, who then during the war took and poisoned all the sources of drinking water in the village, because many of them were able to take high positions in the department for the protection of the whirlpool, and no one was watching them then. They trusted them. For which they paid. 90% of the village's population was already dead when its assault began. A little more than 300 shinobi who were on duty that day and drank water exclusively from their canteens remained alive. Realizing that it made no sense to hold the village, the eldest of the survivors ordered it to be completely mined and pulled the enemy deep into the village to blow up everything. They succeeded. Hardly a couple of hundred cripples remained from the combined 5,000 squad of Cloud and Stone shinobi. But there were only 36 members of the Uzumaki clan who decided to go to the Allies, hoping to find a new home there. In Konoha, they found out that the Hyugas had left the list in full force and joined Kumo, and the test of their loyalty was helping with the destruction of our homeland. Since then, for the shinobi Konoha Hyuga, this is practically synonymous with betrayal and meanness. Finished a short excursion into the history of Atsushi. "Then why are only you and me left of the clan now?" Finishing his tea, Naruto asked. "Well, it's even easier here. After joining Konoha, during the time between the First and Second War, the Uzumaki were able to settle down well and join Konoha's life, quickly gaining authority and respect thanks to Fuinjutsu. During the Second War, a dozen Uzumaki, who made their way to the rear of the combined forces of Sand and Stone, broke through the defenses of the Land of Fire, and rushed to the capital of the country, were able to arrange such bedlam and chaos there that completely disrupted the supply of the enemy army and forced him to leave the borders of the Land of Fire in a hurry, bearing heavy losses. For this, Tobirama, who was then Hokage, made the Uzumaki clan a member of the Council of Clans, and gave him some of the highest-ranking posts in the village administration. Clans like Uchi, Inuzuka, Nara and even Senju themselves did not like it much. After Sarutobi came to power, of course, they tried to move us, but with little success because of my father's stubbornness. What the clan paid for during the Third War, in which almost everyone died, and often at the hands of their own shinobi, but we could not do anything. By the end of the war only Kushina and I were left alive. And then, I think you already know yourself, the gray-haired man said, putting almost untouched tea on a tray to Uchiha and Senju means. What about Madara? The blonde man asked a question. He was the head of the clan until his old age, and quietly passed away 30 years ago, Atsushi replied. It's already good, so there is unlikely to be a war like the one that was in my world. Naruto breathed out with relief. Yes, I think we won't survive such a war. But that's not the point now. What are you going to do now? Old Uzumaki asked. I need to visit my mother, because I feel the power from Rikudo's gift starting to disappear, Naruto replied. carefully looking at his right palm. Wouldn't it be better in this case to cure your own body? Atsushi asked seriously. No, Kyubi will cope with this over time, and when I reach my previous level of strength, it can be used again, the younger Uzumaki confidently declared. I was not mistaken in you at all. I am glad and proud that I can call you my grandson. The gray-haired man smiled. I am also glad that I can be called your grandson, the boy replied, smiling broadly. Shall we go to mom together? I would need your help. I don't want the whole hospital, ANBU, and Hokage to come running to my mother's room. Okay, can you walk by yourself? Grandfather asked. Naturally, Naruto grinned, jumping off the bed and standing firmly on his feet. Kyubi has already started my treatment. Then I'll go and wait for you downstairs. Clothes are in the closet, Atsushi said, taking the tray and heading for the exit. Grandfather, did you bring flowers to Kid? Remembering the bouquet, Naruto asked. What makes you think that? Uzumaki asked, arching an eyebrow. Firstly, you hardly know that my favorite colors are red, yellow and orange. Secondly, the bouquet is made up in a certain pattern, so it was made by a creative person who knows how to do it. You must admit, it's not your specialty either, but our sister draws perfectly, confirmation of that, these drawings. Thirdly, there were traces of a chakra on the bouquet, similar to mine, that is, the Jinchuriki chakra, the blonde explained. If you knew, why did you ask? Atsushi chuckled. I just wanted to hear the answer from you, Jinchuriki shrugged. Yes, it was her. Kid always visited you when you were once again bedridden because of your experiments and training. She loves you and I think she will be glad if you become at least a little like your former self, before Kushina falls into a coma, the old Uzumaki replied, leaving well, let's try. Although now it's worth picking up something in which you can go to the hospital, Naruto muttered, opening the closet. There were several identical gray sets of clothes inside. Mdaya, it's a hotbed of grayness. Okay, then I'll start updating my wardrobe. Now this will do. You know, I can be offended. Kitsune's dissatisfied voice was heard in the boy's head. Kurama, I'm sorry, I know you don't like it when I call you Kyubi, but it's better for them not to know who you are now and what kind of relationship we have with you. You and I don't need unnecessary questions and suspicions until we are strong enough. Do you agree with me? Putting on a clean set of clothes, the blonde man said, I agree, but you're not going to hide me in print forever. My body is quite material here, the girl reminded. Darling, I understand that you don't like sitting inside the seal at all, but can you imagine what will happen to me when you return to the real world? Even if I somehow miraculously survive in my current state, how will I then explain to grandfather the appearance of Hyuga in our house? The blonde man sighed, closing the closet and leaving the room. I understand everything. How long do you think I have to wait? Kurama asked with a note of sadness in her voice. You yourself said that it will take you a year to bring my body back to normal, plus I will have a couple of years to develop it, and there will be the graduation of my generation from the academy. I will be able to become a genin, and there will be an exam for chunin every 6 months, and everything will depend on how soon it will pass in Konoha and whether the Hyugas will participate in it. So it turns out that you will have to wait from 3.5 to 5.5 years, with a good combination of circumstances, unless of course on some mission we don't get any of the local Byakuganist handlers, Naruto replied, going down the stairs. So, in your opinion, I'm also a Byakuganist handshaker? Kitsune shouted angrily in her subconscious. No, you don't understand me. It's just that if you compare your level of Byakugan and the ability to use Juken, and in general your level of Taijutsu, then all the other owners of Byakugan look exactly like handlers, because you are the only one who managed to finish Sasuke with his Sharingan, explained Naruto. Well, I finished the Uchiha, purely for my own pleasure, because a broken and humiliated Sasuke is just a balm for my soul, Kurama said, pleased with herself. And now you'd better pay attention to your grandfather, he's been waiting for you for a minute. Naruto, are you all right? Atsushi asked worriedly. Yes, grandfather, I was just thinking a little. Jinchuriki smiled apologetically. Well, shall we go? The road to the hospital took two Uzumaki almost an hour, because they walked slowly. The gray-haired man often stopped answering the questions of the blonde, for whom the local Konoha was almost unfamiliar. Even outwardly she was very different from the one he was used to as a child. People looked at them in different ways, some with complete indifference, mostly ordinary people and merchants, some with undisguised superiority. Usually they were clan kids from Uchi, Senju, Inuzuka. The hospital. After passing the check at the entrance, they began to climb up. Here people were already looking at them with interest and undisguised curiosity, because Naruto had never appeared in the hospital accompanied by his grandfather before. ANBU, who were on duty at the Kushina ward, let them inside without questions. As soon as they saw Atsushi, they had absolutely no desire to contact the old head. The room was in semi-darkness, the equipment was beeping steadily. Kushina was lying on the bed, pale and with dark circles under her eyes. Now her red hair seemed especially bright for Naruto. Silently giving his grandfather a sign, he approached his mother, carefully removed the blanket and bent the hospital gown to the level of the solar plexus and put his hand to it and closed his eyes. Atsushi put up a barrier, carefully watched the actions of his great-grandson. After a few minutes he opened his eyes, and grabbed the edge of the bed with his left hand, holding his mouth with his right, trying to restrain a tearing cough. Several blood drops leaked through his fingers and fell on the blanket. Grandfather immediately appeared next to him and sat him down on a chair near the wall, on which Minato sat for long hours after work, slowly returning to the empty house that had become empty for him. How are you? The old Uzumaki asked worriedly. It sucks, Grandpa. If I don't get any help from Irainen now, I'll be stuck for 5 minutes, the blond man croaked, again going into a fit of bloody coughing, after which he fainted, instantly reacting. Atsushi dispelled the barrier, and picking up the unconscious body of the blonde jumped out of the ward. One of the ANBU immediately jumped up to him, but when he saw the boy, pale as chalk and smeared in blood, he immediately shouted something into the radio. A minute later, Naruto was already in one of the operating rooms, surrounded by several dozen doctors led by Tsunade, who were fighting for his life. Minato appeared almost immediately after that, and tried to get to his son, but was stopped by the old Uzumaki. You can't go there, Minato. Putting his hand on the man's shoulder, a gloomy gray-haired man said. What happened? You assured me that he would be completely safe with you. Namikaze snapped angrily. Let's talk, but not here, the old man calmly replied. Yes, perhaps you're right. Examining the people frozen in the corridor, the blonde agreed with him. Let's go to the head doctor's office. No one will disturb us there while she is here for surgery. Both men walked to the office in silence. Each was immersed in his own thoughts. Patients and staff made way for them, feeling a heavy aura emanating from both. The chief physician's office was empty. Having fallen into the chair of the owner of the office, Hokage began to wait for his interlocutor to sit down. Minato always had a good relationship with his wife's relative. And what happened this time? The fourth asked without unnecessary emotion. Inoichi has already reported to you that Naruto has successfully applied the essence absorption seal, hasn't he? The gray-haired man asked, seeing a nod from the blonde continued. He used one of the features of this very essence, tried to cure Kushina. I don't know if he succeeded or not, because after using it he saw himself in what condition he was. Do you think he'll survive? Minato asked in a trembling voice. I'm sure of it. I think even soon he will decide to become a Konoha shinobi. Atsushi grinned. I would like your confidence, because all his experiments on himself, he is constantly walking on the edge of a knife, and his machinations and murders? Sometimes it seems to me that it was a big mistake on my part to forbid him to enter the academy and give him to you for training, Namikaze said ruefully. You shouldn't think that, because that's what made him become much stronger in all respects. Already now he can kill anyone who will be dangerous to him. his family and the village, which most of the current graduates of the academy are not capable of. In 3 years you will be proud to look at how he will be among the best genins of Konoha to pass the exam for Chunin," the old man laughed. "Have you seen what he does in Fuinjutsu?" "Yes, I had the good fortune to see what a couple of brave souls turned into who decided to ask me for Kiid's hand. That's another sight, I'll tell you," rolling his eyes, said Hokage to Minato. "I hope you understand that no one else should know about what he did today and about his success with that technique, except for already dedicated people." The head of the clan asked a question. "Do I look like a fool?" Namikaze snorted. "Sometimes," Atsushi grinned, and was about to add something else, when Anbu flew into the office. "Hokage-sama, your wife has recovered," the fighter reported, disappearing. "Oh, how he seems to have succeeded," Uzumaki said contentedly, getting up from his seat. "Well, let's go visit Kushina.at the woman's ward." They were met by several doctors, including the chief physician of the hospital, Tsunade Senju, the blonde. After giving instructions to all those gathered, escorted them away from the ward. "I do not know exactly what Naruto did and how, but I want to get an answer to this question after the 3 of us visit Kushina. Is everything clear to you too?" Senju asked sternly, and after waiting for the affirmative nods from both men, she opened the door, letting them in. Minato was the first to be near his wife's bed. She smiled faintly at his appearance, and tried to say something, but it was barely audible. The fourth put his finger to her lips, took her hand and just smiled happily, really for the last 5 years. "You shouldn't talk yet," Tsunade said, watching the family scene with a smile. "Anyway, you'd better sleep for a couple of days to consolidate the success of your recovery." Yes, don't make such a surprised face, your body is successfully recovering. In a couple of weeks I think you will be able to move on your own, and in a month or 2 you will already escape from here, as you like to do. You have 5 minutes, after that the sleeping pills will take effect." Approaching the 4, and injecting a syringe into a container with saline, and leaving the ward, he wished his granddaughter a speedy recovery. Atsushi followed her out, leaving them alone with Minato. Tsunade was sitting on a chair against the opposite wall, waiting for both men to appear. "We'll talk in my office," Senju said in a commanding tone as soon as Namikaze came out of the ward, and after a couple of minutes all 3 were there. "So, now you two explain to me what the hell is going on here?" More specifically, Tsunade," Uzumaki asked. "Are you being more specific? Explain to me, you old devil, why the fuck did your great-grandson end up in a hospital bed, after visiting Kushina's ward, with a lot of internal bleeding? What kind of artifact does he have in the radius of his right hand? And where did he get the Byakugo seal, and even with the amount of chakra in 3 dozen full volumes of Minato chakra? How does a child diagnosed with atrophy of the SCC diagnosed 5 years ago have a chakra system now, like me or Jirai? What did you do to him, Diboloids?" Tsunade cursed loudly. "Don't be so loud, we don't seem to be deaf," Atsushi said calmly. "Naruto's condition is the result of using the same artifact. What kind of artifact it is, even I do not know. As for Byakugo, most likely he found records about her in the archive. But about his SCC, everything is extremely confusing and complicated. I do not know everything, but her current condition is the result of a large number of Akimichi pills and Inuzuka combat pills taken by him at the same time," the gray-haired man explained. "And you have absolutely nothing to do with it?" Senju asked incredulously. "I am, moreover, only from the side that I did not properly monitor him and allowed him to arrange such experiments on himself," Uzumaki calmly replied. "And you didn't know anything about it?" Turned to Minato Tsunade. "Not until a certain time," Namikaze said seriously. "Until what specific time is it?" Squinting, the blonde asked the question. "Until the candidates for Kiid's suitors began to die," Hokage replied with a sigh. "Very interesting, so those mutilated corpses are the work of Naruto?" The head doctor asked with surprise. his level of fuinjutsu is very high for his age, and he has no imagination, and imagination with its use, Atsushi replied. How long before he wakes up? The blond man asked a question that, he has already come, and is almost fine, his regeneration is just something, I had a feeling that he was a Jinchuriki, because only Kid can recover at such a speed, Senju said. From this news Minato looked significantly at Atsushi, to which he only nodded slightly. Can I take it? Uzumaki asked. Yes, you can, but I want to know what kind of artifact he has in his right hand, Tsunade said seriously. Further conversation was focused exclusively around Kushina's recovery and her condition. The morning of a new day found Naruto having breakfast in the small kitchen of his grandfather's house. Devouring the fried eggs cooked by Atsushi with an appetite, the boy shared with his grandfather his thoughts on how to explain the appearance in his hand of the artifact that Tsunade was talking about. Well, let's say that this is a seal. And then I don't really want to tell her all the secrets yet. Figs knows how she uses this information, because after Orochimaru in the role of sensei, I just have a mountain of doubts about her, the blonde said, finishing with scrambled eggs. Well, yes, especially considering your reaction to it, the old man chuckled. And how would you react to such a metamorphosis? Orochimaru, in my understanding, has always been the enemy of the village. Suddenly I see him calmly walking around it, and even teaching genins. Naruto grumbled with displeasure. Don't grumble. Better tell me, what are you going to do during the day? The gray-haired man asked it. Now for exercise, then taijutsu training, and then I'll check what my body can do in ninjutsu, except fuinjutsu, the blonde replied. And where are you going to train? Atsushi asked it. The 5th and 8th training grounds are assigned to our clan, and we pay for their rent, so for them, the blonde shrugged. And if there are genin teams there? Uzumaki asked another question. I'll throw them out of there, the landfills are ours, and we pay for them regularly, so everything is according to the law, Jinchuriki calmly said. I see. I hope you remember that Minato wanted to see you. Reminded of the request of the 4th Atsushi. Yes, I remember. I'll come to him for lunch, Naruto said, throwing a gray short raincoat over his shoulder. That's it, I'm gone, I'll be back in the evening. Having quickly reached the 5th training ground, the closest to the clan estate, the boy arranged the usual warm-up and exercise for himself, several circles around the training ground at a slow pace, squats, push-ups, pull-ups, stretching exercises. When he finished with her, the blonde extracted 3 dozen kunai from the seal on his left wrist, after which he began to throw them into the thickest tree on the landfill, imagining the outline of the human body on the bark and trying to hit the most vulnerable points on the body, but it turned out disgusting. The hand simply did not know how to hold the kunai correctly, and moved during the throw. It's like a stranger. Sighing, Naruto went to collect kunai, during which he was visited by the feeling that he was being closely watched. When he reached the tree and pulled out a couple, kunai, he roughly determined the location of the uninvited guest. Closing his eyes and concentrating, he abruptly made a rotation around his axis, simultaneously throwing 5 kunai at the intended location of the observer. A surprised cry was heard from the foliage, followed by the sound of cracking branches. Naruto reacted instantly, dispersing the chakra through his body, jerked in the direction from where the sound came. He managed to reach the place of the alleged fall almost in time. Ki, the boy who was knocked to the ground, could only squeeze out of himself. I'm sorry, the guest said, quickly getting up from him. You tell my ribs that, little sister, you almost broke all of them for me. Lying on the ground and grinning contentedly, Jinchuriki said, noting to himself that in the year and a half that he had not seen his sister, she had turned into a real beauty for her 14 and a little years. And there was nothing to frighten me like that. The girl shouted in displeasure, angrily stamping her foot on the ground. And in general, when did you learn this? For a long time, Itachi has been teaching me, and not like that, Naruto answered, gratefully accepting the outstretched hand and getting up from the ground. And what are you doing here? Genins don't have a job anymore, I was resting. I actually have a vacation, Keed snorted with displeasure, and added very quietly, if I showed up at home at least sometimes, I would know. Vacation, you say? The blonde man drawled in surprise. Namikaze answered monosyllabically, was about to leave, but was grabbed by the hand. Well, can't you even be with your brother for a little while? The boy asked seriously. And why? After all, you have been independent for a long time. The girl tried to break out of her brother's grip, growled angrily. Am I really so indifferent and disgusting to you? Naruto continued to ask as seriously as ever, yes. Keed shouted, trying to hold back tears bursting out, because it was painful to lie to her brother. It wasn't his fault that his father didn't let him become a shinobi, and asked her to stay away from him. Although for the last year, after becoming a genin ahead of schedule, she often watched him, making his portraits and rejoicing at his successes and experiencing the failures that she happened to see. You're lying, because he's a chan, Uzumaki said, embracing his sister and smiling happily. I know you love me, your stupid little brother. I know that you have been watching me a lot lately, and I know that you brought me a bouquet of red and yellow asters as soon as I got to the hospital bed, and also drew me. From where? Keed asked in a very low voice, hugging him back and smiling warmly, just like when they were children. Well, grandfather did not take up my training for nothing, I still know how to do something, Naruto said, smiling slyly, looking straight into his sister's eyes. By the way, there is a suggestion to go shopping. Are you sure you're okay? Being in a state of shock, Namikaze asked. Did your grandfather accidentally hit you on the head yesterday? No, I didn't. I can, as the future head of the strongest Konoha clan in the future, sometimes pamper my sister, Naruto said, making a funny face. Oh, well, since the future head of the strongest Konoha clan in the future has decided so, then I don't mind. And the future head is not afraid to go broke after that? Keed asked, laughing. He's not afraid. Where will we go first? Pulling away from his sister, the boy asked. Change your wardrobe, down with gray and black, you give a color revolution. Kunoichi confidently stated, putting her hands on her hips. Okay, lead, Uzumaki agreed, which he immediately regretted, because Namikaze grabbed his hand and started off with a decent speed, dragging him along. They reached the local clothing store in 20 minutes, catching the puzzled glances of passers-by along the way, most of whom knew that the Hokage children did not get along with each other at all. In the store, the seller, seeing Naruto, disappeared headlong after the owner, who appeared a minute later and wanted to talk to the boy. But the kid signaled him to be silent and generally evaporate, which the man did. By this time, Keed had already disappeared into the department with clothes for shinobi in search of something suitable, in her opinion, for her brother. Naruto, come here. He heard his sister's cry when she found the set of clothes that Naruto had after training with Jiraiya. I'm coming. He shouted back, not paying attention to the looks of others. Namikaze was found at the department with various bright t-shirts, wrestling shirts, sweatshirts, and was already collecting several pieces for the blonde. So try it all on, handing him a stack of mismatched things, the girl said in a commanding tone and pushed her brother into the fitting room. I'm not wearing this, came from there after a while, and a hand appeared from behind the curtain with a blue t-shirt and a teddy bear on it. You took it on purpose to annoy me, didn't you? Sticking his head out of the fitting room, Naruto asked, but seeing how his sister was making a lot of effort not to laugh at the whole store, he only shook his head ruefully, hiding back behind the curtain. The shopping trip took them almost 3 hours and cost several thousand, and the sellers a couple of packs of sedatives. As a result, the blonde still bought himself a suit, which he looked after as soon as he entered the store. Keed picked up the same one, only the sweatshirt was sleeveless. Where do we go now? Asked the satisfied blonde, taking her brother by the hand. Can we go get something to eat? Uzumaki suggested. Great idea, by the way, I know a good place, the food is delicious there, good people work. Namikaze said with a dreamy smile on her lips. Not Ichiraka ramen by any chance? The boy asked. That's the one. Well, shall we go? Kunoichi asked. Of course, Naruto agreed, taking his sister by the elbow and not letting her go into a frenzied gallop, from which he began to double in his eyes. Even in another world, the ramen room did not differ at all from its copy. The same small building with several chairs along the table, friendly Tucci and his cheerful and good-natured Iam, and the pleasant smell of ready-made ramen and various spices. After ordering a couple of servings, the brother and sister, chatting with the cook and his daughter, quickly finished off the ramen. Just at that moment one of the ANBU appeared behind Naruto's back, trying to touch his shoulder, but instantly his hand was in a painful grip made by the blonde on some reflexes, although he was released almost instantly. Because the strength in his hands, the blonde wasn't enough to hold an adult shinobi. Hokage-sama wants to see you, said the fighter in the dog mask. Oh, right, my grandfather asked me to come to him. Kid, are you with me or do you have something to do? Jinchuriki asked the blonde, looking at him with genuine interest. Of course, with you. Kunoichi immediately responded, quickly paying for the ramen. The road to the residence took them half an hour of a leisurely step. All this time the girl tried to ask her brother about what his grandfather had taught him, which turned out with varying success. He talked about something willingly and colorfully, and only grumbled and refused. The residents greeted them with the usual working hum. Chunin scurried back and forth with various assignments. Genin teams came to hand over completed tasks. Many looked at the blonde couple with surprise, and some overly impressionable Chunin even crashed into the wall because of this, scattering a stack of papers that he was carrying. When she got to her father's office, Kid asked if it was possible to see him, from the secretary sitting at the table, who only nodded, without looking up from filling out some papers. It was quiet inside. Leaning back in his chair, Minato dozed off, tired of reading endless papers and reports, for huge stacks of which stood next to the table and were tied with red thread. Yeah, Hokage is good, Naruto quietly commented on what he saw, giving a sign to his sister to freeze in place. Stepping noiselessly on the floor, he reached the bookshelf and, choosing a heavier book, threw it on the table with a flourish. The reaction of the fourth was immediate. Even before he had time to open his eyes, he cut the book in half with one movement of the kunai. Did you see that? That's what Konoha's yellow lightning means, Naruto. Kid? Namikaze said, blinking his eyes. They are the same. How did you sleep? The girl asked sarcastically, not even trying to hide her smile. Until some brazen personalities shamelessly woke me up. Quite well, the head of the family replied, smiling. Did you want to talk to me, Dad? Settling down on the sofa against the wall, Naruto asked. His sister immediately sat down to him. Yes, I wanted to. Kid, please come out, I want to talk to your brother face to face. The girl was about to get up from her seat, when the blonde man, taking a sitting position, sat her back down. Either we talk about it in front of my sister, or we don't talk at all, Jinchuriki said, boring Minato with a serious look. All right, have it your way, the fourth agreed, activating the barrier system. I'm waiting for your questions, the boy said, burying his forehead in his sister's back. Who are you? After all, you are not Naruto, whom I have known for 12 years, you are a completely different person, Minato calmly asked. You're right, I'm not that Naruto, I'm Naruto from another world, whom your son dragged here, although I'm, in fact, also your son, because of my selfish desire to save my mother and help my sister. Having applied the essence absorption technique, he did not even think that perhaps the one he would summon had his own life, family, girlfriend, friends, that perhaps his life was much harder than his here. For this he paid with his life, and he sent me to this world. Yeah, don't make such a surprised face, he was a fuinjutsu genius and was able to change the seal, so I ended up here. I gave him my word that I would help my mother and sister, and after that, if necessary, I will simply disappear from your life, the blonde man calmly said, removing his hands from Keed's belt and giving her the opportunity to leave, but she remained in place, even seemed to stop breathing. You still haven't answered my question, the fourth man said calmly, trying to make sense of what he had heard for himself. Well, all right. I am Uzumaki Naruto, a complete orphan who lost his parents almost immediately after birth. You and Mom, at the cost of their own lives, sealed in me a nine-tailed one torn from her by force by an apostate from the Uchiha clan during childbirth. Until the age of 12, I was the main object of hatred of all Konoha. I was called a monster and a demon more often than by name. Children were forbidden even to talk to me. At 12 he graduated from the Shinobi Academy. We were taught in it from 7 to 12 years old, was able to make friends among peers and comrades. Before the exam for Chunin he met his godfather Jiraiya, after he took part in it, but because of the attack on the village he was forced to fight with the one-tailed Jinchuriki and defeated him. In that attack killed the old man Hiruzen, by the hand of his disciple Orochimaru, who became an apostate because of his inhuman experiments. After, together with Jiraiya, I recovered in search of Tsunade. She left the village after the death of her brother and fiancé during the Third War. We managed to convince her to become a Hokage. A little later, my best friend left the village in search of strength and went to Orochimaru, and I went on a 3-year journey with my godfather. After returning to the village, I almost immediately left it again, going to save the one-tailed Jinchuriki who had become my friend. He could understand me like no one else, a man with a monster inside, surrounded by the hatred of a village full of shinobi. He was kidnapped by an organization consisting of apostates. They gathered all the Biju. We managed to save Gaara, even though the tailed one was extracted from him. One of the elders of Suna exchanged his life for her own, using only one technique known to her. After that, there was an unsuccessful attempt to get a friend back from Orochimaru. Then came the news of the death of the godfather at the hands of the head of the apostates hunting for Biju. After that I was taken to study by Fugasaku-sama, and on Mebakuzen I learned the art of the hermit. Then there was an attack on Konoha by the head of the apostates who hunted Biju. This guy possessed a Rinnegan, and 6 puppets with the same eyes, and was able to erase most of the village into powder. I managed to defeat his strongest puppet only after I almost released the fox. It came to 8 tails. At that moment I was stopped from his complete release by your copy made of the chakras you put in the seal, just for such a case. So I found out that my father was the 4th Hokage, the idol of my childhood. Naruto smiled a little, remembering his first meeting with his father. Then there was a trip to the sacred island of Kyumo, where the killer Bai, the Jinchuriki of the 8-tailed, taught me to control the power of my Biju. 5 hidden villages by this moment had formed an alliance, facing the threat of war, because by this time 7 of the 9 Biju had already been abducted. After I mastered the power of Kubi, and I escaped from the island, on the battlefield of the war that had already broken out by that time. In it, we had to fight against the reborn Jubi in Uchiha Madara, who was the person responsible for your death, even though he acted through third hands. Although, as it turned out later, he himself was just a puppet in the game of the very first and most powerful kunoichi of the shinobi world, the mother of Rikudo Sennin and his younger brother, Kagaya. We were able to overcome her by joining forces with my friend who once went to Orochimaru. Rikudo gave us both a piece of his power. It was with her help that I cured my mother, and we were able to seal the goddess of the shinobi world. She finally left me a pseudonym in my subconscious, which over time was supposed to turn me into her next puppet, but it didn't work out thanks to my friend from the Yamanako clan. We managed to change what that mad woman put in my head, although for this we had to become one of the cleaners, which was Tobirama-sama. In that war, we lost many, barely 10% of the 120,000 shinobi of the Alliance remained alive. And then there was the service in the ANBU. Since I managed to sleep with the first heiress of the Hyuga clan, although thanks to the intercession of the Hokage and my contribution to the victory, they did not let me be killed and even managed to make the heiress serve with me in the ANBU. That's basically it. Of course, I understand that all this looks like the utter nonsense of an inflamed brain, but my words can be confirmed by Inoichi-san, who has already dug into my head. There was a ringing silence in the office. Minato was in the strongest degree of thoughtfulness. The story really looked like the delirium of a madman, but the last words about Inoichi rapidly reduced the chances of this. Keed was just in shock, trying to digest the information poured out on her like this without any preparation. She had no doubts about the truthfulness of her brother's words, and the nine-tailed man who fell into a state of extreme melancholy was proof of that, because it was simply not realistic to shut him up, and he always grumbled something in his subconscious or gave caustic comments on what was happening around. The man sitting in front of her was outwardly her younger brother, but inside he was completely different, much older, wiser and stronger, but at the same time he treated her exactly like a sister, even knowing that she was actually a stranger to him. This is exactly the kind of attitude from her brother she has been dreaming of for the last 5 years. Throwing aside her gnawing doubts, the girl took his hands in hers and put them on her belt. He hesitated only for a second, after which he hugged her tightly and whispered in a barely audible voice, "Thank you, little sister." Keed only smiled at this. Now it did not matter to her that it was Naruto from another world, because he still remains her brother, even if he is spiritually older and has experienced a lot, but he still remains a brother who, as in childhood, is ready to rush to protect his sister from the insolent upstarts from Uchi or Senju, even knowing that they will not be able to defeat them, but still rushing into battle. "You know," Minato said, getting up from his seat and approaching the children, "I think Mom will be very happy to see the three of us when she wakes up tonight." After these words, Naruto and his sister rushed to his neck, and Namikaze hugged them both tightly. Now he was confident in his decision. He saw and understood that the boy who clung to him and sobbed silently was his son, even if from another world, but a son that any father would be proud of and that any real dad would love. The sun was slowly rolling toward sunset. People and shinobi were strolling through the evening Konoha. ANBU and teams were scurrying along the roofs, hurrying to hand over the completed mission or going to the next one. Minato, sitting at his workplace, listlessly sorted through the reports, occasionally looking up at the children sleeping on the couch. Naruto, clutching his sister to him, slept with a contented face like a cat who got to a barrel of sour cream. Keed smiled happily, trustingly clinging to her brother. The picture made the father smile involuntarily, because he had not seen his children so happy for a very long time. From this occupation, he was distracted by a shinobi who appeared behind his back in a jonin vest, with a black wide bandage covering his left eye. "Good evening, sensei." "Oh. What did I miss?" the guest said, pointing to the sleeping children, who turned to the fourth. "Good afternoon, Obito." "As you can see, I missed it." Namikaze grinned. "What has happened that my goddaughter is really smiling again?" Uchiha asked in surprise, settling himself more comfortably on the windowsill. "Well, apparently, the news about Kushina's recovery." The blond man lied without hesitation, yet he was not going to devote even his own students to family affairs. Did our luminaries of medical sciences find a way to cure her?" Obito asked, his one eye bulging in surprise. "No, it's Atsushi. They created a seal with Naruto that allowed him to share his own life force and chakra with his mother, and you yourself know the strength of his chakra," told the Hokage fairy tale discussed with his son in advance. Trust in Uchiha after telling that they were the cause of the war in the world from which he came. The current Naruto has abruptly decreased. "I hope you understand that the information is secret, sensei. Of course, I like to pretend to be a clown, but this does not mean that I will divulge such information right and left," muttered Jonin, making a disgruntled face. "Well, it won't hurt to remind you, you idiot, about this once again. You're still not settling down," Minato said sarcastically. "Oh, not that, I've already heard about it from you 1,000 times. And that in this matter it is better for me to take an example from Kakashi. Uchiha raised his hands to the sky in resignation. Well, you think he's already a father of 3 children, so what? I'm only 29, I'll have time yet, you're still as impulsive and emotional as before. Well, it's up to you, just at this rate, Aki will grow up to be a bride and marry you to herself, especially considering her manic attachment to Uncle Obito. Namikaze laughed, enjoying the opportunity to annoy his student and admire the rainbow performed by Uchiha. Sensei, don't remind me about this little beast, I'm already afraid to come to visit them, because she squeezes me to death, the brunette said, making the saddest expression he was capable of. He's afraid, don't make me laugh, you fucking masochist. Okay, let's get down to business. What are you here about? Stopping laughing, said Hokage. I actually wanted to inform you that one of my students decided to quit the shinobi way, so I'll have to look for a replacement for him. Obito sighed heavily. Yeah, so Kid won't get to the next exam in the fog after all. I'll see who can be added to your team, Hokage sighed wearily, imagining how much paperwork there will be again on this occasion. I think I would be able to take the vacant place in my sister's team, Naruto said without opening his eyes. How long have you been awake? Minato asked it. From the very moment I felt another shinobi outside the window, the blonde man said calmly. And you know how to surprise Naruto-kun. Uchiha was genuinely surprised by the skills of his son Hokage. And good evening to you, Obito-san, Uzumaki replied calmly. Father, what do you say to that? You're not even a shinobi, Namikaze reminded. Is it a problem to pass exams ahead of schedule? Opening his eyes and stroking his sister on the back, the younger blonde asked it. No problem, but are you sure you can handle it? The fourth asked seriously, knowing perfectly well the state of his son's health from the report compiled by Tsunade. More than. However, it will take me a month or 2 to prepare, yet my taijutsu is frankly no, Naruto sighed. What do you say to that, Obito? Turned to the disciple Hokage. It would be interesting, but don't you think it would look strange if such an exam was held solely for the sake of one person? Uchiha said. So we will warn the whole academy about it in advance and take everyone to it. The older blonde quickly found a way out. Hokage, your wife herself has regained consciousness, ANBU reported, appearing in the center of the room. Okay, you can be free, Wolf. Okay, Obito, we'll discuss your question with you tomorrow, the fourth one said, getting up from his seat and letting the student know that the conversation was over. Naruto, meanwhile, gently woke up his sister. Anbu and Uchiha disappeared instantly. Minato went up to the children, put his hands on their shoulders, and a second later they were already in front of the doors of the ward. Kid was the first to enter, throwing herself on her neck, to Kushina, who had assumed a sitting position, looking with surprise at her grown-up daughter, who clung to her and only quietly repeated one word, Mom. Naruto made a titanic effort not to follow his sister's example, and coming close, took her hand. Minato looked at all this, leaning against the wall and smiling happily. His family is back together. How have you grown up, the woman said softly, hugging both children to her and smiling happily, while tears flowed from her eyes. After a while, the first emotion subsided, and the family members calmed down somewhat. Kushina, sitting in her husband's arms, listened attentively to the story of what happened during her 5 years in a coma and only shook her head. Several times weighed pretty Bree Minato with promises to deal with his behavior later. When it came to Naruto, Namikaze installed a barrier in the ward, which caused the former Jinchuriki surprise, and after that there was a long and more detailed story of the young man. How much did you have to go through? Kushina said softly after the completion of the boy's story, carefully looking into his eyes. Well, in my opinion, it was worth it, because if I hadn't gone through it, I would have been dead for a long time and would hardly have been able to get here. I wouldn't have had a chance to live another life with the family I dreamed of as a child, Naruto answered, sitting in a chair next to me, smiling a little with my sister and confidently looking into my mother's eyes. And what are you planning to do? Asked the mother, who, in the opinion of Kid and Minato, too easily accepted the fact that her son is not the same person at all. Grandfather decided that I would make a good head of the clan, so I will be engaged in its revival. The blonde shrugged, hugging his sister. What about father's clan? The woman asked, arching an eyebrow. I think Keed will do just fine with this, Uzumaki said. Yes, and you and your father are far from the age to not be able to have one or more children. Think what you're saying. The blonde shushed her brother with displeasure, slapping him on the back of the head. Ouch. It hurts. Jinchuriki was indignant. Yes, and what did I say? Mom and Dad are only 36, and I don't see any reasons or obstacles for them to give us another brother or sister. I see they didn't teach you manners at all. The girl shook her head. Of course they didn't teach me. I'm the strongest weapon of the village. I don't need them to hell. The main thing is that I can kill well on orders, and the rest is on my side. Naruto grumbled angrily, trying to calm down. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Keed tried to apologize. It's all right, I'm also to blame. I got angry. You didn't do it on purpose. Having already pulled himself together, Uzumaki said, You know, Naruto, it's extremely unusual and even strange for me to hear such things from you. Apparently I won't get used to the idea that you're not a 12-year-old boy, but already a 20-year-old man. Minato shook his head, tightly hugging his wife, who was in thought. And we'll think about your words, won't we, dear? Yes, we'll think about it, Kushina replied after a few seconds and wanted to add something else, but was interrupted by her husband. It looks like we have guests, and very dissatisfied, removing the barrier, Namikaze said. As soon as he did this, the whole family could see the enraged Tsunade. The woman was throwing lightning in a rage. Her whole appearance screamed about the danger to others. Keed clung to her brother more tightly from the ki splashed out. Minato and his wife tensed up. Everyone knew Senju's violent nature well and were preparing to leave the enraged Sannin at any moment. But Naruto was completely calm, yet he had to see personalities 100 times scarier than the busty blonde who burst into the ward. Tsunade-bie-chan, are you drunk again? Jinchuriki asked the question in a matter-of-fact tone. There was a dead silence in the room. Senju froze in place with her mouth open and her eyes bulging, not blinking, staring at the alleged suicide bomber, clearly not used to such an impudent appeal to herself and mentioning her age. Kushina and her husband looked in horror at their completely calm son and his sister, who clung to him, who even closed her eyes, afraid to imagine the woman's reaction. Did you feel immortal, and the little one? The head doctor spoke in a sepulchral voice, finally recovering from the shock. Well, I just know the laws of our village, and unlike you, I understand that if you touch at least one of us with your finger, then tomorrow you will find yourself in the most closed and strict prison of the land of fire, even though you are the wife of the head of the clan and for all your merits, Uzumaki said, grinning contentedly. So, Bachan, drink valerian and calm down. Communication with Atsushi turned you into a petty, arrogant and shameless asshole, godson, shaking her finger at the boy, Senju said, realizing the seriousness of the words of the little blonde. Still an attack on the Hokage or his family, a crime from the category of especially serious. What is it, godmother? And why did you actually break into us? Uzumaki asked. Why? Have you looked at the time? It's 2 o'clock in the morning outside, it's time for Kushina to rest, and you're still here. Senju said with displeasure, raising her voice. Calm down, Tsunade, I'm fine, Namikaze said, trying to calm the head doctor in this way. I'm the doctor here, and it's up to me to decide whether everything is okay with you or not. The blonde snapped. Good, good. We understand you, Tsunade, I'm already leaving with the kids. Are you satisfied? Minato asked, getting off the bed and kissing his wife goodbye. Dear, tomorrow, or rather today, we will definitely come to you again. After the children said goodbye and left the ward under the watchful eye of Senju, the blonde, under the dissatisfied gaze and grumbling of the patient, put her to sleep with the help of Majitsu, plunging her body into the sleep necessary for a speedy recovery. Minato, accompanied by his children, walked slowly through the night village, telling some stories from his youth, and when they stopped at the fork of the road leading to the estate of the Uzumaki clan, the man spoke. Naruto, can you still come home with us? Namikaze asked. I'm sorry, Dad, but Grandpa is probably still awake, waiting for my return. I didn't warn him that I would be late. I promised to return in the evening, and it's already 3 o'clock in the morning. Oh, and anyway, maybe you'd rather move to the clan estate? Grandfather's house is big, there is enough room for everyone there, and he will be glad, Uzumaki offered. Many clans will not like it, we have already discussed this issue with Atsushi, the fourth sighed heavily. And what? Their opinion should not bother you at all, because you are not only a Hokage, but also the head of a clan, albeit a small one. Nothing prevents you from entering into an alliance with the Uzumaki clan, due to kinship, and as the Uzumaki themselves once did, after their remnants moved to Konoha, settle in the estate of the ally clan until the number is restored and they receive their own estate. Everything is according to the law, even there is a precedent. Naruto shrugged. And where did you get such knowledge of the laws of Konoha? The fourth asked with interest, thinking about the option offered by his son. From a past life, Jinchuriki shamelessly lied. Don't tell your father that Kurama told him about it, he won't understand. And now it's time for you, otherwise your sister will fall asleep standing up. You're right, Minato agreed with him, taking Keed, who was practically sleeping standing up, in his arms. Good night, and I'll think about how best to arrange your offer. Good night, Dad, the boy said to the retreating man's back, after which he confidently walked towards the estate. As Naruto expected, Atsushi did not sleep, sitting on the porch of the house, he silently waited for his appearance. As soon as he was next to the old man got up from his seat and went inside to the kitchen. How was the conversation with your mother? The gray-haired man asked with a gesture offering to sit down at the table in the kitchen. Well, she calmly accepted the knowledge that I am another Naruto, the blonde replied, taking a cup of hot tea from his grandfather's hands. It's not surprising, she's still a mother, for her even you from another world are still a son, especially considering your sad story about life in that world. And now go to bed, in the morning I am waiting for you to warm up and train, we will check what you are capable of now. Finishing his tea, Atsushi said. Good night. Going up to his room, the blonde quickly pulled off his clothes and hung them on the back of a chair, then took a shower, and fell on the bed, blissfully surrendered to the power of the kingdom of Morpheus. The morning for the future head began with a hard wake-up call by pouring ice water, jumping out of bed as if scalded, loudly snorting and eloquently swearing, for which he received an empty bucket on the head from Atsushi. The boy quickly pulled on short gray shorts and a wrestling jacket. Then he followed his grandfather, who brought him to the backyard of the house. Well, let's start with a little run to the 5th training ground, setting a slow pace, the old Uzumaki said. The jog took an hour, during which they discussed the political situation in Konoha. Atsushi spoke in detail about the various groups, of which there were 4 in total. The first group, the strongest and most numerous clans, are the founders of Konoha, who were active opposition to the Hokage. The second group is the clans that joined the list later and support the fourth. The third is clan-free shinobi. They have practically no political weight, with the exception of rare personalities who have been elected to high positions. The fourth and most influential and powerful group is the ANBU. They are the main support of Minato. During his reign the organization has grown greatly, and its natives have occupied all key military positions in the list management apparatus. So it turns out that ANBU is running everything in Konoha now? Naruto asked when they reached the playground. In the military unit, yes, they actually keep all the clans in a tight grip, not giving anyone even a chance for an open confrontation with Minato. They will sweep away in a matter of seconds. Even Uchi and Senju, in which, by the way, there are fewer and fewer really strong shinobi in recent generations, only 2 of them have Mangekyo Sharingan today. Itachi and Shursui. The first one works for your father in the police, and the second one runs the intelligence department of the ANBU. Only Navaki Senju, Tsunade's brother and grandson of the first one, owns the Mokutan, but he left the village together with Jiraiya a long time ago, giving up the post of head of the clan in favor of his sister's spouse, Dana, Atsushi said, at the same time doing various exercises that for his grandson repeated it. So, now let's start testing your knowledge. Let's start with the simplest basic techniques, substitution, illusory clone, and henjita. I'll tell you right away with illusory clones, you don't even have to try. I have complete immunity to illusions, but I can't create them myself at all. But I know shadow clones, the blond man replied, wiping sweat from his forehead, which rolled from him like hail, unlike his grandfather. Okay, then let's replace and henge. The old Uzumaki agreed, nodding to Naruto. He began to remember this long forgotten technique. As always, Kurama helped with this. Concentrating, the boy applied the simplest of the Shinobi Academy techniques. To his great surprise, instead of one wooden pig, a dozen appeared in the clearing at once. What the hell? He said in surprise, approaching his grandfather. The result of the experience of using the technique and your control of the chakra, or rather its complete absence. Now try henge, commanded Atsushi. The next moment Naruto was standing in front of him in the form of Anbu, whom he saw in his subconscious star. I see you don't have any problems with this. We won't try more complex techniques with your control yet. I didn't have enough for you to tear something off here in training. Now we will have a snack and go to the 8th training ground. We will still train your control. Whatever you say, Grandpa, Naruto answered, sitting down on the ground. Nevertheless, charging in the old man's version exhausted him greatly, and he slept just nothing, because of which Kurama could not properly patch up his body. Meanwhile, Atsushi extracted several slices of rye bread, a jug of milk and a couple of glasses from the seal, motioning his grandson to join the meal. Having finished with a light breakfast, they went to the training ground, which met them with a light fog that came from the river flowing along its edge. Choosing a tall and more or less straight tree, the gray-haired man pointed it out to his grandson. The first step simply turned half of the tree into dust, from which it creaked pitifully and fell into the clearing. It looks like you'll have to go straight to walking on water, otherwise you'll knock down all the trees in the neighborhood, the old man said ruefully. Naruto only nodded in agreement, inwardly horrified by the control of the chakra, his new body approaching the edge of the water. The blond man looked for a convenient stone in the river. He found one surprisingly quickly and very close to the shore. Without thinking for a second, he tried to jump on it, but it turned out to be in something slippery and the boy plopped into the cold water with a flourish. Oh shit, I feel like I'm just a baby who can't do anything, Naruto said with chattering teeth, having climbed ashore. And how did he use Fuinjutsu with such control? It's simple. For him Fuinjutsu was that for you the ability to breathe. I think when you finally absorb his consciousness and personality, for you it will also become the simplest and most accessible of all the disciplines available to shinobi. Atsushi replied. I see, thanks for the explanation, the blonde replied, entering the water up to his knees, and feeding the chakra into his legs, after which he flew up 3 meters from the water. With a shout, raising several hundredweight of water into the air. From hitting the ground, he was saved by his grandfather who caught him in his arms. Getting to his feet, the younger Uzumaki spoke. I think it will be very, very difficult, and just capets how long yes, but you, as you said yourself, have a couple of months, so you can handle it, the old man said confidently. You train here, and I'll go visit Kushina. All right, Grandpa. Tell her hello from me, the blond man said, going back into the water. Half an hour after Atsushi's departure and 20 unsuccessful attempts, Naruto lay down wearily on the shore, mentally chatting with Kurama, restoring his body. At this time, a richly dressed man appeared in the clearing, in which the young man recognized the owner of the store he visited with his sister yesterday. Good morning, Naruto-san. He spoke, coming close enough. Morning. What did you come with? Having assumed a sitting position, the blonde asked, I wanted to return the money that my seller took from you for purchases. Without looking into the eyes of the boy, the man replied. Naruto easily felt the fear coming from him. There's no need for that, Uzumaki said, about to add something else. But how so, Naruto-san? After all, you will not punish my family for the oversight of this negligent oaf, will you? With animal fear in his eyes, the merchant stammered. No, Jinchuriki said shortly. Thank you, Naruto-san. Falling to his knees and bowing to the very ground, the man rammed. Shut up. And don't you dare interrupt me anymore. The blond man snapped angrily, who was beginning to be sick of the sight of this coward. Tell everyone that today there will be a meeting at the old place. Who dares to ignore it without a good reason, I will kill. Is everything clear? Yes, Naruto-san. I'll do everything. What time are we going to get there? The merchant, pale as chalk, asked it. At 11, and now get out of my sight, Jinchuriki said coldly. And what was that just now? Kurama asked in her subconscious with interest. It was the seal of Tobirama-sama. Let me tell you tonight. Naruto suggested. Okay. And now march to training, Kitsune ordered, watching with satisfaction as her chosen one obediently rises from the ground again and goes to the river, once again making sure for herself that she was very lucky with him. The midday sun rose high above the horizon, mercilessly scorching the earth with its rays and forcing all living things to hide in the shade or near water sources. Naruto had been trying for 5 hours in a row to just stand on the water, so as not to cause a fountain of splashes and not fly ashore from an excessively strong release of chakra, and he finally succeeded. Entering the knee-deep water and directing the chakra into his feet, he noted with pleasure how the water obediently pushes him out of its embrace, and then he confidently froze on the water surface of the river. Yes, it's still extremely difficult to control the chakra in a body with such a developed SCC, muttered Naruto quietly, pleased with the appearance of at least such a small ghost of his abilities to cope with the chakra. What did you expect, my dear? In this body, the SCC is developed 30 times better than your last one, even after entering the ANBU. Even a cover from the Kyubi chakra would not harm this body, Kurama said. Why is that? The blond man asked in surprise, making an attempt to take a step. In the past world, you had practically no developed microchannels of the chakra, that when using the Kyubi, it had to go out from the main channels directly through the tissues and skin, as a result of which, due to its strength and concentration, you got burns, skin peeled off. And this body, when raising the chakra control to your previous level, will be quite capable of using even something like Kaiten. However, up to this level, like walking to Mebaku, Kitsune giggled. Laugh, I'll be offended, and I won't appear for a month, Jinchuriki snorted, who clearly did not like the words of the chosen one. Naruto, well, don't sulk, especially since I told the truth. And if you stop coming to me, I won't treat you, the nine-tailed woman brazenly declared. I give up, you took it, the boy answered fatefully, although it was unpleasant for him, but he knew Kurama too well and remembered the consequences of such disputes. It's better to tell me more about my current condition and explain why the treatment is so slow. That's right, the satisfied girl replied. Your condition is extremely deplorable, most of the internal organs are worn out, like a 100-year-old man, with the exception of only the spinal cord and brain. The treatment is slow, due to the fact that for this I have to use a mixture of my chakra and the chakra that remained from the Kyubi inside the seal, but the amount of the latter in the mixture is still extremely small, because this body is completely not adapted to it and actively resists, and without it it is extremely difficult to spur the regeneration of the body to the desired level. Every day I add 0.3% of the Kyubi chakra in the mixture, and until this number reaches 100%, there can be no question of bringing your body back to normal. That's where the year for treatment comes from. Are there any ways to speed up this process somehow? Uzumaki asked it. There is, but still the term will decrease only 2 or 3 times, Kitsune replied. Tell me, Naruto asked. Firstly, getting rid of the seal on your shoulder, it greatly hinders. It just has a sea of the chakra of the former Naruto and it is different from yours. The nine-tailed one began to tell. Different? How much? The blonde interrupted her. The censors won't even notice it, only I, because I've been living with you for 20 years, Jinchuriki Kurama reassured. That's good, I'll find out from my grandfather how to get rid of this seal. Go on, please, the boy asked. Secondly, a healthy 8-hour sleep every day. Thirdly, daily 4-hour meditations for 2 hours before and after sleep. Fourth, healthy and balanced food, more food containing vitamins and minerals, in particular calcium. The bones of this body are extremely fragile. And finally, more endurance training in the development of the respiratory system. The nine-tailed finished. There will be no problems with the second one, and with the third one, too. After all, training with old Fukasaku was not in vain for me. With the fourth, I think I'll have to tinker, still I'm not much of a cook, and with the last one I'll have to go to Tsunade for advice, still she's a doctor and can tell me which exercises will suit me more, otherwise I'm already sick from grandfather's charging in the morning. Naruto summed up the sad result. In principle, nothing is not feasible, he said. The man who defeated the strongest shinobi of all time and was transported to another world twice. Kurama laughed. Laugh, I'll remember it for you tonight, Naruto grumbled. Oh, how formidable we are. In general, I'm looking forward to the evening, Kitsune replied, laughing loudly. And now it's better for you to continue training and not get distracted. After these words, Naruto, with screams and mats, staged another water explosion, and he himself was thrown out on the sedge-covered shore. Breathing noisily and trying to calm down after another unsuccessful attempt, the boy, throwing off his outer clothes, entered the cool water up to his waist, and then dived. After swimming in the water for 10 minutes, the blonde climbed out onto the shore and lay down on the grass, exposing his body to the hot sun rays. Stretching his right hand up in order to shield his eyes from the bright light, the boy began to examine it carefully. Pale skin, many scars, most of which the body received due to frequent open fractures and numerous experiments of the former owner, is completely different from those that he used to see, because in that world the tan was gone, and thanks to the regeneration developed due to the influence of the Kyubi chakra, even the most terrible wounds did not leave a trace. What are you doing here, a trifle? Someone's voice came to the blonde. Having assumed a sitting position and turned around, he saw 4 guys a year or 2 older than him. On the clothes of each of them there was a distinctive sign of the Uchiha clan. I would like to know what members of the Uchiha clan forgot on Uzumaki land? Slightly tilting his head, Naruto asked and got to his feet. The body responded with pain and fatigue. What did you say? The eldest of the audience drawled in surprise. Do you have a hearing problem? Jinchuriki asked calmly. I asked, what are you doing on my clan's land? You don't seem to understand who you're talking to. Starving, but nothing, I'll explain it to you now. The enraged Uchiha growled angrily, breaking into an attack on the interlocutor standing in place, quickly shortening the distance. The brunette already broke into a satisfied grin, anticipating how he would decorate the Uzumaki, who, in his opinion, was presumptuous, when only a meter remained to the opponent. Uchiha received a strong blow to the body from a white smudged shadow that appeared from the crown of one of the trees. From him the boy, tumbling, rolled on the ground a few meters and holding on to his right side, he barely got to his feet. Naruto looked with surprise at the new participant of the upcoming fight standing with his back to him, with great difficulty guessing whether he was in him, yet it was not easy to recognize him without the usual potty hairstyle and green suit with orange weights. The 3 remaining Uchiha had already come out of their stupor by this time and, without thinking for a second, rushed to the attack, intending to deal with both opponents due to numerical advantage. But the absence of Sharingans and much better physical training of the enemy, forced the two brunettes who pressed Rock to go on the defensive, so as not to be beaten. The third one chose a weaker blonde for his rivals, in his opinion, but to his surprise he turned out to be not so simple. Bouncing off a direct blow to the head, Uzumaki struck a strong blow from his foot into the crook of the elbow of the arm thrown forward, forcing that to bend and forcefully hit his own master in the face, which disoriented him for a second, which was enough for Naruto to deliver a strong blow to the brakes, from which his opponent's legs gave way, and he himself fell to the ground. Knees. Next, Uchiha received a blow from the knee to the solar plexus and a finishing blow to the face from which his nose broke, and Naruto's right hand was dislocated, but even after that, the brunette tried to get up, but was knocked down by one of Lee's rivals, who sent him flying with a kick to the chest. Looking around the clearing with a quick glance, Naruto could see three Uchi writhing on the grass, standing next to him in black trousers with a red belt, on which the leaf protector was fixed, bandages on his hands almost to the elbow, long hair was gathered in a braid asterisk, a torn white shirt lay a little to the side. Jinchuriki was about to thank him for his help when he heard from the side. Kato, Ryuka, but Jutsu, shouted the name of the technique, the recovered leader of the Uchi. Printing technique, sealing fire, Naruto whispered faintly, picking up Lee's shirt and using it instead of a scroll. The fire technique quickly disappeared in print, and the blonde hurried to get rid of the unreliable storage of technology, throwing it into the river. The next moment, 4 ANBU appeared at the training ground, one of whom immediately twisted Lee, and then Uzumaki himself. 2 fighters assisted the Uchiha, and the fourth tried to take the brunette who used the technique away from the crime scene. And where are you going? Laying a fighter in a sable mask with one blow to the head, a man in a jonin vest, dressed in a green training suit, asked. The ANBU fighters froze in their seats, clearly not expecting someone else to appear in the clearing, but they quickly recovered and tried to attack the taijutsu master, but a cold and authoritative voice from the entrance to the training ground made them freeze in place. Jiro, Daiki, Karo, Makoto. Flashing Mangekyo Sharingan, Itachi***, who appeared in the clearing, spoke. How many times have you been issued a warning so that you do not dare to use attributes that resemble the attributes of the ANBU for such cases? They did not answer, only pulled off their masks and, without looking up at one of the strongest members of the clan, fell to their knees. Guy meanwhile freed the boys twisted by the hands and feet and, shaking off those, began to watch how the head of the homicide department with just a glance forces the clan members to silently leave the landfill. Taking with him beaten comrades. I will forgive your apologies for this incident, Itachi began, as Naruto was interrupted. You have nothing to apologize for, Uchiha-san. I will have no complaints against your clan if this does not happen again, Jinchuriki said. My student will also have no complaints if the Uchiha clan does not try to present counterclaims for the beatings inflicted, Mato said. Gai-san, could you come to our clan's manor tomorrow with your disciple? I, as the future head of the clan, would like to thank him for his help, the blonde man said, turning to Jonin. Absolutely, Uzumaki-san. Will it be convenient during lunch? Guy asked. Yes, quite, the blonde man quickly agreed with him, after which the student and sensei, saying goodbye to him and Uchiha, sped away from the training ground at high speed. Well, what didn't you share with these loafers? Approaching the edge of the river and sitting down on the grass, the brunette asked. Nothing special, the guys just decided to assert themselves at the expense of my beating. After all, the son of the fourth and the heir of Uzumaki, Naruto replied, sitting down next to Uchiha. Jinchuriki felt real respect for this man, knowing his history from his own world, but the local Itachi was not much different from the other himself in terms of loyalty to the village and his principles, although he was not afraid to get his hands dirty in blood. And what would have become of them if Rock hadn't intervened? The head of the homicide department asked. You'd have a lot of work to do, Naruto grinned. You're the same as always. Where have you been for the last 3 weeks? Itachi asked, picking a blade of grass and starting to chew it. Experimented, You know what usually happens after that, sighed the blonde, and how was the experiment? Uchiha asked, going over in his memory many moments that he knew about his friend and trying to figure out what seemed somehow wrong to him. Good luck, Uzumaki smiled. You've probably heard the news already. I've heard a lot about Kushina-san's recovery. However, I thought that all this was gossip, that you were somehow involved in this, the brunette said, tilting his head to the side. Not gossip, the blonde man replied. Naruto, Itachi called, in whose head a puzzle of inconsistencies finally formed, forcing the interlocutor to turn to face him. Mangekyo Sharingan, Tsukuyomi, you'll get it in the eye again, warned Jinchuriki, in whose iris a gray 13-pointed star was burning. The young man deactivated his dojutsu for this, so I was not mistaken, Itachi said, continuing to look closely into the face of the interlocutor. In what way exactly? Uzumaki asked. The fact that you're not the Naruto Uzumaki I've known for the last 3 years, did he use that technique? Itachi asked. Yes, I did, but I turned out to be stronger. Thanks to him I was thrown into this world, the blonde calmly replied, realizing that Itachi was not the person who would immediately inform, and his awareness about the experiment of the local Naruto spoke of great trust. Who else knows? Spitting out a blade of grass, Uchiha asked. Inoichi, grandfather, mom, dad and sister, and now you, Uzumaki shrugged his shoulders. And who was I in your world? The brunette asked a question. A wonderful man who laid down his life for the sake of serving the motherland, said Jinchuriki. Sounds good, Itachi grinned, plunging into thought. Yeah. By the way, how about a little exercise? The blonde decided to distract the interlocutor. I don't mind, the brunette replied, getting up from the ground and taking off his shirt. Naruto had already pulled on the pants lying next to him, standing up in fighting positions and bowing to each other. Both began to slowly strike each other, while each was thinking about something different, and it was difficult to call it a fight, just an exchange of light blows and practiced ligaments, without any purpose or desire to harm the opponent. The fight continued until the blonde man got a direct blow to the chin of the genius of the Uchiha clan. I think that's enough, Itachi said, rubbing the bruised place. Maybe you'd better tell me more about that world. Okay, but then don't regret asking. Folding the sequence of seals and creating a barrier, Naruto said, after which, sitting down on the grass, he began to tell a detailed story about the life of Uchiha from his world. As the story progressed, he became darker and more thoughtful, and after the story ended, he gave his hand to the boy and thanked him for his honest story. Don't go sour, Itachi, it wasn't you, and in this world it's unlikely to happen, said Jinchuriki. I understand, it just looks like a scary fairy tale or wild nonsense, but I don't see any point in not believing you. Still, the seal of the 13-pointed star and your behavior during the story are too strong evidence. Uchiha tried to portray a smile, which turned out extremely poorly. Maybe we'll go to a dango restaurant, otherwise you'll completely fall apart now. And I'll have to slap you in the face. Naruto grinned. Perhaps it's really worth going for a snack, but first it wouldn't hurt to clean up, the brunette said, going into the river right in his clothes. Half an hour later they were already sitting under the roof of a small restaurant, waiting for their order. Uchiha slowly but surely slipped back into reverie. Deciding to distract him, the blonde asked a question. Friend, but tell me, how do you feel about Kita? Naruto asked it. Normally, as a friend, Uchiha shrugged his shoulders, not understanding what the question was asked. As a friend? And why, then, did you deal with those guys through me? Uzumaki asked, arching an eyebrow. It was easier that way. They were dangerous for the village. An attempt to marry the daughter of Kage, a representative of other villages or just shinobi who do not live in Konoha, increases the chance that she will become a lever of pressure on the Hokage, Itachi replied. Is that the only reason? The blonde man said in surprise. Yeah. And what did you think, that I was eliminating competitors in this way? The brunette asked with a smile. Sort of, Jinchuriki muttered. I'm actually already engaged to my girlfriend, and Keed is just a friend for me, the brunette explained, and the waiter meanwhile brought them an order. The meal was held in silence. Itachi, after mentioning his girlfriend, clearly postponed his thoughts about Naruto's story for later and now just enjoyed sweets. A few minutes later, a girl entered the building, whose appearance caused ambiguous feelings for the blonde. A copy of Itachi was walking to their table, only in the female version star. I knew I'd find you here. Aren't you ashamed? The girl asked pointedly sternly. And good evening to you, sister. Will you be dango? Not paying attention to the tone and the external menacing appearance of the interlocutor, Uchiha asked. I will, she said, sitting down next to her brother. Maybe you can introduce me to your friend, and then you don't know him yourself, Itachi snorted, pushing sweets to his sister. Naruto is Yuriko, my twin sister. Yuriko is Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto. Are you happy? Quite, the Uchiha replied, eating sweets. Nice to meet Uzumaki-san. It's mutual, but it's better just Naruto. We're not at an official reception after all. The blonde smiled. Okay, Naruto, and what are you having a get-together here about? The brunette asked. Itachi, as an apology for the inappropriate behavior of some members of your clan, offered to treat me to dango. Naruto quickly found himself. Is the rocker spreading his hands again? Yuriko asked with displeasure. Yeah. By the way, why were you looking for me? The senior Uchiha asked. Don't tell me that Banquo didn't tell you that Izumi's family is coming to dinner tonight, the girl said. I didn't pass it on. What time will they arrive? Getting up from the table, the head of the homicide department asked. In an hour and a half, the girl answered, glancing at her watch. Sorry, Naruto, but it looks like I have to leave you. You know, being late for such events will not be the best idea. See you later, Itachi said, taking his sister's hand and pulling her along. Yeah. Good luck to you there, Naruto threw after him. After paying for the sweets, the boy went to the estate. It was necessary to prepare for the upcoming meeting with the merchants. After sleeping for 2 hours and having a good dinner, Uzumaki headed to the meeting place. In the backyard of one of the largest weapons stores in Konoha, he was met by a gray-haired old man who quickly led him to the hall where the merchants gathered. Good evening, Naruto-sama. What is the reason for such an urgent meeting? Asked a well-built swarthy man with short black hair and brown eyes, in which there was neither fear of the blond man nor respect for him. Kind, Jinchuriki answered, taking his place. I want to discuss with you the conditions for reducing the percentage of deductions. Decline? The same man, who was the clear leader in this whole herd of moneybags, asked in surprise. Yes, it is a reduction, by 20%, looking straight into the eyes of the interlocutor and not paying attention to the whispers and surprise of the others, the boy said. I understand, not for the beautiful eyes, he grinned. Of course. The percentage will be reduced in exchange for the fact that you will get some rare things and information for me, the blonde replied. What kind of things? And what information? Let's not beat around the bush, you and I are still business people, suggested Ken, whose name Naruto finally remembered. Okay. We need bulletproof vests of Anbu stone, a katana from a master who forged katanas for Killer Bai. This is the most important thing, the rest of the list of ladies after. The term for this is 3 years. I am mainly interested in information about the Cloud, in particular about the Hyuga clan. I need comprehensive information about them. The term is exactly the same as with things, the blonde man said. It's not easy to get what you're asking for, but it's real, but with information about hugs it will be unrealistically difficult. The brunette shook his head. What is the difficulty? Uzumaki asked it. They are an extremely closed clan. There are only a couple of members of the main family in sight, but it's impossible to get them to talk, Ken replied. Who exactly is in plain sight? Naruto asked the head of the Hayashi clan, his brother Hisashi, their spouses, and children. Niji, the son of the youngest of the brothers, who should become the head of the clan, having married one of the daughters of Hayashi, Hinata or Hanabi, if they do not die on missions, but they have not even graduated from the academy yet, the man issued a short certificate. In that case, I only need information about Hayashi's daughters. In the meantime, collect everything you can. That's it, Naruto said, getting up from his seat. And yes, Kendano, make sure that none of them would try to cheat me with the amount of deductions. I can rely on you, right? Yes, Naruto-sama, I will do everything in the best possible way, the man assured the interlocutor, noting with surprise to himself that he looks at this little kid with a slice of respect, holding their entire business by the throat, even with the tacit permission of the Hokage father. Returning to the estate after midnight, Naruto quickly threw off his gray kimono, fell on the bed, crawling under the blanket and falling into the subconscious. Once in the hall in front of the grill, he went inside it. After a couple of meters of wandering in the pitch-black darkness, he went out into a dimly lit room, where he found his soulmate, who was sitting in an armchair with her legs crossed, and leafing through some book, most likely with the memories of the former owner of the body. How did it go? Putting down the book, getting up from her seat and approaching the blonde, the girl asked. Good, Uzumaki replied, hugging and kissing her. Shall we go lie down? Kurama suggested. Moreover, someone promised to tell me about the seal. Let's go, the tired Jinchuriki agreed. There will be a story for you. Picking up Kitsune in his arms, he quickly went into another room and, carefully lowering his chosen one onto the bed, lay down next to her, touching her left shoulder with his right hand, highlighting ancient symbols and forcing her to take her real form. At least, don't hide your real appearance here, the young man asked, snuggling up to Kurama, who carefully covered them both with her fluffy white tails. Okay. And now I'm waiting for the story, the nine-tailed woman said, getting comfortable on the blonde's chest. Well, listen. The seal of the 13-pointed star is a technique created by Hamura, the youngest son of Kagaya. It was thanks to her influence that she and her brother without pity and doubt sealed their mother, who began to turn into Jubi. It was created to protect the shinobi world from any threats. It is able to turn even the most peace-loving of us into a cruel and merciless killer, ready to destroy entire cities if necessary. In the beginning, Kagaya became such a threat, after ordinary people were afraid of our appearance and began the extermination of the students and children of Hagoromo and Hamura. Being already infirm and old, Hamura passed the seal to his eldest son, the future founder of the Uzumaki clan, and he, in turn, gave the seal to 12 more of his father's disciples. Together they plunged the world of ordinary people into chaos, destroying several tens of millions of people, which forced them to stop hunting shinobi and restore peace. After that, the seal was in a state of sleep for a long time, because there were no serious threats to the shinobi world. There was only natural selection among shinobi. It was passed down from generation to generation in the Uzumaki clan. Its last carrier from Uzumaki was the wife of Tobirama, to whom she passed it. The second one was well versed in seals and forbidden techniques, and was able to change it by putting changes into it that allow it to be activated in case of a threat to the village. She gave strength to her bearers to protect their homeland, so the cleaners appeared, the 12 first captains of the ANBU, whose names were erased from the history of Konoha and the shinobi world. After defeating Kagaya and the news that she had implanted a piece of her will into my subconscious, Tobirama invited me to become one of them, so as not to turn into a new Madara. He told me in detail about the seal. A star always passively influences its bearer, always changes his worldview so that he can live with the least losses, be able to kill calmly, while not going crazy. If this contradicts his worldview, a person remains himself, and I am an example of that. But as soon as there is a mortal danger for me, you, Konoha, or the shinobi world, as it activates, and then a terrible bloody monster comes out, she saw what the estate of the first advisor to the daimyo of fire turned into after he offered to destroy the leaf. Naruto said. And what about this story with Ino? Kurama was surprised. All this is an illusion created to protect the secret of the star. It doesn't matter if someone finds out that it can be transmitted simply by wishing it. And then I didn't like the prospect of turning into a guinea pig for our scientists, the blonde man replied. But you're not capable of creating illusions, Kitsune reminded. The star is a technique created by Hamura, a shinobi, about whose power nothing is known, so it's not surprising that she put into Ino's head a thought and false memories that she recreated it according to Tobarama's notes, Uzumaki said. And now let's go to sleep. This, Kurama only completely extinguished the light in the subconscious and covered them with a blanket. The beloved story threw up ideas for reflection. Kurama-sama shouldn't react so violently, the person standing in front of the girl said emotionlessly. Outwardly he was almost a complete copy of Naruto, differing only in the color of the iris, which was gray. You came for answers to the questions that arose after the master's story, right? Exactly, Kitsune calmly replied, looking attentively at the interlocutor. Ask Kurama-sama, I will answer, drilling the nine-tailed with a look, he replied. Who or what are you? The girl started asking questions. A special seal with a blank from pseudonymity. When I get into the body of the host carrier, I merge with his second self. If it does not suit me, I destroy it, the interlocutor replied. The degree of your influence on the main, I, of the host? Ask the tailed one. The critical thinking regarding human life has been changed. The critical thinking regarding human beauty has been changed. It was also necessary to avoid the madness of the owner due to moving to another world, the loss of close people to whom he had many emotional and sensual attachments. Work was carried out to create new ones in this world. At the moment there are 6 such bindings, and they fully ensure the stability of the mental health of the owner, he said. More specifically in relation to the second, Kurama asked, the owner does not feel disgust at the sight of people with a changed appearance, that is, the presence of any animal attributes in a person does not even cause internal disgust, the interlocutor explained. So his love for my real appearance is your doing? Kitsune asked, tilting her head to the side. In part, I just removed the disgust, he completed everything else himself, he explained. And thanks for that. And what about Kushina, Minato, and Kiid? I have too many doubts about their reaction, unlike the reaction of Atsushi and Itachi. 9. Tail asked the question. I had to influence each of them, because the reaction could alienate the owner from them and destroy all my efforts to keep him from going crazy. I influenced Kushina through the power of Rikudo during treatment, and Kiid during their first physical contact. After all, her chakra is close to the chakra of the host, and it turned out to be simple. The only one I had to tinker with was Minato, but that throw solved this problem, and the presence of the remnants of the 4th chakra in the seal allowed me to prepare a gift in advance, the interlocutor explained. Yes, you turn out to be a scary entity in its essence and capabilities, Kurama grinned. This is natural, because my creator was not a Baihu, but the eldest son of Kagaya, Hamura, to whose level all living shinobi are like walking to the moon, he replied. I hope I have satisfied your curiosity, Kurama-sama. Why Kurama-sama? Kitsune suddenly asked it. Because you are the cornerstone in the fate of my master, you have too much tied up in his subconscious, and when you get out of here, there will be less work for me, I won't have to worry about his condition. The ghost shrugged. Thanks for the story. Heading back to the cage, the tailed one said. She watched as the interlocutor disappeared into thin air. The morning for Naruto began at 5 o'clock, slowly getting out of bed and opening the window slightly. The boy sat on the floor next to him in a meditation pose, as he was taught by an old toad with Mebaku. 2 hours flew by unnoticed in constant attempts to simply feel the outside world by merging with the natural chakra, but they did not bring even the smallest results. The body was simply not capable of this yet. Getting up from his seat and quickly warming up his stiff muscles, the blonde put on gray pants and a t-shirt of the same color, then hurried down. There was a plate of still warm pancakes on the kitchen table, which surprised Jinchuriki a lot. there was a note next to it in which his grandfather informed him that he had gone to a neighboring town to hire several carpenter crews to start work on the restoration of the quarter, and would be back for lunch. After quickly warming the kettle and having a snack with some pretty tasty pancakes, the boy decided to go to visit Tsunade first, but he still needed the advice of a knowledgeable specialist in the field of body recovery. The road to the hospital did not take much time. The route to it, the young man, one might say, was imprinted in his brain, after entering the ANBU and the first training there. Each of them ended with a trip to bow to the Iranians. Along the way, the blonde carefully memorized the location of various shops, cafes, and in general everything that distinguished the new Konoha from the old one. The most striking difference was the very correct location of the houses and their fundamental nature. Each of them could become a strong point for the defenders of the village, in case of an attack on it. The walls, reinforced with earth techniques and few imprinting, a good view from the windows, the complete absence of shinobi jumping on roofs, and moving exclusively along power lines, which caused Naruto sincere bewilderment. Moving on roofs was much faster and more convenient for shinobi. Deciding later to find out the reasons for such a strange phenomenon, Jinchuriki directed his steps closer to the hospital. On the way he crossed paths with Shikamaru and Chuji, who were going about their business without paying any attention to him. It cost him a lot of effort not to talk to them, yet they are not even familiar yet. Shikamaru was practically no different from how Uzumaki remembered him, calm, indifferent, with a collected look that notices even the smallest details, a relaxed gait, a barely noticeable smile, hair gathered in a ponytail at the back of his head, in his usual clothes. Chuji was different for the better, well-built with noticeable musculature, without a hint of excess weight, crunching carrots with a satisfied smile and telling his friend something fun. Soon, they disappeared around the bend of the road leading to the academy, and Jinchuriki shook his head and went to the hospital. After quickly passing the checkpoint, Naruto asked the doctor on duty where he could find Tsunade. Quickly climbing to the top floor, the blonde began to carefully read the signs on the doors, trying to find the one he needed. Behind one of the slightly open doors, Shizun could be heard lecturing the children sitting at the tables on how to properly apply a splint in the field on broken limbs. There were about 20 students, mostly girls of 12 or 13 years old, among whom Naruto immediately recognized Sakura and found a girl suspiciously similar to Tsunade. Have you decided to enroll in Iranianov courses? A voice came from behind. Good morning to you, too, Ba-chan, Naruto replied, turning on his heels and having the opportunity to contemplate Senju's face distorted with anger. You call me that again, and I'll whip you so that you can't sit on your ass for a couple of weeks, the blonde promised angrily. Yeah. By the way, I'm here on business. Jinchuriki quickly changed the subject, knowing the head doctor's temper. On business? And what's the deal? Tsunade asked, crossing her arms over her chest. I need professional advice about the physical activities that are now available to me, and a list of endurance exercises and the development of breathing. Naruto outlined his request. Follow me, Senju replied thoughtfully, walking away down the corridor. Walking along the long white corridors after his godmother, the blonde man tried to find differences between hospitals of different worlds, but there were surprisingly few of them. All of them mainly consisted in the staff working here and his attitude to patients. After a couple of minutes, they found themselves in an office with a lot of different appliances around a couch standing in the center. Lie down, the blonde commanded, pointing to that and approaching the devices. Naruto obediently obeyed the order, lying down on a cold chair and allowed himself to be entangled with a bunch of wires, after which he began to execute the commands given by the blonde, who after each of them put aside another sheet filled with rows of hieroglyphs that popped out of the printer. After half an hour of research, Tsunade freed him from the wires and, sitting opposite, began to carefully study the result sheets. Her face changed from surprise to shocked as she read. And how is this possible? Senju muttered, putting aside another piece of paper. Is something wrong? Naruto asked worriedly. No, it's all right. It's just that I've never seen a shinobi of your age able to produce such an amount of chakra and have so much worn-out internal organs, even though their recovery is now in full swing. Plus, this artifact is in your right hand, it just founds a chakra of an exorbitant level, to which even the nine-tailed is far from strength and concentration. You know, I have a lot of questions for you, Tsunade said. It's better for you to keep them to yourself. The Uzumaki clan already has claims against the Senju clan. I would not like to add to them an attempt to gain access to the secrets of Uzumaki by the wife of the head of the clan through her official position, Jinchuriki calmly replied, in whose eyes 13 pointed stars burned. In general, it's better to keep your mouth shut, otherwise I will have to destroy you all. Are you threatening me? Seinen asked, arching an eyebrow, raising her eyes to her nephew and realizing with horror that the most terrible weapon that Konoha had ever had after Biju was burning in his eyes. No, I'm just stating a fact. I think you yourself understand that the forces that I have, even despite my poor physical condition, are quite enough to destroy your clan. But children are not responsible for the mistakes of their parents, so just don't step on the same rake as the previous head of the clan, and I won't have any complaints against you, Jinchuriki said, continuing to stare at the interlocutor. I understand you, cleaner, Tsunade replied as calmly as possible, although her hands were trembling treacherously, betraying excitement. I hope so. So what is there at the request of my carrier? The blonde man asked. I will give him a detailed list of exercises and methods of their implementation for the next week, then a new examination and a new list of exercises will be needed, the blonde replied, finally quieting the trembling in her hands. That's nice. Don't be angry with me, Tsunade-san, my job is to protect the carrier by all available means, Naruto said, after which his eyes turned completely blue again. Sorry, Ba-chan, I didn't mean to. I just have secrets that I can't trust you with yet. It's all right, I know what cleaners are, and your claims to Senju are quite justified, Seinen sighed wearily, recalling the reports for that period found in the clan archive. If they had got to Uzumaki and Senju and Konoha, they could have put an end to it. Still, Hashirama had too many skeletons in the closet, although the last words of the second personality of Naruto were somewhat calming. Come to my office, I'll give you all the necessary information on the exercises. Now every Wednesday you will come to me for an examination and no one else. Is that clear? Yes, Ba-chan, everything is clear, Jinchuriki replied, trying not to look into Senju's eyes, feeling guilty for what had happened, and then followed the woman who came out of the laboratory. A few minutes later, they were already sitting in her office, where she was sorting through a folder with various exercises designed for shinobi recovering from serious injuries. Half an hour of searching and shifting sheets, and a thick bundle of documents with detailed descriptions of exercises, how to perform them correctly, in what sequence and in what quantity per day falls into Naruto's hands. And also Tsunade Ba-chan, I wanted to know if there is an opportunity to get vitamins and mineral supplements. Uzumaki asked. You can. Now I will write you everything you need in accordance with the results of the study. You will apply with this piece of paper to the doctor on duty on the first floor. He will give you everything and tell you how, when, and how much to take, the blonde said, quickly sketching something on a small piece of paper. If you have any questions or problems, please contact us. Thank you, Ba-chan. The blonde thanked the woman, heading for the exit. Yes, you're welcome, Senju said softly, carefully looking at the back of the boy coming out, trying to remember who he reminds her of. Navaki, where are you now? The question remained unanswered. Tsunade plunged into memories, forgetting for a while about all the pressing problems. Naruto, meanwhile, quickly went down to the first floor and, having received all the medicines from the doctor on duty, went home. Along the way, he met new acquaintances from the Uchiha clan, who cast angry glances at him, but did not dare to start a fight right in the middle of the street. Passing by, Jinchuriki pretended not to notice them, and calmly passed on. The house greeted him with emptiness. Quickly taking the papers given to him by Tsunade to his room, he began to study the contents of the refrigerator, wondering what to treat Guy and Lee invited to dinner. And what are you trying to find there? Carrying Atsushi's voice from behind. Hi, Grandpa. Yes, I'm thinking what we'll treat the guests with, the blonde man replied. I have already ordered everything, they will be delivered soon. Are you sure that the idea of accepting this kid into the clan is successful? The gray-haired man asked a question. More than that, Lee will become an excellent taijutsu master in the future, and the clan will need a good mentor in this discipline for newly arrived clan members in the future, and I'm sure he can be trusted, Naruto replied. Well, I won't argue with you, but will he agree? The clan head asked distantly. He will agree. Rock is a round orphan and understands perfectly well that sooner or later he will most likely have to join some clan. But he has already crossed the path of so many families, only thanks to the intercession of Guy and my father, he is still alive and well. So I don't think he will refuse the offer to join the clan, the future head of which he protected from the Uchiha attack, Naruto said. Well, let's hope you're right, and now go upstairs and clean yourself up, advised Atsushi, going to the gate of the estate, to which his order has already been delivered. Naruto spent the remaining hour in his room, took a shower and, deciding not to bother with the choice of clothes, put on a clean gray kimono, then sat down to study the papers given to him by Tsunade. There were only 36 exercises, each had a manual of 5 or 6 sheets with a description of the implementation and standards. He was distracted from this activity by a clone of his grandfather, who informed him that guests had arrived. Having carefully put the documents in a pile, the blonde man went downstairs. Guy and his student were already in the living room and exchanged greetings with their grandfather. Mato was in the standard clothes of Konoha's jonins, a blue turtleneck with a long neck, a green jonin vest over it, black pants wrapped with bandages from below, light boots on a string. Rock was in a white t-shirt with a blue vest over it, black trousers and ordinary closed sandals. Good afternoon, Mato-san, Lee-san, Jinchuriki greeted the guests. Good afternoon, Naruto Dano, Guy answered for two. Please come to the table, Atsushi said, gesturing for everyone to follow him into the dining room. The dinner was held in an easy and relaxed atmosphere. Jonin and the head of the clan shared memories of the most significant events of Konoha from their past. The taijutsu master even recalled one joint mission. After a hearty and delicious lunch, the gray-haired man decided to move on to a serious conversation. Guy, I have to thank you for such a skillful and well-mannered student who came to the aid of my grandson in a difficult moment, the old man began. Thank you for such praise, Atsushi-san. It is a great honor for me to receive it from a person like you, Mato replied with great respect. And to you, young man, I want to offer to become a member of our clan with the receipt of all the rights and duties of a full member of the Uzumaki clan. The old Uzumaki turned to Lee. Rock looked at him in shock, not even trying to say something. He just blinked and opened his mouth, but did not without making a sound. Atsushi-san, as always, why pour out such news on a person without any preparation? Guy shook his head, bringing the student to himself by means of light blows on the cheeks. And aren't you afraid of the consequences? Many clan children have complaints about my student. It is a great honor for me to receive such an offer from the head of the Uzumaki clan. I accept it with great joy and swear to become worthy of the honor, the boy said, looking at Atsushi with eyes full of determination to follow the spoken words to the last breath. The old man only smiled kindly. Well, Uzumaki-Lee, welcome to our family, Jinchuriki said, extending his hand to an old new friend. Thank you, Naruto-san, the thick-browed man replied, shaking her firmly. No, San and Sama, we are, first of all, friends and comrades, so just Naruto, said the blonde, feeling the bones begin to crack pitifully from the strength of the brunette's handshake. After Atsushi and Guy spent several hours discussing the conditions for further training by Guy Lee, while Jinchuriki arranged a tour. for a friend around the house and the clan estate as a whole. After that, Mato, having received a scroll from the head of the clan certifying Rock's entry into the clan, took his student and went with him to the Hokage Tower to reissue his personal file and all documents. You know, you weren't wrong when you asked him to join the clan, a good kid, stubborn and true to his word, he will make a worthy Uzumaki, the old man said contentedly. Well, I won't advise anything bad, after all, my Biju is good at reading people's feelings. And Lee is a man trying to make our world at least a little better and fairer, ready to lay down his life for this, Naruto replied. How was the trip? Well, the day after tomorrow the first construction materials and construction crews will start arriving. By the way, do you want to check what elements you have a predisposition to? The gray-haired man asked, extracting a black box from the seal. That would be nice, Jinchuriki agreed. Let's go to the backyard, said the old Uzumaki. In the backyard there was a small area covered with sand with 3 pillars, on the side farthest from the entrance. Opening the box, Atsushi took out 5 sheets and spread them out on the lid of the box. In response to Naruto's surprised look, he said that, otherwise it will not be clear to what elements you have a predisposition and to what extent. The old man explained his actions. Now put a finger of your right hand on each leaf and let the chakra into them. I see, the boy said, following his grandfather's instructions. Under the action of the chakra, all 5 sheets were cut into 2 equal halves. This is the first time I've seen this, the gray-haired man said, puzzled. And what does that mean? Naruto asked in surprise, realizing that he had lost 2 of the 3 elements available to him in the past world. This means that the element of wind will be given to you with incredible ease. Techniques D, C, B, you will be able to create with the help of a single thought without any seals and shouts, and techniques A and S ranks will require only a few of the most basic seals. In my memory, you are the first one who has only 1 element, Atsushi said. So I can't see other elements as my ears? The blond man asked with resignation. Yes, that's right. But with the wind, you will be able to achieve such success that you can even calmly destroy the strongest fire techniques with wind techniques. The grandfather delighted his grandson. Powerful, however. It's good that I'm well acquainted with this element from the past world, Naruto whistled. And now, I think it's time for you to return to physical fitness and taijutsu training, as well as chakra control. See you tonight, Atsushi said goodbye, disappearing into Shunshin. Jinchuriki, on the other hand, went up to his room, quickly pulled on a gray training uniform consisting of a wrestling shirt and a bridge, after which, having sealed Tsunade in a scroll of paper, he went to the 5th training ground after being accepted into the Lee clan and starting training to prepare for the upcoming Genin exam. The days for Naruto began to fly by completely unnoticed. The day turned into a monotonous string of events: getting up, morning meditation, breakfast, exercise with a warm-up, after, an hour of physical training, 3 hours of taijutsu, which was often led by a clone of Itachi or himself, then lunch in the company of his sister or Lee, then 2 hours of practicing chakra control, followed by 2 hours of training to master the knowledge of Fuinjutsu left over from the former Naruto, after which the boy took a break for an hour, usually spending it in his mother's room telling her about his past or listening to her stories. Then there were 2 hours of work with the elements, as a result of which most genins began to bypass the 5th polygon by the 10th road, away from sin. Then there was dinner in the company of his grandfather, 2 hours of evening meditation and 7 hours of healthy sleep. The monotony of the days dragged the blonde so much that it was only on the 3rd day that he realized that his father and sister had moved into his grandfather's house, whom he encountered one morning in the bathroom. It happened 3 weeks after the start of his training. The next landmark event was Kushina's discharge from the hospital 3 weeks later, which was marked for Jinchuriki by 2 days of rest and a serious clarification of the relationship between father and mother. The woman said that she was going to return to the ranks of Konoha shinobi soon, to which Minato rebelled, because, as he said, he had enough excitement for the children who were soon going to participate in the exam for the title of Chunin in the allied Konoha, Fog. The result of the clarification of the relationship was a service that fell to the death of the brave, a couple of pots with flowers and a chair. As a result, it was agreed that Kushina would begin to actively perform the duties of a Jonin sensei only after completing a full course of rehabilitation procedures and the subsequent repeated examination for a Jonin, which would be taken by a trio of Sanins. Naruto and Kid watched the scene from behind the sofa, not risking falling under the hot hand of any of the parents. After that, Naruto's training resumed, and there were only a few days left before the scheduled exam. The early exam for the title of genin was scheduled for Sunday, the only day off for her students and teachers who want to get out of the boring walls of the academy as soon as possible. There were surprisingly many participants, almost 36 applicants. They all gathered in a small auditorium designed for 30 students, with 5 rows of desks and a teacher's table in front of them, huge windows that flooded it with bright light, which made it unbearably stuffy, a list of participants and a vague explanation of what kind of tests were waiting for the audience hung on the blackboard. Among them, Uzumaki was surprised to find Shikamaru, who, sitting comfortably on the last desk, was carefully watching the audience. Kiba was dozing on the row below, sprawled on the desk. The only more or less empty seat was next to him. Without asking anything, Jinchuriki occupied it, ignoring the dozing neighbor, and began to study the audience. Most of them, 12 people, were Uchiha, plus 3 representatives of the Senju clan, among whom Naruto saw the daughter of Tsunade, Kazu. Outwardly, she was almost an exact copy of her mother. Only the color of her eyes came from her great-grandfather. He met her during one of his weekly trips to Irionen. The girl turned out to be an extremely friendly, sociable and active child, did not suffer from excessive self-esteem in view of belonging to one of the strongest clans of the village. At the age of 12, she mastered the element of water at the level of Chunin. Besides, she had been attending courses for Irionens for several years in parallel with studying at the academy and was able to achieve some success in this field. Naruto learned all this in just 10 minutes of communication during their first meeting. When the blonde saw him, she smiled affably and raised her hand in greeting. Jinchuriki responded with a nod of his head. He did not want to attract excessive attention of the Uchi to his person, because it was not in his plans to cripple red-eyed upstarts. Members of the Aburame and Yamanako clans were also present in the audience. The remaining 9 people were clanless and completely unfamiliar to the blonde. Soon, 4 people in the form of a Jonin sheet entered the audience. Naruto recognized Kakashi in one of them. All those gathered immediately took their seats. There was relative silence, broken only by sounds coming from outside the window. Greetings to all those gathered. I am the senior of the group observing today's exam. It will consist of several parts. The first is a test of your theoretical knowledge. Now each of you will be given a form with 5 questions. I warn you right away, each form is individual and it is useless to try to write off. You need to give a detailed answer to the questions. You will have 2 hours to do this. Masashi, hand out the forms, Hataki ordered, taking the teacher's place, after which he took out a book from his bag, in which Naruto easily recognized Jiraiya's creation. You can start working as soon as you receive your version of the tasks. Having received his own version, Jinchuriki began to look at the sheet with interest. There was nothing difficult for him in the questions. The first question was related to the period of Tobirama's reign. It was necessary to highlight the most outstanding achievements of Konoha during the time that he was in power. The answer was given immediately, yet the ANBU was able to make them know well the history of their own village, and at the same time the history of all the alleged opponents. The second question concerned the chakra circulation system, its most vulnerable places and ways to protect them. Kurama helped Naruto cope with this, but who, if not the owner of the Byakugan, understands this better than others? The third question was to test Genin's knowledge of the basics of encryption, which turned out to be a mere trifle for the blonde as a former ANBU. The fourth was related to geography, the rules of orientation on the terrain, which caused Uzumaki serious difficulties, yet he was unfamiliar with local geography and decided not to answer the first part of the question, but described the second in detail. The fifth question concerned the knowledge of the Iron Code, in particular its section on the rules of conduct with the employer. Having finished with the questions, Naruto put the piece of paper on the edge of the table, then leaned back in his chair, carefully studying what was happening in the audience. The Uchiha in full force had already finished with the work and were now building stone statues of themselves for the most part. The only one of them who did not do this was a girl of about 14 years old. She, like the blonde, was watching what was happening in the office, apparently feeling his gaze, turned around at him and played peekaboo with him for a few seconds, after which, with a pretty flash of blue eyes, she turned away. Meanwhile, Kiba, who was sitting next to him, also finished with the tasks and lay down on the desk, exuding fatigue and despondency with his whole appearance. Shikamaru was sleeping on the back desk with his eyes open, who decided everything the very first. After 2 hours, there were no applicants left in the audience who could not cope with the tasks, and Kakashi, motioning to the assistants to collect the answers, spoke. The second part will be a test of your knowledge in ninjutsu. You need to perform a replacement, illusory clones, henge and one elemental technique not lower than the rank of C. Is everything clear to everyone? Well, since we're all going to the academy's training ground, Kakashi commanded, disappearing into a whirlwind of leaves. Children and teenagers with sour faces followed. Many were morally exhausted by the first part, yet most of the academy, with the exception of students of the last year of study, have not yet been to practical classes in particularly difficult conditions. By the time everyone got to the playground, the Jonins had already settled down in the shade of a single tree, got cold juice from somewhere, sipped it, waiting for the subjects to, "Is everyone here?" No one escaped? Hatake asked, getting to his feet. Now we are lining up in 4 columns and one by one we approach me and my assistants, demonstrate the henge, clones and replacement for the next person in the column. Let's get started. The audience quickly carried out Kakashi's order, yet at the academy they were accustomed to strict discipline and quick execution of orders of seniors in rank or position. Naruto stood at the head of the column that handed over the equipment to Hatake personally. Having received permission from Jonin to perform the techniques, Jinchuriki immediately called 3 clones, who followed him with henge under the first 3 Hokage, and Naruto himself turned into Jiraiya. "Well, Kakashi, do you want an autograph?" Uzumaki spoke with a kind smile in the voice of Sanina. Hatake's only eye popped out of surprise, and his hand automatically reached for the book hidden in his pouch. Only at the last moment Jonin was able to pull himself together, and the blonde meanwhile dispelled the clones and made a replacement for a girl from the Uchiha clan, who then turned to face him, demonstrating a Sharingan with 3 tomos, which gave him goosebumps. That's how, because of childish stupidity, he absolutely did not want to reveal his skills. The brunette, winking at him, turned back, forcing him to think. Naruto followed the further passage with half an eye, communicating mentally with Kurama. He was distracted from this lesson by the same Uchiha, who poked him in the side. "Uzumaki, why did you fall asleep there or something?" The gray-haired man asked. "Demonstrate the attacking technique of the elements, on those targets over there. Futon, Kazakiri." But Jutsu mouthed the name of the Jinchuriki technique, sending a wind blade into a pillar standing 50 meters away from him, which easily cut him, and then hit a couple of dozen meters behind him into the ground, raising shreds of earth and dust into the air. The Jonins looked with big eyes at the consequences of the technique, then at its creator, Kakashi, with a look full of misunderstanding, gave the command to prepare for the next candidate. The children looked with surprise at the blonde, about whose weakness there were many rumors in the village, but they only understood that they had absolutely no basis. All the shinobi in Konoha were aware that the futon is an extremely rare element for the fighters of the village, and those who mastered it could use techniques only with a lot of hand seals, and now before their eyes, just a contender for the title of genin without seals has created a technique of at least B rank. After Naruto, the audience was surprised by a girl from the Uchi clan who created the fire dragon technique, which Kakashi was going to stop with a wall of water when she was covered with a string of symbols a few meters before her, and then disappeared. No one except Hatake himself understood exactly what had happened. Jonin looked expressively at the blonde man putting a small scroll in his pocket. Then the applicants demonstrated a variety of techniques of fire, earth, water, and Shikamaru made Jinchuriki surprised by using the lightning technique. Now each of you will demonstrate the basics of Fuinjutsu, creating explosive seals and sealing inanimate objects into a scroll. Who does not know how to do it? 10 steps to the left, the gray-haired Jonin informed the audience. Many of the audience looked at Jonin with horror, because this discipline was taught exclusively in the last year of study due to the lack of specialists and their workload. Of the 29 people, only 5 remained: Naruto, Shikamaru, Kiba, Kazu, and the blue-eyed Uchiha. Get started. Nara was the first to cope with the task. In a couple of seconds he created an explosion seal, after which he tied it to the kunai and sent it flying. The sound and the fiery flash of the explosion announced the clearing. After him, Inuzuka repeated the exercise. His explosion tag turned out to be somewhat weaker, but at the same time a fiery flash covered a solid area. The explosion of the seal performed by Kazu turned into a series of medium-strength explosions that followed with a certain interval. Uchiha also created a seal filled with fragments of explosives, as a result of which 3 wooden stumps turned into dust. What are you waiting for? Kakashi asked, nodding at the paper with the brush. I don't need it. Cats. A powerful explosion shook the playground. An air wave crashed with a roar against the barrier exposed by the ANBU fighters. The academy building shook finally. In some places cracks went through it. Genins looked at the grinning blonde with horror. This is what happens when a Fuinjutsu specialist is distracted from creating a seal. I'll keep that in mind. Now let's move on to sealing, Hatake said loudly, drawing attention to himself. Everything went without excesses here. Now let's move on to the last stage, taijutsu. One-on-one fights. You can use everything except ninjutsu and fuinjutsu. Is it possible to kill the enemy? Naruto asked calmly, which made some people look at him with apprehension. You can, but you don't need to. Although you have signed a waiver of claims to the village, but I absolutely do not like the prospect of writing 100 or 500 sheets of a report on why one of you glued flippers during the exam, at which I was in charge. Hatake replied with a heavy sigh. Thank you, I will try not to overdo it. The blonde man grinned rather, which scared almost everyone. Fear is the worst ally before a fight, even if it is so insignificant. The first fight of Uchiha Yoshiro against Yamanako. Seiichi, one of John's assistants, gave the go-ahead to the fight. Almost everyone watched with interest the battle of 2 clan shinobi with different melee styles, while Kiba approached Uzumaki standing apart from the others. Decided to intimidate the home kids before the fight? Without looking in the direction of the interlocutor, he asked. Sort of, the blonde shrugged. You know, I've heard a lot about you, but I never would have thought that the legendary groom hunter would turn out to be my age. Inuzuka grinned. What are you talking about now? Naruto asked. About several corpses of various visiting grooms, after the deaths of which a legend about a groom hunter trying to get someone from the harem clans of Konoha began to walk among the ordinary residents of the village. He is elusive and merciless, he is a bloody and cruel killer, but in reality he is just a 12-year-old boy. It's fun, though, the dog breeder said, watching as Uchiha knocks Yamanako out. What makes you think I'm involved in this? Jinchuriki asked, tilting his head to the side. Yes, it's simple. 6 of the unsuccessful suitors were killed with the help of Fuinjutsu, an extremely high level that is inaccessible even to the strongest jonins of the village, and you have now demonstrated a level that they did not even dream of. while no one would ever believe that you were involved in this, even if you were caught at the crime scene. Because your failure as a shinobi is a generally accepted fact, Inuzuka laid out his arguments. And now what? Naruto asked, looking at the interlocutor. Now, I'll just say thank you, Kiba grinned, because you helped my older sister with your actions. Don't be afraid, I won't betray you, Inuzuka are not informers. You're welcome. By the way, where is your Nin-ken? Naruto asked the question. Akamaru is waiting for me at the entrance. He was forbidden to enter the academy. He, you see, scares the elementary courses. Well, Big Wolf, what's the big deal? Are they shinobi or what? The brunette grumbled discontentedly, for whom such an attitude to a faithful four-legged partner and friend was simply outrageous. I see, I think it's time for you, Uzumaki said, pointing to Kakashi Inuzuka, who was beckoning. Thank you, I have a suggestion to go to Dango restaurant after the exam. What do you say? Already heading to Jonin, Inuzuka asked a question. If the others don't mind, the blonde man replied. They won't, Kiba assured him, taking off from his seat. His fight against another Uchiha was surprisingly short, only 10 seconds, at a speed a couple of times faster than the owner of the Sharingan. Inuzuka made a breakthrough, delivering one crushing blow to the jaw, from which the opponent simply could not get to his feet, and one of the Jonins had to put him in order. Memorable were also the fights of Kazu against Aburame, and Shikamaru against Uchiha, over whom the Shadow Master just mocked. The last was the fight of Naruto himself, against a blue-eyed girl from Uchi. The girl activated her dojutsu as soon as she and the blonde greeted each other, and tried to catch him in genjutsu, but to her surprise, she almost missed a strong blow to the solar plexus area when she decided that she had succeeded. Having left the blow by jumping back, the girl immediately put up a block, taking a rather strong blow on it, from which a bruise immediately began to appear. In response she tried to get the Jinchuriki with a kick in the side, which she did, but it did not bring the proper result. The blow passed casually. After breaking the distance, both opponents froze in their seats for a few seconds waiting for the enemy's attack to begin. Naruto was the first to move, tried to take victory over the opponent with speed, but stumbled upon a reliable defense and, having received 2 strong blows to the body, had to retreat and go on the defensive. Actively using the advantages of his Sharingan, the girl switched to attack. From a blow to the head, the blonde dodged, after he had to put a hard block on the kick from the foot, and then jump back to get away from the cut, but even this did not save him from a strong blow from the brunette's leg to the chest, from which he fell on his back, rolled away from another blow, barely managed to get up as he received a knees in the face, but managed to grab the opponent by the leg and drop her to the ground, winning the second necessary to assess the situation. With a kick, Jinchuriki lifted a lot of dust and sand into the air, forcing Uchiha to cover her eyes with her hand, yet dojutsu was both the main strength and weakness of the clan, after which he made a leap forward, managing to make a painful grip of the hand covering her eyes and knock her opponent to the ground. The fight is over, Kakashi said, appearing next to him, and forcing Naruto to let go of the girl's hand. The winner is Uzumaki Naruto. You also fought with dignity, Izumi. You just got an extremely uncomfortable opponent. Thank you for the fight, Izumi, Jinchuriki said, helping the brunette to get up. And thank you, it seems that Itachi is not messing with you for nothing. Uchiha grinned. You will learn about the results of the exam tomorrow. The list of past participants will be posted on the bulletin board on the first floor. Everyone is free now, Hatake said, disappearing into a whirlwind of leaves with his assistants. Kiba immediately approached the blonde, accompanied by Shikamaru and Kazu. The rest of the participants went about their business. A couple of Uchiha tried to take Izumi with them, but Inuzuka and Senju sent them away, saying a few affectionate things. Well, are we going to a restaurant? Nara asked, not showing even a hint of drowsiness or laziness. Yeah, we've sent your friends away, so we can safely take a break from them for a couple of hours, Izumi, Kiba said, pleased with himself. Yes, thank you, and if they inform Fugaku again? I don't need problems with a future relative, Uchiha sighed resignedly. Oh, don't worry, he won't touch you. Still only Shisui can argue with Itachi in strength in your clan, but they are best friends, so just relax and enjoy life, Senju advised, jumping on the fence of the academy, followed by everyone else. It's easy for you to say, your father won't say a word against you, because he really wants to live. Izumi laughed. Well, just think, mom keeps him under her thumb, it's his own fault. Kazu shrugged, jumping to the ground, and heading towards the nearest restaurant where various goodies were sold. Gradually, all the guys got involved in the conversation. Yuriko joined them in the restaurant in the company of Shisui, Keed, and Lee, as a result of which the conversation dragged on for several hours, and Naruto acquired several comrades, at least for now, and then time will tell. Meanwhile, Kakashi carefully studied the answers to the questions given by Uzumaki, and with each of them the hair on Jonan's head stood on end. Having finished with this, the gray-haired man thought about something intently for several minutes, clutching a piece of paper in his hand. After that, he moved with the help of special ANBU equipment directly to the office of the Hokage, who was sorting through another stack of documents. Is something wrong? The exam seems to have gone almost smoothly. Looking up at his best student, Minato asked, "Here's sensei, look at this," Hatake said, handing the fourth variant of Naruto's answers to, "And what surprises you here?" Namikaze quickly ran his eyes over the sheet and asked, "How does he know about the internal reforms concerning the ANBU? This is not in any available source of information, these things are still classified top secret, and only the commanders of various departments of the ANBU and you have access to them," Kakashi said, hinting that perhaps the ruler of the village himself is to blame for this leak. You forget about the moment that Naruto is the direct receiver of Atsushi and the future head of the Uzumaki clan, which means he has full access to the clan archive, and the Uzumaki during Tobirama's reign, dominated the military department of the village, and they have all the detailed information in the reports. I'm even sure that it was on their initiative and those reforms were carried out, Minato reminded the student. Then what about the second question? How can he know such things? Does he have a Byakugan? Although, here he may have found information in the archive again, the owner of the Sharingan said, scratching his head. In this matter, he was coached by Atsushi, he himself has a wealth of experience in cutting hyugas into organs. The fourth breathed out noisily, signing another document. No, well, and the third question? How does he know the latest developments of the NSA in data encryption? This is generally beyond my understanding. It feels like the Uzumaki are still holding the entire military department of Konoha by the balls. Hatake spread his hands. I have to agree with the latter. You know yourself, the authority of Atsushi for the old ANBU is indisputable, which is probably why the legacy of the Uzumaki clan has not yet been pulled to pieces. So here, most likely, the work of the old fox, he and Danzo are still schemers, even though they do everything for the good of the village, Minato said with a note of discontent in his voice. The fourth question caused me a stupor in general. He knows perfectly well all the ways of orientation on the terrain, the peculiarities of various climates and natural zones. But at the same time there is a complete zero in the geography of the most important places in our country. How can this be? Jonan asked ruefully. Maybe he just couldn't decide which places to enter? Although, knowing Kushina, I can say that he probably just doesn't bother studying this aspect, Namikaze replied, scratching his chin. That's clear. Are you aware that Naruto owns a futon at the highest level? To create a B-rank technique without seals, even Danzo can't do it. The gray-haired man was indignant. Naruto, according to Atsushi, has only one single element, and you yourself understand what this means, the fourth one said significantly. However, your son is full of surprises, this whole story with his weakness as a shinobi, I understand it's just a screen in order to allow Atsushi to properly train the boy. Hatake asked, arching an eyebrow. Minato agreed with him. With the old Uzumaki they have long thought of such an option. You know it should remain a secret, of course, and no one removed the seal of silence from me, just as they did not dismiss the captain of the ANBU of the Rapid Reaction Squad. But why did you decide to flaunt it now? Is it because of the movements of the Uchi? Kakashi asked. Yes, partly. Too many reports have been coming in on them lately. Namikaze nodded his head. I see, thanks for the explanations, sensei, good day to you, the gray-haired man said, disappearing into the shunshin, leaving the teacher alone in the struggle with piles of waste paper. The sun was slowly rolling across the sky. Villagers hurried about their business, children ran around the playgrounds with joyful shouts, merchants touted their goods in all sorts of ways, inviting customers, shinobi, barely noticeable shadows, moved along wires and poles, and genin teams gathered at the playgrounds waiting for their sensei. Naruto was sitting under the shade of a tree in the company of his sister and her teammate. Kichiro Suzuki, a 15-year-old guy with brown hair, pointed facial features, slightly narrowed brown eyes, a hooked nose, burn marks on his right cheek, in blue pants, a bulletproof vest with a genin protector fitted on his right side, in standard shinobi sandals, and casting fleeting lustful glances at Kid, which caused blonde annoyance. Namikaze did not pay attention to him, looking at everyone gathered. She was wearing an expensive bulletproof vest, not even available to all jonins, in view of its exorbitant price, which was well fitted to her Naruto figure, did not constrain movements and did not squeeze her chest, blue trousers on her feet, tucked into boots with a small heel, long hair braided into one tight braid so as not to interfere with movement and in battle. Uzumaki was wearing exactly the same bulletproof vest as his sister, in blue trousers, the ends of which were taken into berets with a high boot on laces. All the participants were in an identical form, and such unification pleased the eye of the former ANBU, although it was mandatory only during the performance of tasks and being outside the village, giving hope that the discipline of the local genins is much better than in his past world. Almost 2.5 months have passed since Naruto received the protector, during which time he managed to work well with his sister and Kichiro. They visited Konoha twice, performing tasks to accompany caravans, but never met even simple robbers. Today was a significant day for all those gathered. Today they should go to the exam for the title of Chunin, which will be held in the village of Hidden Fog. Greetings to all those gathered. The voice of the fourth came from the balcony of the residence, behind which stood the Jonin sensei. All the gathered genins immediately, as if by magic, lined up in even columns and ranks. I think there is no need to explain the reason for your gathering here. I will only inform you that our caravan is moving out in an hour from the eastern gate. I advise everyone to stock up on fresh water. We will have a day of sea navigation. Gathering in 40 minutes, disperse. The playground was almost instantly empty. Only Naruto strolled away towards the eastern gate, which caused a grin from Minato, who watched him go. Namikaze was surprised to realize that even now his son surpasses the majority of the village's jonins by a head in strength and experience, and at the same time skillfully hides it, often directing the people he needs to a certain goal by barely noticeable interference in their lives. Shaking his head, Hokage headed to the meeting room, where all the jonins whose genins had been declared to participate in the exam gathered for the last briefing before the mandrel. The ships with the delegation from Konoha slowly entered the main harbor of the village of Hidden Fog. The genins looked at the surrounding landscapes with surprise and many other ships that had already docked. Only Naruto and Kakashi stood on the bow and looked at what was happening around with indifference, sometimes exchanging insignificant phrases. Uzumaki was able to establish good relations with Hatake, got acquainted with his large family, with great difficulty getting used to seeing him as the head of the family, but even in this world he did not get rid of the habit of constantly reading Jiraiya's books, and it seems that he applied the knowledge he learned from there in practice. Soon the pier appeared with several greeters, among whom the blonde was surprised to recognize two swordsmen of the fog, Hoshigaki Kisame and Momochi Zabuzu. Both were in the standard uniform of their village with huge swords on their backs, with faces expressing calmness comparable to the calm of the vast ocean that lay to the east of the island. The genins and their sensei, on Kakashi's command, quickly lined up on the deck. As soon as the ladder was lowered from the side of the ship, Jonin came out, accompanied by several civilians. "I am glad to welcome the allies to the land of our village," Kisame said, slightly bowing his head in greeting. But, likewise, Hatake replied to the greeting, handing the swordsman a scroll sealed with the fourth's personal seal. "Hokage-sama asked me to tell you that he is happy to accept Mizuki's offer to be a guest at the third stage of the exam and will arrive here in a week accompanied by his family." "I'll tell Sama this news," Hoshigake said, quickly putting the scroll into one of the pockets on his vest and finishing with the official part of the meeting. "Hand over the command of your blockheads and let's go for a walk. Zabuza, take care of the guests' accommodation. Asuma, command the parade. If anything, you know where to look for me." Kakashi gave the go-ahead, accepting Kisame's invitation. Naruto looked at all this with great interest, making notches for himself for the future, to find out from the copyist of the story how he knows the owner of the Samahata. From these thoughts he was distracted by Obito, who pushed him to the exit, showing with his hand that Kid and Kichiro were already below. The blonde only grunted and jumped over the railing with a deft movement, overcoming 24 meters at once and landing on both feet, attracting the attention of the genins of other villages to himself and his comrades, for which he immediately received a light slap on the head from a smiling sister, who was already used to such antics of her brother. After a short trip around the village, the genins were placed in a guest house specially designated for their delegation. Children and teenagers quickly dispersed to their rooms. Only Naruto, Lee and Kid went in search of something to eat. For them, after 2 months of training under the guidance of Guy and Atsushi, such trips were not a problem, unlike most participants. In the kitchen, to their surprise, they found Izumi Uchiha, who was chatting about something with a friendly smiling woman standing at the stove and fussing over boiling pots. As expected, the Uzumaki went out in search of food. Itachi's bride laughed, gesturing to her friends to take the vacant seats. "And what are you doing here? Do you like to indulge in diets all the time?" Kid asked, sitting down next to her friend. "Itachi promised to flog me if I just mentioned diets at least once more," the brunette sighed, after which she added with displeasure. "He says I'm already small, thin and weak." "No, well, in what place am I weak?" "Yes, calm down, Izumi, he's just worried about you, and he's right about your thinness," Naruto said, quickly placing plates and utensils on the table. "Moreover, he is partly right about your weakness. And you're there too?" The girl growled angrily, who was clearly exasperated by such an opinion about her powers. "You would have listened to me first, and then grumbled," the blonde man replied, skillfully slicing the bread passed by the woman. "Compared to the strength level of Itachi and Shursui, and you and me, and Lee and Kid, snotty kids, he's used to measuring everyone by himself. That is why it often takes excessive care of you. So calm down and don't wind yourself up for nothing. It's better to do intensive training on returning home, in order to reach a level of strength sooner, at which he won't worry when you are sent on a mission outside the village. Sometimes, I get the feeling that you're not 12 years old at all," Izumi said, taking a saucepan with something that smelled of fish from the hostess. "And you live with my grandfather for a year, you will quickly learn to think like adults. He sometimes has methods that are not at all childish," said Naruto, which made Kid and Lee shudder, who are well acquainted with the methods of Atsushi. At this point, the conversation came to naught, because more and more different dishes began to appear on the table, and the smell of food began to catch up with the jonin. Having had a good snack, the genins went to their rooms. The morning for Naruto began as usual a few hours earlier than for all the other inhabitants of the house. Climbing out onto the roof, he sat down in a meditation pose and began to perform the exercises that had already become routine to try to take control of the senchakra, which stubbornly failed, yet the body's unpreparedness for such techniques made itself felt. After finishing with meditation, the blonde quickly went downstairs and took a shower and went to the kitchen. By this time there were only a few jonins on his feet, Lee, already warming up in full on the playground between two guest houses in the company of Kunoichi from Sand, about the same age as him. The girl skillfully defended herself from the slow blows of the thick-browed man and several times already managed to knock him down, which made Jinchuriki smile, because he was simply playing with an unexpected training partner, yet even he often could not resist after Guy's blows, and Lee not only did it constantly, but even sometimes spent effective attacks, so that Mato could then flaunt huge black eyes for several hours. In the kitchen, the hostess and Kakashi were found sitting at the table. Outwardly he was in perfect order, but Naruto understood perfectly from the look. Hatake had a wild hangover, yet Jonin is not like anyone, he knows how to tolerate. Responding to the greeting of the blonde with a nod, he continued, silently fighting his illness. Deciding to take pity on the man, Uzumaki extracted from the seal on his left hand a couple of capsules with a universal antidote that helped to cope with poisoning with light poisons, at the same time helping well with a hangover. Taking a glass of water from the hostess, he put it in front of the gray-haired man and put capsules in his hand, who gratefully looked at the teacher's son and swallowed the medicine, emptying the glass in one gulp. Thank you, Kakashi thanked the blonde, feeling how quickly the hangover begins to recede. Where did you get such an antidote? You're welcome, Naruto replied, helping the silent hostess set the table. This was given to me by Tsunade, she said it would be useful for the exam. And how do you manage to constantly beg for something from her? Hatake asked. I just come and politely ask her for what I need, that's all, Jinchuriki said, starting to quickly devour breakfast. And what time does the exam start? Yes, we haven't thought of that yet. At 10, and one of the examiners will arrive for us at 9 o'clock, the gray-haired man said. Then I think it's time to raise the others. And yes, Kakashi-senpai, would you share at your leisure the story of your acquaintance with the strongest swordsman of the current generation of swordsmen? The boy asked. Yes, it's time. I'll share it, Jonin agreed, watching 5 copies of him appear next to Naruto. Raise the people, only politely, the original gave the order, after which they disappeared on the stairs leading to the upper floors. How long have you been using this technique? Arching an eyebrow, the owner of the Sharingan asked it. 2 years exactly. Enjoy your appetite, senpai, I'll go wake up my sister. Hostess, thank you for the food, Jinchuriki thanked the woman who continued to work at the stove. Quickly climbing to the 3rd floor, Naruto, knocking on the door, heard his sister's voice and permission to enter, went inside. Sitting in front of the mirror, Keed stubbornly tried to comb her hair still wet after a shower, but it turned out badly for her. Shaking her head, the blonde took the comb from his sister and began to put her hair in order himself. A little wind chakra and the hair was already completely dried. I see you have a personal hairdresser. Izumi's voice was heard coming out of the bathroom wrapped in a fluffy robe. Good morning, Naruto. Good morning, Izumi, Jinchuriki replied, starting to braid his hair, which he had to learn to do back in the last world, when he had to constantly help Kurama with this. You would hurry up, we have to move to the place of passing the first stage of the exam in an hour. Thank you for warning, be a person and help Izumi, otherwise it won't be good if she shows up in public like this, Namikaze said, taking her uniform and going to the bathroom. No problem. Izumi, sit down and don't move, motioning for Uchiha to take a seat on a chair in front of the mirror. Thank you, the girl thanked for the offered help, sitting down on a chair. After drying the brunette's hair with the wind chakra, Uzumaki quickly combed them and plaited them into a braid, leaving 2 strands on the sides, after which he was about to leave the room, when a blue-eyed Uchiha caught up with him at the very door. Naruto, tell me honestly, where did you learn this? The girl asked, staring intently at her friend's back. And don't lie that you learned this from Keed, even she can't handle such long hair so neatly and quickly. I'm sorry, Izumi, but I can't answer that question yet, the blonde man said calmly. Each of us has our own secrets, right Namike Zazumi, how do you know? Seriously asked the girl, realizing that the boy standing in front of her is not a child at all. Knowledge of the elementary basics of genetics and some unpleasant moments from the history of the village concerning my family, said Jinchuriki. And what do you know? Uchiha asked quietly. Everything, from beginning to end, and let's end our conversation on this until the next time, Naruto said, leaving the room, leaving the girl alone. An hour later, all the Konoha genins, of whom there were 21 people, stood at the huge building of the Hidden Fog Shinobi Academy. A village sign hung over the main entrance, large windows, a slightly bluish color of the stone from which the building was built. A crowd of participants from various villages stood in groups all over the courtyard. The genins of Mist and Leaf tried to stay away from the shinobi of Stone and Lightning, to which both villages had many mutual claims since the last full-scale war of the 5 great hidden villages. Greetings to the audience, Momochi said, pausing for a few seconds to let the participants line up. Now we go inside one by one, getting the number of our place and quietly and calmly occupy it. I warn you right away, any team will be excluded even just for trying to start a verbal altercation, not to mention fights. Is everything clear to everyone? Seeing the tacit agreement of the audience, he gave the go-ahead and the genins reached inside in a chain. Naruto was pleased to note for himself that there were 3 Hyugas present at the lightning exam, one of whom was Niji, and a plan for the upcoming adventure began to slowly emerge in Jinchuriki's head. Soon, all the applicants for the title of Chunin were already sitting in the audience, which was almost no different from their counterparts at the Konoha Academy, except for the map of the Land of Water hanging above the board. Looking around the office, Uzumaki noted to himself that those who could arrange a conflict tried to put as far away from each other as possible. With great surprise, Naruto found the family but the dog in the hall when he turned back and met Gaara's calm gaze, and hurriedly turned away from him so as not to create problems for himself once again. Soon everyone was handed out forms with assignments and Zabuza began explaining the conditions for passing the exam. In front of each of you is a sheet with 10 tasks. The task of each team is to score at least 5 points for 3, for attempts to write off an instant exception. You have exactly an hour to complete tasks. Any questions? There are no questions. Get started. Haku time, Zabuza gave the order, sitting down at the teacher's desk, and giving a barely noticeable sign, which Naruto noticed only thanks to the training he had passed in the ANBU, but he could only guess about his appointment to people in the form of Chunin sitting on all sides of the genins. After reading the tasks in the form, Uzumaki was surprised to realize that their level does not exceed the level of a strong genin with operational experience of 6 months or more. He managed to understand the reason for such easy questions after a few seconds, when he felt a huge fatigue piling on his consciousness, and with every second it becomes difficult to concentrate even just on reading the question, not to mention trying to answer them. Closing his eyes for a few seconds, the blonde plunged into meditation, quickly dispelling the technique of influencing the mind created by people in the form of chunins and sitting with notebooks, after which he coped with the questions in a couple of minutes. Having finished with the tasks, Jinchuriki was surprised to find that there were only 10 minutes left before the end of the first stage. After taking a cursory glance at the audience, he found that not many coped with the pressure exerted by the equipment, specialists of interrogation specializations. After thinking a little, Naruto decided to help the audience, because he was not sure that if there were few opponents at the second stage, then it would be easy for him to fulfill his idea. Concentrating, he released into the surrounding space a wave of chakra from the seal left over from the former owner of the body, which simply swept away the technique of shinobi mist, and those genins who coped with the task on their own, forced to turn in his direction. Zabuza only opened one eye, and smiled faintly from the corners of his lips. The swordsman was clearly pleased with this development. Time's up, Geninov informed Haku, forcing his teacher to finally wake up. Everyone sign the papers and put them on the edge of the table. On the left, one at a time, to the exit, step march. Momochi commanded, after which he said something to his student pointing at Naruto. On leaving the office, one of the last representatives of the Yuki clan took Jinchuriki aside and asked him to wait a little, saying that the chief examiner of the stage wanted to talk to him. A couple of minutes later, the owner of the decapitator came out into the deserted corridor. "You surprised me, kid. I never would have thought that someone would decide to complicate their life in this way," the swordsman grinned. "What makes you think that there are a lot of opponents for me?" the blonde man asked. "At your age, only a few exceptions from the general mass are capable of taking a person's life," Mummy replied, after which he took a scroll from his vest pocket. "Here you go, it will come in handy at the next stage. Consider that I am such an exception." "Thank you," Naruto grinned, accepting the scroll and immediately hiding it in his vest pocket. "See you later, Zabuza-san." "Yeah," the brunette replied, disappearing into the water vortex. At the Naruto building, Kid and Lee and Izumi's team were waiting, who immediately tried to find out the reasons for his delay. Jinchuriki just waved them off and offered to walk around the village. The idea was received with a bang. They returned to the guest house in the evening. Their disappearance was not even noticed, at least no one reprimanded them. Sitting on the roof of the Jinchuriki in the evening, I was engaged in meditation, which allowed me to strengthen all my feelings at times: chakra sense, hearing, sight, smell and touch. It was this that allowed him to feel Izumi approaching him. The girl walked completely noiselessly. She had a kunai in her hands, which Naruto felt thanks to the smell of specific substances with which they were treated by Shinobi Konoha. "Did you really decide to get rid of me?" Uzumaki asked without opening his eyes and without moving a muscle. The girl froze for a second, then the sound of an iron kunai falling on the stone roof was heard, followed by barely discernible sobs. "I'm not even capable of that," Izumi whispered to herself, burying her face in her lap. "You shouldn't be so upset. You're capable of a lot, it's just that right now your strength level isn't enough to stand up to me. Since I was 7 years old, I have been trained as the head of the clan, being initiated into all the secrets of the clan's techniques, and given unlimited access to information. Unlike you, all your skills were acquired by training and comprehending them by touch without the opportunity to ask anyone for advice. You are hardworking and persistent. You were able to conquer the heart of the genius of your clan, just like he is yours, but you are an outcast inside your clan, a half-breed. You do understand that they will not let you be together, even despite the engagement, your feelings, and the threats of Itachi and Shursui. You know that you will either be killed on a mission, as it was with your biological father, or you will be made infertile, and the head of the Uchiha clan has no right to marry such a girl. Traditions, rules and purity of blood for these geeks are above human happiness, but you have a chance to avoid such a fate," Naruto said, still sitting in his place with his eyes closed. "And how do you imagine it?" Izumi shouted, who was completely unsettled by the blonde's story, although she understood all this herself, but hoped and dreamed that this would not happen. "Very simply, I will help you with the training and development of Sharingan, and in return you will go to the Namikaze clan," the blonde said calmly. "What makes you think they'll let me do that?" Continuing to sob, Uchiha asked, "Do you really think that my proposal is spontaneous? Believe me, you and I are now little cogs in a big machine that started moving a few months ago. Everything has been thought out for us a few dozen steps forward by the best minds of Konoha. It's just that you now have a chance to live a longer and happier life than the Uchiha clan planned," Jinchuriki explained, still without interrupting meditation. "So, everything was thought out in advance, and even our conversation with you?" The girl was surprised, stopping sobbing, and getting to her feet. "Yes. So what do you say about the proposal to take the surname of your real father and the older brother of the current Hokage?" Opening his eyes and turning to face the interlocutor, Naruto asked a question, carefully watching Izumi's reaction, on whose face one could read complete misunderstanding and confusion. "Now I'm talking to you on behalf of the head of the Namikaze clan, and he will know your decision as soon as he appears here at the third stage. I can at least find out the name of the real father. I don't know anything except his last name, Izumi asked with dry lips from excitement. You can. I'll even briefly introduce you to his biography. Yude Namikaze, the eldest son of the head of the clan who lived in the south of the Country of Fire, and was almost completely destroyed during the Second Shinobi War by the Army of the Cloud. Only two brothers Yude and Minato survived, after joining Konoha at the age of 19 and 8, respectively. Your father almost immediately got into the ANBU and was in the squad engaged in rescuing our shinobi from captivity, which was then a constant and everyday thing. 8 years later, he saved your mother, Uchiha Kaio, on one of the tasks. Then he was already at the head of the squad, after which they began a relationship. I do not know the details, but about a year after it turned out that Kaio was pregnant. The Uchiha gave the go-ahead for the wedding of your mother and Yudai, but shortly before that, he died on another rescue mission. His death caused a lot of doubts and suspicions about the involvement of the Uchiha clan in this, because it turned out that he was poisoned with an extremely complex slow-acting poison, and on a mission he simply could not defend himself from an enemy strike. It was not possible to prove anything then. Only recently, thanks to Shursui, copies of the relevant documents from the Uchiha archive got to the Hokage, along with documentation on the preparation of an attempt to seize power by force. Now active preparations are underway in the village to clean up all those involved in this case, and after our return to the list, a show trial with executions will be held over them. The entire top of the Uchiha clan will be executed. Itachi will become the head of the clan, and you will become his wife and, so to speak, the guarantor of the Uchiha's loyalty to the current Hokage, although this is not required in principle, a simple formality, Naruto said, then added. Yes, if you agree, you will become the first contender for the position of the head of the Namikaze clan, in case my father refuses him. You can get Uedai's personal file and all his personal belongings in Konoha, if you agree to the offer of cooperation. Naruto, after all, you already know my answer to this question. Why, then this whole conversation? Izumi asked uncomprehendingly. It's just that if you are aware of at least the general points and give your voluntary consent, it will be easier for us to act from the legal point of view of the issue, Uzumaki explained. What about Mom? The brunette asked, quickly digesting the information received, and starting to look for benefits in her position. If she wishes, she will also be able to enter the Namikaze clan, as the wife of the former head of the clan and the mother of the main heiress, after my father, Jinchuriki replied, grinning, noting with pleasure how quickly the girl recovered after his blow, with the help of the Kurama chakra. I agree, but I would like to discuss the conditions of my entry into the clan with my uncle personally. Izumi stated her demands. I will give my father the information about your consent and the desire for a personal meeting to discuss the details, said the blonde, starting to fold the sequence of seals. Naruto, tell me, where did the fourth have such confidence in you? After all, just 4 months ago you were a recognized weakling and rejected son of Hokage, and now you are his confidant, as the head of the clan and the village. Why all of a sudden such changes? Izumi asked, looking expectantly at her cousin. You will be able to find out this only after you become part of the Namikaze clan, but not before. Uzumaki smiled, dispelling the barrier, thereby making it clear that the conversation is over. Let's go to bed. Tomorrow we are waiting for the beginning of the ordeal. That night Izumi fell asleep only after Kid, who was aware of the conversation and all the upcoming events, lay down next to her and hugged her friend. Then she was able to fall into an anxious and nightmarish dream. Early in the morning, 29 genin teams were gathered at the hidden fog pier. Many of them looked at the examiner with bewilderment, explaining the essence of the second stage. In 40 minutes, the tide will reach its peak, and you and I will go to the venue of the second stage, which will be a network of caves, the entrance to which is hidden underwater. Your task will be to get alive and well to the hall in the center of the caves. Each team will have its own entrance, but they will intersect with other moves and you may encounter other participants and will have to take the fight. The winning team will continue the way, the losers or their bodies will be evacuated by ANBU. Teams that have not reached the final goal in full will be excluded. The maximum time to pass the caves is 60 hours. Team battles will be waiting for you at the final point of the route. Any questions? Kisame asked, examining the frozen genins. Since there are no questions, let's move out. The genins, accompanied by 36 fog jonins, followed Hashikaji, who after 2 minutes of running led everyone to a small cliff. At the bottom of the water line, many entrances to the caves were visible. Having dismantled the teams of the subjects, the jonins took them to them, and after a red rocket soared into the sky, they let them into the cave, removing barriers that prevented water from getting inside. After the barrier closed behind Naruto's team again, the cave plunged into pitch darkness, and they themselves froze in place. Does anyone have a flashlight or torch with them? Suzuki asked, stumbling over a rock. I don't have one, Kid replied, groping for her brother, who was standing somewhere nearby. What do you need technicians for? Uzumaki called out, already being a few meters away from the frozen teammates. I don't have any techniques that could be kept for a long time without spending a lot of chakra, because we still have to fight, Kichiro replied. Likewise, Namikaze sighed dejectedly. Everything is clear with you. The blonde sighed heavily, creating a Rasengan in his hand, into which he added a little wind chakra, which allowed him to tear it off his hand and lift it over their heads so that it illuminated the road with its bright blue color. And how do you just do it? Whispered the startled girl. It's all about the complete affinity with the air, explained Naruto. And now let's move forward. The comrades silently agreed to this, led by their unspoken commander. 6 hours of traveling through the underground labyrinth flew by completely unnoticed for them. They did not even immediately react to the attack staged by the opponents. Doton, stone spikes. Naruto heard the name of the technique from which he left by jumping into the air. Kid was out of range, and Kichiro received 2 through wounds in his right leg. Rasengan, Uzumaki muttered, directing the blue sphere at the large stone peaks on which the crash of equipment fell and the dust that rose. After it hit the target allowed Jinchuriki to buy time to drag the wounded comrade aside. Kid, cover me, I'll get these freaks now, hissed the blonde, smeared in blood. Good, the girl said shortly, leaning out of her hiding place. Kato, a fireball. While the slow fireball blocked the view of the opponents, Uzumaki rushed after him, trying to get closer to the genins hiding in the crevice in this way. A wall of water soon stood in the way of the fire projectile, while Naruto sent a dozen wind blades into the ball, which tore the ball apart, and landed in protective equipment with fiery arcs. As a result, the cave was filled with steam and the smell of burnt human flesh, and its vaults were announced by a girlish squeal full of despair. After that there was no point in continuing the battle, the enemy was completely demoralized. A girl of about 15 with eyes widened with horror in tears was sitting against the wall, trying to squeeze into the stone. A red-haired guy with a stone protector on his forehead was sitting next to him, pale as a sheet. Mdaya, Naruto drawled, standing in front of them, clearly puzzled by such a reaction, and behind his back, his sister barely coped with the urge to vomit after seeing a half-burned corpse. Shaking his head, the blond man took his blanket out of the seal and covered the corpse with it, after which he approached the redhead and patted his cheek several times, bringing him to his senses. Where is your signal scroll for the ANBU? I have it, he replied in a hoarse voice, blinking his eyes. Give it here, Uzumaki commanded in an imperative tone, to which he obeyed. Kid, look at Kichiro. Quickly breaking the seal on the scroll, the boy unfolded the scroll on the ground. A second later 3 fog ANBU appeared in its place, pointing with gestures to the command from the stone, and the corpse under the blanket of the Jinchuriki went to his sister, leaving the ANBU to deal with the corpse and the teenagers themselves. How are you? The blonde guy turned to the guy wincing from pain. I will live. They didn't touch the bones, only the calf muscle, but I can't walk fast now. Sorry, Suzuki hissed, biting his lip. It's okay, the clones will carry you, Kid will cover, I will clear the way to the destination, Naruto reassured him. Are you sure you can handle it? The girl asked excitedly, obviously not yet completely recovered from the corpse she saw. I'll manage, the main thing is try not to get under your arm, otherwise I can hook you, Uzumaki reassured her, calling 2 clones, one of which shouldered the already bandaged Sasuke on his back, and the second created a Rasengan, began to light their way. If anything, I will give you information through the clones. After that, Naruto, accelerating the flow of his chakra, rushed forward, talking with Kurama along the way. Did you feel them? Kitsune asked it. Yes, ahead in a small hall, at the intersection of 5 tunnels, 4 teams are clearly waiting for someone. There are serious suspicions that we are, said the blonde. And what are you going to do? 9, Tails asked it. I'll find out what's there. If everything is bad, I'll chop them all into cabbage. Without further ado, the boy lazily replied. How cruel you've become, the girl chuckled. Either me or me. The formula here is as simple as a cork. Naruto waved away. Okay, I won't distract you, they are already very close. Kurama paused. Meanwhile, Jinchuriki got close to the exit of his cave to the hall and barely managed to defend himself from a water projectile flying right at him. Wind blades a few meters away from him destroyed the danger. After him, several smoke bombs flew to the side where Uzumaki was, plunging the cave in which he was in into dense, eye-cutting smoke, which caused him to jump almost into the center of the hall and be surrounded by 12 opponents, among whom he recognized Neji. Surrender, you're surrounded, Hyuga said haughtily. Give us the scroll given to you by Mama Zabuza, and we will spare your life. I have no reason to believe the words of a member of the traitor clan, Naruto grinned, watching the brunette's face contort into a grimace of anger. Then you will die here. Having already pulled himself together, the young man summed up the conversation. Yeah, I'm running and stumbling, grinned Jinchuriki, instantly folding a series of seals. Summoning technique, Rakshasa star. A bright flash lit up the hall, followed by a loud lion's roar, which made the blonde's opponents shudder. Soon everyone could see a 5-meter-tall creature with a lion's head, 4 arms, with a huge blade in each, standing on 2 lion paws, and waving its tail. On its hands and feet there were bronze rings and sinuous blue lines glowing in the semi-darkness. Waving its arms like a windmill, the beast froze. Rakshasa, you can chop all of them into cabbage, except for this big-eyed one. Pointing to Hyuga, Naruto gave the order. Waving his blades, he nodded, and in a moment he was at his first victim. A wave and 2 equal halves of the clouds that were Genin a second ago fall to the floor. The rest are torn from their seats in horror, trying to get away from the terrible creature, which turns out to be surprisingly fast and agile. A jump and 1 Genin turns into a bloody mess, ground by the powerful paws of the summoned creature. A jump and a wave of all the blades cut 2 more Genins into pieces. A sharp acceleration and the very tip of his weapon blows off the head of a bald guy who was trying to create a lightning technique. A tail strike and a black-haired guy who tried to attack from behind with a katana hits the wall with a broken doll. A powerful leap and 3 Genins find themselves trapped. 2 were immediately cut into 4 pieces, the third was slashed by a blow of a clawed paw. A bright flash hits the giant in the back, but he does not seem to notice it, throws the blade at the one who used the technique. The last Genin simply turns into minced meat, chopped up with 4 blades. Nagi watched all this, unable to even move from his place. Only when the head of one of his comrades rolled to his feet, he threw off his stupor and, pulling a red scroll out of his vest pocket, bit his finger and, folding 3 seals, disappeared in a puff of smoke. Naruto missed him only after he heard Katanda, "Here, damn, why is it always like this?" Uzumaki shouted, annoyed that he was once again carried away by watching his new call and missed the target. "Thank you, Rakshasa, you can go back. Next time, try to summon me for a really serious battle, and not this mess in the sandbox," the summoned beast growled. "Absolutely," Naruto assured him, after which he disappeared in a bright flash. A few minutes later, teammates entered the hall. Keed was twisted by what she saw, and she ran behind one of the stones, where she emptied her stomach. Kichiro looked at the presented picture with undisguised horror and glassy eyes. Uzumaki had reasons to worry about Suzuki's mental health. What happened here? Namikaze asked in a trembling voice. Fight, Jinchuriki shrugged. Fight? Yes, it's more like a massacre. The blonde screamed. What did you expect? That I would keep them alive, provided that they wanted to kill me and attacked all together at once? Do you know what they need? Naruto muttered discontentedly. And what is it? The girl continued to scream. Uzumaki cooled her ardor. Did they come for him? Lowering her head, Kid recognized it. Yes, did you forget to completely hide your chakra during the exam again? The blonde man asked. The girl began to justify herself, but under the stern gaze of her brother, she fell silent, admitting her mistake. Sis, you should always remember that even the smallest mistake can cost you your freedom, and those who are next to you, your life, and now pull yourself together, we still have to do half the way, Naruto whispered, putting his hand on the blonde's shoulder. Okay, I'll try, Namikaze said confidently, shaking his head. The blonde man walked forward, knowing exactly where the end point of their path was. 3 hours of wandering through the corridors, and now they came to a large hall, the arch of which was supported by many stone columns with carved ornaments. There was a large pyramid-shaped building in the center, at the entrance to which several participating teams were standing, and a lot of jonins from all participating countries, except for the Cloud, were all discussing something noisily, and when the team from Konoha appeared, they abruptly fell silent. Fear and primal horror were reflected in the eyes of most, the reason for which Naruto easily understood. Battles of various teams from all corners of the exam venue were broadcast on a huge screen on the wall. Only a couple of people among the young genins did not radiate fear. The first was Izumi, who stood with her team, and Gaara, who looked at everything around with the calmness of the desert. In complete silence, Naruto marched to the Zabuza standing at the entrance. The swordsman grinned rather. He clearly liked the arranged spectacle. And you're really good, boy. You should have seen how all this herd was shitting itself out of fear when your call turned 11 genins into minced meat in a minute, without even straining. Then full fainting began, shitting pants, puking genins, screams and calls to let them go to their mother. In general, it was fun. Mummy grinned. And how much did you win? The blonde man grinned. 3 million, chuckled Jonin Tamana, clearly pleased with such a solid replenishment of the purse. In that case, place your bet on Kid for the third round, Naruto said, heading back to his team, imperceptibly returning the scroll with the cave map to Zabuza. Thanks for the advice, Momochi said finally. Naruto spent the remaining 4 and a little days together with the team and Izumi. The blonde told how he received such a specific and strong call, told a little about the Rakshasa himself that came to his call. The time spent talking, treating Kichiro, who looked at the blonde with horror, flew by completely unnoticed. Of all the teams that started, only 16 went to the qualifying fights. Izumi's team was the first to fight. The fight turned out to be extremely fleeting and uninteresting. 3 genins from the stone could not oppose anything to the Sharingan genjutsu and killed each other. As a result, according to the decision of the judges, only Uchiha from the whole team went to the third stage. Next was the battle of the team from the sand against the team from the hidden grass. The sandy burial simply did not leave those chances, although he did not kill the dog, limited himself to broken limbs. As a result, only he left the team in the third stage. Then there was a battle of the fog team against another Konoha team. The excellent level of Kenjutsu allowed 2 genins of the host country to reach the final, and 2 genins of the leaf were urgently taken to the hospital. Then there was a battle of 2 teams from the rain against each other. No one came out here. Then the only surviving team of the cloud and the team from the sand converged. All 3 genin Kyumo were able to pass to the final part. After that, there were battles of representatives of various small hidden villages, as a result of which 7 more people were selected for the third stage. The last one was supposed to be the fight of the Naruto and Genin team from the Rock, but they refused to fight. According to the results of the judges wanted to bring Jinchuriki himself to the finals, but he refused, using his right to transfer a ticket to the finals to any shinobi of his village. Don't let us down, Keed, sending his sister to the center of the arena, where 15 participants were lined up. Now we will draw the numbers of the participants of the third round. The number is assigned to you in accordance with the number of the exit to the final. The first pair, number 15 and number 2, your fight will be the first. The next pair continued to list the order of the fights of the Zabuza participants, but Naruto was no longer listening to him, trying to find the source of irritation that had been chasing him from the very beginning of the qualifying fights. Having failed to find him, Uzumaki crushed the iron railing out of frustration, which caused an even greater wave of fear directed at him. After the draw was completed, all the surviving genins were taken to their guest houses. In the house allotted to the shinobi Konoha, dead silence reigned. Many genins realized with horror for themselves that for a very long time they lived next to a monster for whom human life is an empty sound. The jonins treated this calmly. Everyone was aware that it became several points more dangerous to get involved with the Uzumaki or Namikaze clan, as well as their allies. Naruto was sitting on the roof next to Izumi and Keed, who were listening attentively to him. Izumi, you are now immersing all three of us in genjutsu, Keed, while you are trying to keep your subconscious as open as possible so that we can get to the nine-tailed. Uzumaki gave instructions. Why all this? Namikaze asked, who didn't like her brother's idea a bit, but she wasn't eager to catch Biju's eye again. You have a fight with the one-tailed Jinchuriki tomorrow, and you can't even use the power of your Biju. How are you going to deal with him if he uses the power of Shikaku? The blonde man asked. You're right, as always, the girl sighed resignedly. Come on, Sister Izumi, turn on your genjutsu miracle. A few minutes later, the three of them were standing in a small corridor. The blonde subconscious was very different from Naruto's subconscious. The walls were made of gray granite, a white marble floor, steady daylight poured from above, water flowed through two gutters at the very wall of the corridor. Lead us, Jinchuriki asked his sister. In order to find the hall with the seal, it took the trio a whole hour. When they entered the hall, they saw a huge stone to which the nine-tailed man was chained with chains and pins. Biju looked at the guests with surprise, and then focused his gaze on Naruto. You! The fox suddenly roared. What am I? The blonde man calmly asked, jumping on the nose of the interlocutor. Heir to the will of Rikudo-san Nin, the power of Hagoromo flows in you. You are the one who was recognized by all 9 Biju. Why did you come here? Twitching in the chains, the tailed one barked. To offer you to change the situation in your cage, with the subsequent possible receipt of partial freedom. The blonde made an offer to the fox. And what do you want in return? The interlocutor asked. You will train her to use your powers. You will not try to escape and capture her body. The boy informed Biju. I agree, the fox drawled, perfectly feeling his Biju next to Naruto. That's nice, Uzumaki smiled, jumping to the floor of the subconscious under the sister's eyes full of surprise. The inner world immediately began to move. The chains and pins evaporated. The stone, falling to the floor, began to take the shape of a golden lattice that fenced off a huge space for Biju. Then changes began inside the cage. The floor turned into grass, and the walls began to look like a forest thicket. Naruto did not remember what happened next. He woke up late in the morning from an annoying knock on the door of his room, and the voice of someone from the Jonins warning that there was only half an hour left before the start of the third stage, and Hokage wanted to see him. The sun rose above the horizon, and the stands of the main arena of the fog were filled to capacity with people, ordinary residents of the village, its guests who came for the show, serious merchants and traders, shinobi delegations from all countries participating in the exam. Loud conversations and discussions of the fights that were about to begin and their participants already lined up in the center of the arena. One-on-one fights, no restrictions in techniques and time. It is allowed to kill and maim the enemy, but I can intervene and stop the fight if I deem it necessary," Kisame said, throwing his hand behind his back and taking hold of the handle of his sword for a second, which for the few gathered was a clear sign that I was nervous. "Now Kid Namikaze and Gaara no Dog will remain in the arena." The girl and her opponent froze against each other, waiting for the go-ahead from Hashikaga, who was appointed as a judge for the third stage. Gaara drilled the blonde with a cold look, trying to instill fear in her with his whole being. His ki involuntarily made the hair on his head stand on end. But Ki did not feel fear. Ki Atsushi or Naruto were many times stronger. "Let's start." Jonin gave the go-ahead to the start of the fight, instantly moving to the wall. "Kato, Enden," Namikaze whispered, sending a flame projectile into the dog's nose, jumping away from the enemy. The fire technique crashed against a wall of sand, which, having melted, froze in place with a bizarre glass statue. Waving his hand in the direction of the blonde, Gaara forced the ground under her feet to turn into stone spears, from which she jumped back and threw in response a couple of kunai with explosion seals, which got stuck in the sand wall that reappeared in front of the dog. A powerful explosion tore it apart and threw it several meters away from the sandy one, severely scorching his clothes and hair. Getting up heavily, he stared at his opponent with eyes mad with rage and anger. Blood was flowing down his face from a split forehead. Jinchuriki clearly did not expect such a trick. The seals turned out to be several times stronger than usual, and the defense simply could not stand it. "Suna Shigure," growled the embittered Gaara, forming a cloud of sand above him, from which a lot of sand clumps flew in Kid, from which she was forced to dodge. "Raiden, Shirchu Shirbari," Namikaze used in response. 4 pillars came out of the ground around the red-haired man and began shooting lightning at him. "Suna Raijin," he defended himself, creating several lightning rods around him. "Suna no Kaiwan." A huge sand hand appeared outside of Kid's technique, shattering the stone pillars, and rushed towards her. The girl had to flee from the crushing blows. Jumping on the wall, she took 3 smoke balls from her pouch and, tying them to the kunai, threw them at the enemy who was frozen in place. Her hand easily protected him, but everything around was covered with dense black smoke. "Raiden, Jirakuchu Shirbari," Namikaze whispered the name of the technique. In the VIP box, Minato cast a very meaningful look at Kakashi, which did not bode well for the gray-haired Jonin. The same barely restrained himself from wanting to run away. Meanwhile, in the arena, Gaara was surrounded by 16 huge columns, after which the strongest electric discharges hit him, and everything around was drowned in bright flashes. Kuzubohiki, Noah mouthed, falling to one knee from his injuries and the amount of chakra spent on the strongest defense technique he was capable of. The red-haired man's body began to be covered with sand with a bizarre pattern of blue lines, then several mouths appeared on it, sucking in air noisily. Futon, Mugen Saijin Detapa. The wind squall impregnated with Biju chakra easily coped with the lightning technique, and the air waved through Kid, barely standing on her feet, after applying 2 extremely costly and complex techniques to the wall. As soon as she got to her feet, she was forced to dodge the sand shurikens launched by the enemy, which she did not quite manage. One of them grazed her back, leaving a deep cut on her. Landing and rolling, the girl winced in pain. Fatigue fell on her in full, forcing her to fall to her knees, and now she has become an easy target for Gaara. Sabaku Q, Namikaze heard a moment before the sand enveloped her. She realized with horror for herself that this was the end. Sabaku Soso, the tribunes anxiously froze in anticipation of what would happen next. The one-tailed Jinchuriki looked with complete surprise at the cocoon of sand, which could not crush the blonde who had badly battered him. And then he began to crumble at all, and an unharmed opponent appeared to his gaze, enveloped in bright orange fire and looking at him with red eyes with a vertical pupil. At that moment the young man guessed that the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed was standing in front of him. Raiden, Reiju Hashiri no Jutsu, says Kid, accumulating all the chakra from the cover in his right hand and transforming it into a lightning chakra, after which it takes the form of a wolf and rushes into the opponent. "Who? however, manages to expose a protective technique, Psycho Zetai Bogi, Shikaka no Tate. The sand statue grew in the way of the lightning technique, but only weakened the technique, and a powerful charge of electricity landed right in Gaara, who lost consciousness from this. The winner is the kunoichi of the hidden leaf, Namikaze Kid, Kisame, who appeared next to the girl, announced the result of the duel. At the same time a group of shinobi appeared in the arena with a stretcher, who promptly carried the unconscious Jinchuriki one-tailed to the infirmary. The next fight is Uchiha Izumi, Hidden Leaf, against Sato Ken, Hidden Cloud. Meanwhile, in the VIP box, there was an active discussion of Kid's fight against Gaara. And your daughter is not bad, Hokage-sama, only the strongest can use 3 such powerful lightning techniques and remain conscious at such a young age, even taking into account the fact that she is a Jinchuriki. Appreciated Kid's skills. Has she already learned to control his strength? That's what she's all about, Minato replied with a smile. No, it's too early yet. Don't you think it might be too late later? You are aware of the movement in the stone and the cloud, aren't you? Arching an eyebrow, Terumi asked, watching with one eye how Uchiha ruthlessly pushes her opponent. Yes, I know. Or do you think I just brought the strongest jonins and 2 platoons of ANBU with me, fearing for my skin? Namikaze grinned, carefully watching the actions of his niece. What are they up to? Mizukage asked bluntly. An attack on your village during the 3rd stage, Hokage calmly replied. And you're just telling me this now? The woman hissed, clearly exasperated by the actions of the allies. Calm down, you shouldn't worry in your position, Kisame is aware. Minato waved off, having the opportunity to observe the strongest kunoichi missed, blushing from embarrassment or anger. I'll kill you. Terumi quietly promised herself, then hurried to change the subject. By the way, I would like to talk about Naruto. Let's talk. Minato shrugged, noting to himself that Izumi is excellent with a katana, which she has already been able to seriously get her opponent. What kind of creature did he summon in the caves? May asked. Rakshasa, legendary cannibal demons. I can't tell you where and how he got such a call, because this is the secret of the Uzumaki clan and no one has initiated me into it. The blonde man spread his hands. Can the legendary yellow lightning of Konoha not be able to force a clan consisting of 2 people to give up their secrets? Mizukage chuckled. Trying to do this is the same as voluntarily signing an order for your own execution. Minato sighed heavily, completely ignoring the bodyguard standing behind them. Are they that strong? Terumi was surprised. Atsushi has too many connections in the ANBU and small clans, put by the former Kage on the verge of destruction. If I start to put pressure on any of them, I will simply be displaced, and while I am conducting a policy aimed at their support, I am provided with the strongest internal support, and the secrets of the clans will eventually become the property of the ANBU. He said. Hokage, how difficult everything is in your village. Mei shook her head. Is it easier for you? What are the swordsmen worth? They don't obey anyone except Hashikaga. Even you, Namikaze reminded. Don't remind me. Mizukage waved off, for whom this topic was clearly not the most pleasant. Okay, let's watch the fight better. It looks like it's already ending. Minato decided to get away from the unpleasant topic. Meanwhile, Izumi was forced to retreat under the onslaught of Genin Cloud, who covered his body with lightning armor and accelerated so much that she couldn't keep up with his movements even with Sharingan. Cuts and wounds from kunai and lightning bolts that Sato let into her immediately began to appear on her body. Catching the moment, Ken cut the muscles on Uchiha's legs, which made her fall to her knees and rest her hands on the floor of the arena. Meanwhile, the Cloud Shinobi picked up the katana knocked out of the opponent's hands and slowly approached her, bringing her to strike, intending to cut off her head. No. No way. I'm not going to die. Not now. Enraged by her own helplessness, the Uchiha mentally repeated, the fear of dying like this, on a lousy exam, away from a loved one, forced the power sleeping in every Sharingan owner to awaken. That's it, Uchiha, Sato said, abruptly lowering his katana, and the next moment he was forced to jump away from the girl covered with red-purple flames, but this did not save him from death. Around Izumi, who managed to get to her feet, despite the severed muscles, a skeleton began to appear, first ribs, then shoulders with huge spikes growths, then hands with clawed fingers and, finally, a large skull similar to a wolf's. A mouth with rows of fangs snapped shut, and 2 red dots lit up in empty eye sockets. The hand abruptly rushed towards the opponent and, grabbing him, squeezed, turning Genin Kumo into a cake. The stands howled with delight, applauding the winner, thus expressing their appreciation. Izumi looked indifferently at everything that was happening around her. Blood was flowing from her eyes, because the use of one of the strongest techniques of the clan immediately after the awakening of the Mangek Sharingan was accompanied by a severe headache and a sharp drop in vision. Soon Sasano's skeleton dissolved, and the girl fell to her knees. A 5-pointed Mangek Sharingan star froze in her pupil. Only one thought was beating in her head: I could. The winner of the second qualifying round is the Kunoichi of the Hidden Leaf, Uchiha Izumi. Kisame announced the result of the fight, appearing next to her, but the audience no longer cared about his words. They all froze, listening to the approaching rumble, wave. Someone from the locals shouted in panic, clearly understanding the reason for the strange noise. Panic and stampede immediately began among the spectators. Everyone in a hurry tried to leave the arena stands, trampling anyone who fell to the floor. Keed immediately appeared next to Uchiha, taking her sister on her shoulder. She moved to the roof of the arena, where the entire delegation of Konoha gathered. Hashikaji, jumping in the same place, looked with horror at the huge 50-meter wave, which absorbed everything that came in its way, becoming larger with each meter. This is the end. Some genin Konoha quietly voiced the thought of the majority. Kisame almost agreed with him, because he perfectly understood that the wave was created on purpose, a simple and low-cost way to erase the hidden fog from the face of the earth, because even the protective system will not be able to cope with such a huge thing, and given that the main forces of the fog were concentrated there after it, to protect what remains from the village, there will simply be no one. The swordsman understood that even he could not do anything with such a colossus, not at the current level of strength, if the three-tailed one was sealed in it, but history does not tolerate the subjunctive mood. The flash of a powerful chakra in the area of the pier made many people open their mouths in surprise, and after it, someone seemed to cut the wave in half with a wide wedge, forcing its halves to sweep only along the outskirts of the village, sweeping them to hell, and the rest of the whole part, pouring hundreds of tons of sea water. What was that? Asuma asked in surprise, dropping the cigarette he had lit earlier. The technique of the element of wind, simple as 2 and 2, but at least a couple of reserves of the average jonin were injected into it. Scratching his head, Kakashi said, watching how detachments of genins and chunins of fog, engaged in evacuation, begin to flash through the streets. Looks like it's time for us to go to the marina. The guests have arrived, Obito said, activating his Mangekyo. Ironin and all genin stay here. Kurenai, you're in charge here, Minato commanded, moving immediately to the place. Along the entire coastline, there was already a battle between the fog shinobi and the combined forces of stone and cloud. Several hundred small landing ships brought almost 8,000 shinobi here. Anbu and the fog jonins were about half as much, but this did not prevent them from confidently holding the defense at the forefront. Naruto was fighting in the very center of this bedlam. A katana picked up from one of the killed opponents easily allowed him to defend himself from the attackers. There were already 4 corpses lying around him. He himself was covered in cuts, scorched and half-naked. Dodging another portion of kunai, the blonde launched a wind blade in response, which cut through 2 genin-level shinobi and almost killed the Anbu of the allied village. With each passing minute, the cleaner took more and more control over the body, looking forward to the opportunity to fight without holding back. She introduced herself to him literally a minute later, when a large stone launched by someone from the shinobi of the enemy knocked him down. Slowly rising, The blonde froze in place right in the middle of the fight, clutching the katana with force. In an instant Chunin with a cloud protector appeared next to him, already wanting to deal with a surprisingly strong youngster. A sharp wave of the hand with a katana and the two halves of the opponent who did not even have time to be surprised fall to the ground, watering the boy from head to toe with blood. In the next moment, his weapon was enveloped in a blue glow, and he himself was next to the nearest enemy, taking his head off with a quick movement, then cutting off the hand of the jonin who was next to him and was already about to finish off the girl in the form of Anbu mist, knocked down by the water technique, and moving further into the thick of the battle. The blonde's eyes were madly flashing with gray fire. Each swing of the katana found its opponent, often ending the life of that one with a single blow, because the forces of the attackers were mainly represented by chunins and tokubetsu jonins, who could not oppose anything to the cleaner, who used the resources of the body to the fullest. Having dealt with another shinobi of the stone, he wiped the blood flowing from his face with his hand from the forehead cut by some particularly nimble chunin, after which he discovered that another ship was entering the harbor and a strong and heavy chakra emanated from it, by which he easily identified the eight-tailed one. He did not take long to wait, and a minute later appeared on the surface of the water in the form of his biju, immediately starting to form a powerful bomb. A second later, the black sphere flew into the thick of the battle. Kamui! The double cry of the jonin leaf reached the cleaner's ear, and the strongest biju technique disappeared into the spatial funnel. Next to the blonde landed Asuma and 3 Anbu, who began to skillfully wield various cold weapons from kunai and throwing knives, to poles and spears. A thunderclap over the bay and a bright yellow lightning flashed between the combatants and left only corpses behind, turned the stone shinobi into panic, who began to retreat randomly, for which they paid, falling under the Mizukage technique, which corroded their bodies without remnants. Realizing that the plan to destroy the fog failed, the ship with the eight-tailed Jinchuriki went to sea, but no one pursued him. Too many enemy shinobi fought on the shore. They were finished only an hour later. The losses among the mist shinobi turned out to be quite significant, even despite the small number of jonins among the attackers. Almost 1,000 fighters were killed, 2 were put out of action for several weeks, but their Anbu managed without irreparable losses. After the cleaner returned control of Naruto's body, he could barely stand on his feet. A lot of abrasions, bruises and cuts, responded with pulling pain, huge fatigue from the excess of used chakra and minor internal damage to chakra canals, as the consequences of using 2% of the chakra reserve from the seal of the former Uzumaki for the wind. Technique, how are you? Minato asked, appearing next to him and putting his hand on his son's shoulder. It's fine, but I'm very tired. I would like to sleep for 20 hours, Jinchuriki exhaled wearily. How are Kid and Izumi? Almost fine, they are resting now. And we have a problem, Minato continued, moving with his son through Hiration to the residence assigned to him. Izumi, awakened Mangekyo and used Susanoo, but at the same time lost 30% of her vision at once. They were in a small room with a desk by the window, a small sofa against the opposite wall and a closet next to it. The walls were painted cream color, oak parquet lay on the floor. Shit, so we'll have to pick up a few Sharingans from the sentenced Uchi. Naruto sighed heavily, realizing that the amount of work that he would have to do increased, but as they say, he called himself a bunch. Get in the back. We'll have to, otherwise she'll be completely blind in a year, Namikaze agreed. And yes, after our plan is completed, you will have to leave the village for a while. I understand that 3 years will be enough? The blonde asked, sinking down on a soft sofa, and feeling the chakra begin to spread through his body, grumbling in the subconscious of Kurama, who did not like at all that he was risking his life without a reliable back cover. Yes, do you want to go on a trip with Jiraiya? Suggested the fourth, remembering the story told by his son about the past world. Exactly, during this time you will be able to prepare everything. But I have a lot of questions about today's attack, Naruto muttered sleepily. We will talk about this later. after the reports of our observers and the analytical department of Fog. And now rest, being next to the blonde and gently squeezing the carotid artery, he said, after laying him on the sofa and covering him with a blanket taken from the closet. Hokage went to the meeting room, where the entire Konoha delegation gathered. Naruto woke up early. The sun had not yet risen above the horizon, and, assuming a sitting position, he swore to himself with a three-story obscenity. The whole body ached terribly, the center of the chakra gave off a lingering and aching pain, and the head was buzzing as after a noble binge. Looking around the room, he found Minato sleeping right in the chair, covered with a Hokage cloak. Kakashi was sleeping on 4 chairs along the wall, and there was an open bottle of something alcoholic on the table. It looks like they had a great time yesterday, Uzumaki whispered hoarsely with dry lips. It will be necessary to get rid of this seal urgently on my return, otherwise it will finish me off. And I warned you not to be a hero yesterday, Kurama grumbled in her subconscious. I'm sorry, dear, I couldn't resist. And we still need the fog to be combat ready, because we can't stand alone against the union of cloud, stone and sand, and Figs knows how many more small hidden villages will join them in the hope of snatching a piece of the wealth of the land of fire and Konoha herself. The blonde sighed wearily, getting up from the sofa. I know all this, but why was it necessary to strain your body again? After all, it was possible to do without that wind technique, Kitsune said with displeasure. Let's assume that my childhood started playing in one place. I decided to show off, grinned Jinchuriki, feeling the Kurama chakra begin to flow faster through the channels. Thank you, my dear. What would I do without you? You're welcome, Naruto. He would have been lying in the hospital for a couple of weeks, the tailed one grinned. It's a pity that your idea of capturing Huey failed. Do not worry, they will find me themselves, yet I sent 11 of their genins, including 2 hugs, to the next world, and they do not forgive this, Uzumaki replied, cracking his joints. I think we can find a suitable Hyuga while traveling with Jiraiya. And how are you going to do that? You are actually at war with them now, the girl asked. And what? This war is more likely to be positional, because so far none of the countries has enough resources for long battles, which, alas, are inevitable. So, in the zone of small buffer countries, a large number of intelligence and counterintelligence detachments of all states will begin to accumulate, and you yourself know that Hyuga has always been ahead of the whole planet in this matter. He jumped out of the window onto the damp, almost liquid earth after yesterday's tsunami. Fragments of furniture, houses were lying everywhere. In some places still lay the corpses of animals that were urgently removed by the genin teams. So you're going hunting? Kitsune said with a note of interest in her voice. Exactly, I will have 3 years to raise the skills of this body to the previous level before the war breaks out. By the time it starts, I promise, you will already have your own body, Naruto said confidently, jumping over a pile of garbage lying right in the middle of the road. I believe you, Kurama replied with a smile, breaking the mental connection. Naruto overcame the further road through the destroyed fog in silence, thinking about the upcoming events on his return to Konoha. The execution of the Uchi will greatly stir up the village. There will be a lot of dissatisfied people and those who want to remove their father from his post for such a show. Even the whole power of the ANBU will not help here. Destroying all clan shinobi will be the height of idiocy. Well, we'll have to demonstrate to all the clans the power that stands guard over Konoha and her Hokage, Naruto muttered to himself, finally reaching the guest house where the leaf genins were housed. Right on the threshold of the house, the blonde man ran into Gaara, who was doused from head to toe with water from a bucket that he was carrying. The one-tailed Jinchuriki drilled him with an evil look, but because of the plasters and bandages that were wrapped around his forehead and left eye, he looked comical. Don't look at me like that, otherwise I'll neigh like a horse and wake everyone up, Naruto warned laughing, which made the dog's right eye twitch. The sand itself enveloped the blonde man's legs, but he didn't even pay attention. What did the one-tailed Jinchuriki forget in our guest house? I'll kill you, the red, haired man hissed, but the next moment 2 red chakra laps closed on his neck. First choose your opponent according to your strength, demon of the desert, the blond man said with a note of steel in his voice, in whose eyes the gray stars were burning again. Have you come to your senses? Yes, gasped Gaara and immediately fell to the floor, gasping for air. I'm sorry, it's just that my Biju can't stand it when they try to harm me, Naruto said, holding out his hand to the young man. Are you Jinchuriki? No, asked the dog in surprise, accepting help. Yeah, Uzumaki replied. So what were you doing anyway? Did you come to spy on our girls, or are you going to take revenge on my sister for your loss? We just had to ask your delegation to help and stay in your house, since ours was not protected by Fuin barriers and was flooded as a result of that wave, the red-haired man calmly replied, rubbing his neck. Ah, well, then excuse me for being rude, I just wasn't aware, Naruto replied, scratching his head. It's all right, Gaara, but the dog, the red-haired man said, extending his hand for a handshake. Naruto Uzumaki, nice to meet you personally. The blonde shook hands with an old new friend. Likewise. Uzumaki? It's strange, I thought you had your father's last name. He's still a very famous person and a strong shinobi, said one-tailed Jinchuriki. I just like my mom's last name better, and the Uzumaki clan is not weak. What are these barriers that withstood the shock of the wave worth? Naruto grinned, sinking down on the step. Did you install them? Gaara said in amazement. Yeah, for me as a Jinchuriki and the future head of the Uzumaki clan, it's not a problem to establish such barriers. Uzumaki shrugged, noting to himself how the features of a ruthless killer and a cold-blooded, thinking about the benefits of the village, shinobi harmoniously intertwined in the local guard. That's interesting. Will the Uzumaki clan agree to sell us some Fuin barrier techniques? Tailed Jinchuriki said thoughtfully. This issue should first be discussed by the Kage of our villages, because these techniques are a strategic resource, so all questions are officially through the Hokage. The blond man spread his hands. Then, can I count on the opportunity to meet with Hokage in the near future to discuss this issue? The red-haired man inquired. I will give him a request for a meeting. How should I introduce you to him? Naruto asked. As the official representative of the Suna delegation, after the death of Baki-sensei, I headed it, Gaara calmly replied. Okay, as soon as he gives an answer, I'll let you know. See you later, Gaara, getting up from his seat, and under the thoughtful gaze of the dog passing into the house, quickly going into the kitchen, the blonde found the hostess conjuring at the stove with might and main. After greeting her, he quickly had a snack with the offered sandwiches with hot coffee. The blonde went upstairs to the sister's room, taking a couple of mugs of coffee with him. Climbing the stairs and knocking softly on the door, he waited for permission to enter from Keed, who was already awake at such an early hour. Good morning. How are you? Naruto asked, putting the coffee on the bedside table. Good morning, Oni-chan. Almost normal, except Izumi's eyes hurt, Namikaze replied with a smile, taking the cup. Morning. She's lying, almost nothing hurts anymore, Izumi snorted, taking the second coffee. Yeah, of course. And who gritted his teeth half the night? The blonde raised an eyebrow in displeasure. I just had a nightmare, Uchiha waved off, taking a sip. After waking up Mangekyo, it happens. And how do you see? Uzumaki asked, sitting down on a chair. The same as before, but in the eyes there is a feeling that sand was poured, said the brunette. So, Namikaze's genes are fighting with Uchiha genes, that's good. Now you need complete rest for your eyes for the next couple of days so that you don't start going blind. And objections are not accepted, forcing Izumi to shut his mouth, Jinchuriki said. And what are you commanding here? Keed was indignant. Maybe because I'm supposed to do it by status? Naruto replied calmly. What? Handed Namikaze, who was stumped by such an answer. Izumi, who was laughing and apparently amused by her sister's reaction, kept them from further bickering. Snorting, she stared into her mug, showing with all her appearance that she was offended. Putting his hand on her head, Naruto slightly tousled the girl's hair. Well, don't sulk. I just know a little more than you and Izumi, that's why I'm in charge, the blonde smiled warmly. I wish I knew how, the girl grumbled. You already know, Naruto waved away. Okay, you rest, we still have a couple of days for this. After returning to the list, we will most likely have a lot of missions waiting for us. What makes you think that? Uchiha clarified, finishing her coffee and lying back on the bed. Because the wave that hit the fog was not a technique, but a real tsunami caused by the detonation of a large amount of explosives on the ocean floor, somewhere between the fog and the land of waves, which means that the wave dispersed in all directions, and most likely the wave hit the east coast of the fire, and most likely almost completely flooded the country of waves, as the closest to a possible epicenter, Uzumaki explained. Which means there will be a lot of work for Konoha's shinobi. But how could they cause such a powerful wave? The brunette was surprised. They have 2 biju, and it's not a problem for them to create a couple of seals with a capacity of several dozen tailed bombs, and a tailed bomb like an 8-tailed one can easily demolish a city like the capital of the country of waves, explained Naruto. But how did they think of such a thing, because the wave could have reached them? Keed asked uncomprehendingly. This is not the first time they have used such a strategy, so they wiped out several cities on the coast of the Land of Fire in the First Shinobi War, but such a strategy will not work anymore, because, I think, after that the fog outposts on the islands adjacent to the Land of Water and our Uzumaki clan island will be restored, Jinchuriki said. Okay, I'll go, I still need to talk to my father about his meeting with the head of the delegation from Suna, and I'll come to you, Izumi, at lunch. Rest up. After leaving the sister's room, Naruto hurried to the temporary residence of the 4th, yet the opportunity to drag another of the 5 great villages to his side was not worth missing in any case. The residents greeted him with a working hum. The shinobi of 2 hidden villages were sitting over unfolded maps, discussing something and arguing with each other. Minato was found in his office. There were also Kisame and Kakashi, who were showing something to Tom on a map spread out on the table. The shock of the wave practically destroyed the eastern coast of the wave country, the dead number in the hundreds of thousands, absolutely all infrastructure was destroyed. I think it will be easiest for Konoha now to finally subdue this country under the guise of providing assistance, said Hoshikaji. You don't have to worry about that, large forces have already been sent there. We plan to create an outpost there in the near future at the place where the hidden Whirlpool village used to be, Minato replied. And what will you do with these islands? After what happened, they will most likely become part of the Land of Water. It's too advantageous a situation not to take advantage of it, the swordsman shrugged. What kind of help will Konoha need? Namikaze inquired, signaling Naruto to join the discussion. Barriers. You seem to have experts in this matter. Isn't it too early for the kid? Kisame asked, arching an eyebrow. Believe me, it's not too early, it was he who installed the barrier around our buildings, and it was his technique that cut that wave. Genins call him the demon of the hidden leaf, Kakashi informed a relative. Wow, I didn't think that your children, Hokage-san, are so gifted and famous personalities. Hoshikaji grinned. Yeah, he's also the future head of the Uzumaki clan, Hataki added. So it is to him that we should turn about the installation of barriers? The swordsman asked. Exactly, Namikaze confirmed his thought. Naruto, what are you about? The head of the Suna delegation wants to meet with you in order to arrange your meeting with Kazekage. They are very interested in the Fuin barriers, the blonde replied, sitting down on the sofa. Yes, apparently the demonstration of capabilities in the field greatly impressed many. Naruto, what do you say about helping the allies? Minato asked. The fog will be the first point of our journey with Jiraiya. So what about meeting with Suna's representative? Jinchuriki asked the question. Tell him that I can meet him after 9 o'clock in the evening here at the residence. And by the way, who is he? As far as I know, the head of the delegation was killed, the fourth inquired. Gaara no dog, the youngest of the children of the current Kazekage, Jinchuriki tailed, gave a short reference. Jinchuriki. Mdaya, I'm not the only one with genius children, Minato commented on what he heard. Then the conversation turned into a business channel. And until lunch the four discussed the upcoming expansion of the territory of their countries and planned joint actions for the next couple of years. After that, Naruto went back to the house where their delegation was stationed, and talked with Gaara for several hours, mostly on abstract topics, but the dog was completely unlike himself from the past, as Naruto remembered him, a calm, sociable guy with a broad outlook and extensive knowledge on a variety of topics and issues, with a sense of humor, but at the same time a collected and strong shinobi. Completely controlling his biju, he didn't even have dark circles under his eyes. Naruto had dinner in the company of Lee with a girl from Suna, who introduced herself as Yasu Kimura. What, Lee, did you like the Sand Princess? Laughing, the blonde asked his friend after Yasu went to her part of the house. What makes you think that? The brunette asked in surprise. Lee, well, who are you trying to deceive? Naruto laughed. I can't hide anything from you, Gustabrovic sighed ruefully. It's a pity that after the exam we will hardly be able to see her. Don't worry, I'll think of something, the blonde assured his friend. And what can you think of here? We are from two different villages that have been in a state of enmity since the Second Shinobi War, although now it has almost come to naught, the brunette reminded. Lee, just leave this question to me, and I'll figure out how to help you and Yasu. Okay, I'm going to sleep, I had a difficult day. Jinchuriki patted his friend on the shoulder. Don't you think it's unfair to take someone else's merits for yourself? Naruto heard Kurama's offended exclamation. Please don't start, you know I can't tell them everything, Uzumaki reminded them conciliatingly. I know, but I want a reward for the fact that you most brazenly arrogate my merits to yourself, snorted Kitsune. And what does my vixen want? Getting into the shower, Naruto wondered mentally. Massage, the tailed one confidently declared. Erotic? The blonde man was somewhat taken aback. Exactly, you already owe me, so I want a massage. Kurama brazenly declared. Okay, I'll give you a massage. Erotic, the blonde gave up. That's nice, I'm waiting for you, Kitsune purred contentedly. Naruto, on the other hand, only shook his head slightly and smiled. Nevertheless, the quirks of the second half often baffled him in the past. Having cleaned himself up after a shower, the young man immediately fell on the bed and plunged into the subconscious, where Kurama was already waiting for him. The night sky over Konoha was covered with smoke from a growing fire in the Uchiha clan estate, and hundreds of shinobi hurried to the scene of the tragedy. However, it was too late. On the streets of the quarter of one of the strongest clans of the village, the bodies of the murdered men of the clan were scattered everywhere. Women and children sat over them in tears, cursing gods and people. The young men who survived tried to stop the raging flames, which was difficult, because there were simply too few of them. Soon, Troika Anbu, Konoha police patrols, and simple shinobi, awakened by the smell of burning, began to fly into the quarter at breakneck speed. In less than an hour, only the smoking skeletons of houses, pools of dried blood on the ground and curses of wives and mothers coming from the surviving houses, where the bodies of all the slain members of the clan were stacked, reminded of the fire. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, despite the late hour, the heads of all the clans that were part of the village council had already gathered. Minato frowned at everyone gathered, then crossed his arms in front of his face and spoke. There is no need to explain the reason for the meeting, everyone knows that the Uchiha clan was attacked less than 2 hours ago, there are numerous victims and destruction. The attackers could not be found, even by the best search engines of the Inuzuka and Aburame clans. How and when they entered the territory of the village, as well as how they left it, is unknown, but everything indicates the presence of a traitor in the ranks of the shift that was on duty in the hall of the security system of the village. The entire shift on duty was found murdered, and one of the censors was found dead with his throat cut, a few dozen meters from the monitoring and tracking point. The fourth briefly outlined the situation. And who is under suspicion of betrayal? Shikaku asked thoughtfully. One jonin from the clanless and two chunins. I do not disclose their names, because access to this information is strictly for members of the ANBU and the Department of their own security, Namikaze calmly replied. I see that you were not particularly upset by the fact of the loss of almost 100 fighters of the strongest Konoha clan. Maybe you had a hand in their destruction? Dan, who was present here as the head of the Senju clan, asked the question directly. Why should I care about the fact of the death of people who started a coup d'état? And why should I be so exposed if I have all the cards in my hands to execute them in public? The head of the village grinned. What kind of coup are you talking about? Tsum voiced the general idea that members of the Uchiha clan planned to make a violent change of power in the village and put their man in the place of the Hokage. The relevant information was received by me and the daimyo. I was given complete freedom of action on his part in this regard, up to the complete destruction of the clan. But I decided to conduct a classified investigation with the involvement of my people inside the Uchiha clan. As a result, so much compromising material and crime surfaced that such a turn is to some extent even more favorable for us than the public execution of the perpetrators. Even though many involved died, Minato calmly stated his thoughts. Could we get acquainted with the results of the investigation? Inoichi asked. Yes, you can, but of course you won't get access to all the information. The fourth shrugged his shoulders. Still, I have no doubt that you are involved in this, said the head of the Senju clan. You can doubt as much as you want. The evidence base concerning the preparation of the coup will be provided to the council in full. The original of the daimyo's permission will also be demonstrated at the meeting, Namikaze said, measuring Dan with a cold look. I will add only one thing: do not repeat the mistakes of the Uchi. To play games behind my back means to play games behind the daimyo's back, and the young ruler is hot and quick to kill. The office plunged into oppressive silence. Many of those gathered looked with apprehension and distrust at the calmly sitting Hokage. Meanwhile, two silhouettes appeared behind him, which it was difficult not to recognize, because two Mangekyou Sharingans burning in the dark gave away their owners with a head. Hokage-sama, we haven't been able to find the attackers, Shursui reported, ignoring the extra people in the room. I see, you can be free, and send your people to rest. Minato turned his gaze to the second guest. What do you have? Mizuki and Kabuto are found dead. It looks like they were just used, because both were killed by a stab in the back. The alleged instigator disappeared. A search of his apartment and a bank cell did not yield results. That's it for me, Itachi finished. Rest, the ANBU will take care of this further, Namikaze said, releasing the future relative. Meanwhile, fewer and fewer people remained in the office, which could not but please the tired and exhausted Hokage. The man wanted to leave the residence as soon as possible and be at home with his family. Sighing heavily and massaging his temples, Minato leaned back in his chair, remembering a recent conversation with Naruto. It happened a month after returning from the fog and 3 days before the massacre of the Uchiha. It was he who was destined to be the executioner of all those involved in the coup attempt. It was he who proposed such a solution to a possible problem with the clans, and it was he who had the idea to write off all the sins on the perpetrators of the problem themselves. In the end, everything went as he had planned. Every day Namikaze marveled more and more at his own son, his rigidity and ability to make difficult decisions, as well as take responsibility for them, and his amazing ability to plan his actions several steps ahead, but at the same time remaining an ordinary child in the circle of family and friends. And what do you really want, Naruto? The fourth asked into the void, after which, shaking his head, he began to sort out documents from the capital, ***** in a small restaurant not far from the Hokage residence. the heads of the clans were having a conversation at the table. And why would Minato suddenly decide to make such a show? Some grumbled with displeasure. Recent events made her think twice and reconsider her priorities. He made it clear to everyone that the daimyo's people were behind the massacre of the Uchiha, and the only thing he could do was minimize the losses of the village. Shikaku said, "Where did the daimyo get such strong mercenaries?" Kamaru asked, "We should not try to interfere in this issue, because it will only bring unnecessary problems to each of us. We should all think about whether we will support Minato with a united front or give the daimyo a reason for further cleansing?" Shibi asked. "It's not the daimyo's people who are behind this," Inoichi said, looking around the audience with a heavy gaze. "And who then?" Some asked. Uzumaki, Yamanako sighed heavily. "You haven't overworked by any chance?" Akimiji asked, arching an eyebrow. "We are not joking now, Kamaru." "Inoichi, tell me what you know," Nara demanded. "This is Naruto. I can say with absolute certainty that it was he who cut out the Uchiha." The blonde man began the story, and he was immediately interrupted by the only woman in their company. "Naruto? Now this already smells like nonsense," Inuzuka said. Let's not make a farce here. I think you know as well as I do what this guy is capable of." Brainiac snapped. "It's not for nothing that he is called the protector of Princess Konoha and the demon of the hidden leaf. Inoichi, don't get distracted, tell me everything you know about Naruto." Raising his hands and urging everyone to calm down, Shikaku asked, "Minato's son has unimaginable potential. He is a Jinchuriki, a bearer of the seal of the 13-pointed star, a master of Fuinjutsu, the owner of a monstrous reserve of chakra and unimaginable regeneration, a specific summoning, has an extraordinary mind, and this is just the tip of all the possibilities of this monster in human form." The obviously tired and somewhat very upset head of Brainwashed listed, "Only a new cleaner was not enough for us to be completely happy." Some threw angrily, already calculating in her mind how many members of her clan could be pushed into the ANBU in the near future. "Calm down. Do not panic. Cleaners have always appeared at difficult moments in the history of shinobi and have always brought only benefits. We should seriously consider the situation, and everyone should decide which side we are on," the head of the Aburame clan said, getting up from the table, which served as a signal to everyone else that the conversation was over, because they attracted excessive attention of the ANBU. The culprit of the commotion at this very time was quietly dozing in a hammock. Hanging in the garden, nearby, on the playground, Kid and Izumi were training under the guidance of Atsushi. From a pleasant state, Naruto snatched a hail from his mother, who called everyone to dinner, and the sisters immediately disappeared from the clearing, having received a good reason for this, because the 5-hour training under the guidance of grandfather was a living hell for both of them. Plus, the brother who was sleeping impudently did not add enthusiasm. As soon as they disappeared into the house, the clone lying in the hammock dissipated, and the original appeared from the shadow of one of the trees. "I see everything didn't go quite smoothly." The old Uzumaki shook his head. "Yeah, I had to tinker a little, and extra victims were formed," the blonde man grumbled in response, wincing from the pain. "We'll talk about this later. Now it's better for us to get to the table as soon as possible, without giving Kushina and the girls extra reasons." "To think," Atsushi said, heading for the meal together with his grandson. Kid and Izumi were already in full charge of the table, helping the main hostess to set the table. The woman herself was talking about something in the kitchen with Minato. The man looked extremely tired. The meal was held in a peaceful family atmosphere, which has become familiar to all its members. Naruto was studiously silent the whole dinner, allowing his sisters to chat cheerfully with their parents and restraining himself from moaning from the pain in his broken ribs and a serious cut on his back, which was tightening extremely slowly. He pondered the upcoming events. "Brother, why are you so thoughtful and silent today?" Izumi asked, and the adults went to the veranda of the house, and she and her sister began to put things in order. "Just thinking," Jinchuriki shrugged. "And on what?" Keed asked it, about the offer to go on a trip with my godfather and his partner for several years. The blond man quickly responded, throwing off his stupor. Do you want to leave the village and leave us? And who promised to help us with training? Arching an eyebrow, the former Uchiha inquired. I'm not going to leave you, I just need to leave the village for a while in order to solve some problems and fulfill contracts with Fog and Sand. I will only be gone for a couple of years, Naruto replied with a slight smile. Yes, and I have already arranged for your training during my absence. And who did you decide to send us to? The blonde sighed resignedly, having finished washing the dishes and wiping her hands while Izumi stacked the plates. Well, a lot of people, Jinchuriki replied. And more specifically? Keed asked, already imagining what kind of hard labor her brother signed them for. Well, physical training under the guidance of Guy, your mother and grandfather will teach Fuinjutsu, Shursui will help you with Mangekyo, I have agreed with them, he will conduct 2 trainings a week with you if he is not sent on a mission outside the village, Kurenai will help you with ordinary illusions, and Kakashi and Obito with ninjutsu. None of you will be assigned to teams, so you will have 3 years to seriously raise your level, Uzumaki said. You definitely decided to get rid of us. Keed shouted. Mato Guy is a walking psycho, he has a weight in his head instead of brains. There's nothing wrong with his brain, he's just a little weird and that's it, Jinchuriki shrugged. A little? So all his idiotic antics are, in your opinion, a little strange? The blonde was indignant, hovering over her brother. Of course, for example, compare him and me, and everything falls into place. Naruto smiled broadly. No, well, from this side of the question, he really is relatively normal, Keed agreed after thinking about it. Okay, sisters, I'm going to my room, have a good evening to you, Jinchuriki said, leaving the kitchen. Feeling the blood slowly begin to ooze down his back from under the bandages, once in his room and taking off his black shirt, the young man called the clone and gave him instructions to sew up and treat the wound. It was useless to ask Kurama for help, she was already exhausted after his adventures in the Uchiha quarter. It took only a few minutes for the copy to sew up a long cut across the entire back left by one of the last victims of the evening attack. As soon as the wound and dressing were finished, the blonde collapsed on the bed and fell into a dreamless sleep. As it happened after most missions with a large number of victims, the morning greeted Naruto with a ringing alarm in his head and a heaviness in his whole body, plus, his back hurt a lot, and the weather was to match Jinchuriki's gloomy mood. The sky was covered with clouds and fine drizzling rain, as well as the dissatisfied grumbling of the second half, who unsuccessfully tried to wake him up for almost an hour. Naruto. Kurama almost growled, trying to reach Uzumaki once again. Darling, please don't scream, Jinchuriki asked with a groan, clutching his head. I'm sorry, Kitsune said softly. What's going on with you? Overextended, Naruto explained briefly. Better tell me how you feel, I'm already fine, I didn't touch the wound on your back, first you need to remove the threads from it, and I figured out the rest, the girl quickly responded. Thank you, I'm sorry that you messed up so much yesterday, Uzumaki smiled guiltily, approaching the mirror and examining himself. Yes, it's all right, the main thing is that you're alive, sighed the nine-tailed. Don't sigh, today we are going. The young man smiled even wider. That's great, your name is there by the way, until the evening Naruto, I hope today you will thank me properly for last night, Kitsune grinned contentedly. You can be sure of it, my fox, pulling on a t-shirt and throwing a hoodie over it, Uzumaki assured with a satisfied grin. Going downstairs, his father and 3 of his students were waiting for him in the living room of the house. After greeting everyone, Jinchuriki got ready to listen to the last instruction. Naruto. Kakashi, Obito, and Rin will accompany you to the meeting place with Jiraiya and Navaki, then you will act according to the plan, installing barriers on the islands of Fog, then on the island of the Land of Waves, and then to Sunu, how to contact me in case of an emergency, you know. So if you're ready, you can leave before the others wake up, Minato said. I understand everything. You look after everyone here while I'm gone, Naruto asked, shaking his father's hand firmly and smiling a little. I will, the fourth promised, smiling broadly. Good luck to you, Naruto. Thank you, Dad. Tell your sisters and Mom that I will miss them. Already standing in the doorway and throwing on a raincoat, the younger blonde asked, after which, together with his escorts, disappeared into Shunshin. A small town in the north of the Land of Fire. People are leisurely strolling through the clean and tidy streets, and signs of various entertainment establishments are hanging everywhere. In one of these buildings, two old travelers and a world-famous tandem of a writer and an artist sat down in the company of several girls. Gee, do you think it was reasonable to agree to Minato's offer to take Naruto on a trip with us? He's still just a little kid. I don't think you and I will have a good influence on him, Navaki asked, pouring another portion of sake for himself and the beautiful brunette who was sitting on his right hand. My friend, it was not a suggestion, but an order, and, as you must remember, they are not discussed. And my godson is not as simple as it seems, because at the age of 13 he is already quite famous, and I don't think that you and I, even with a huge effort, will be able to spoil Atsushi's disciple. You know as well as I do what this old man is capable of turning his wards into. The gray-haired man waved off, seating a pretty blonde on his lap. And what's wrong with him? Senju asked, arching an eyebrow. Do nicknames like Defender of Heim Konoha, Demon of the Hidden Leaf, or Lord of Nightmares mean anything to you? Sannin asked, draining the bowl in one gulp. Are you saying that all these nicknames belong to Naruto? Gee, I've had too much of a hike, the brunette grinned. Actually, Jiraiya-sama is telling the truth, all these nicknames really belong to Naruto Uzumaki, a familiar voice brought to the men, and a gray-haired man with a mask that hid almost the entire face sat down on an empty seat at the table. Kakashi? Navaki jumped up in surprise in his place. That's the one, Hatake replied, smiling with one eye, as soon as he could. Sannin went straight to the point. At a hot spring in a couple blocks from here, Jonin replied, pouring himself sake. Aren't you freaking out? In the service, Senju asked, pointing to the bowl with his eyes. And what? You can relax sometimes, especially since we're here for a few days, and I haven't had many such opportunities lately. Kakashi waved away. Aren't you afraid that your wife will find out? Jiraiya sneered maliciously. No, she knows where I went, the gray-haired man shrugged. And even more so, I'm not going to cheat on her. Are you sure you can resist if, for example, she takes you up? Pointing to the girl at the bar, dressed in a black dress that emphasizes all the charms. Especially since she's not my type, you'd better help with this Obito, otherwise he will remain an unkissed virgin for the rest of his days, Hatake snorted. Are you here as a team? Choking on another portion of sake, the student of the third coughed. Yes, they are making out rooms for us now and will be here in a few minutes, so you'd better send the girls away, at least for the time of the conversation with Naruto, advised Jonin. Are you really afraid for his psyche? Jiraiya drawled. No, rather, I'm afraid, no matter how he dismembered them, still your godson is definitely not all at home. Hatake twirled his finger at his temple. The girls turned pale from his words, but continued to sit in their seats. It's not worth scaring people for nothing, Kakashi-senpai. I may be crazy, but I'm not a bloody butcher to carve up girls right in front of the crowd, the blonde man calmly remarked, putting another chair to the table. You're early, Jonin remarked, pouring himself another portion of sake. Yeah, I decided not to interfere with Obito and Rin to have fun, otherwise they are like small children, walking, crumpling and will not decide on desperate actions in any way. The young man shrugged his shoulders. What did you do with them? Kakashi was horrified. Nothing special, I got both of them drunk with pathogens, put a seal of paralysis, which will subside after both drugs begin to act. I installed a barrier on the room, so these two will have a nice time there. Naruto grinned contentedly. Do you understand what you've done? Navaki asked in shock. Of course, I helped these two to become happy, otherwise they would have died alone, Uzumaki calmly replied. Helped you become happy? Do you know that the Council of Elders will kill them both for this? Senju shouted. Yes, calm down, Captain Derivyashko, no one will kill them, because there is simply no one to do it. 7 days ago, the Council of Elders and the entire top of the Uchi were cut out by the roots. The clan lost more than 100 killed and about 24 wounded. And I have already agreed on this with the new head of their clan, Jinchuriki replied defiantly, clearing his ear. And how could this happen? Jiraiya asked in shock, dropping the bowl from his hands. Well, that's how it happened. Doesn't that happen to conspirators? Drilling Senju with his gaze, Naruto asked, meanwhile gray stars appeared in his eyes. So the stories about you are true? Sannin attracted his attention. I didn't think I'd ever run into one of you again. There are pleasant surprises in life, the blond man grinned, after which he took a small scroll from the inside pocket of his vest and handed it to the writer. Here are the instructions from the Hokage. Tomorrow I'll find you myself, but now I have things to do. What kind of business can a kid like you have? Navaki immediately burst out. The usual things, I'll just go and work out in the country, leaving the institution, the blonde threw. And what was that just now? Senju gasped for air. Nothing unusual, Naruto is just not in the mood, he lost his hunt yesterday. Kakashi shrugged his shoulders. What kind of hunt does this juvenile monster have? Navaki barked, causing the girls sitting next to him to jump away. He's hunting the Cloud Shinobi, he has some scores to settle with them, Hatake lazily waved away. Yes, and I don't advise you to call him a monster, it's better to be a demon, or even something like a raisingan can fly into your head. You talk about it so calmly that I have bad thoughts, Jiraiya drawled. After a couple of days of traveling with him, you won't be surprised at anything at all, Kakashi assured the men. Well, I'll leave you, go for a walk around the city, relax at the springs. After Jonin left, both men sat in silence for a long time, broken only by the silent clinking of bowls. The girls, realizing that they were superfluous here, quickly disappeared, leaving them alone. Until very late in the evening, two old friends discussed the problem that had fallen on their heads, the scale of which neither of them could fully imagine yet. Slowly leaving the bar, in which there were two shocked and one who was in a state of complete indifference to the surrounding world, a shinobi, a blond man with one jump found himself on the roof of one of the tallest buildings in this mountain town. Sitting in the lotus position, the young man concentrated, entering the hermit mode. Successes in this regard appeared immediately after getting rid of the seal with the chakra of the previous owner of the body. A few seconds, and the iris of the right eye changed color to yellow, the pupil turned into a horizontal elongated oval, and the left into a vertical fox, and almost black shadows appeared over the eyes. Have you decided to hunt again? The voice of the fox reached Uzumaki. Yes. Those Kyumo shinobi that I smelled yesterday are now here in the city, and there is Hyuga among them, although he does not suit us, but I think his death will make their clan hunt for me, Naruto calmly replied, having discovered the location of his targets. There are only 3 of them, I don't feel the 4th one, it looks like you were able to get it last time, Kitsune drawled contentedly. I doubt it, rather, that sensor hid very securely. He still almost lost his head from that seal, although he managed to get rid of it in time, Jinchuriki reminded. Well, it will even be to our advantage, a witness who will report everything to Raikage and Hyuga's, Kurama grinned, anticipating a little warm-up. Yeah, and now it's time for me to move out, throwing on the hood and jumping on the next roof. Naruto through 10 minutes of unhurried running on the roofs led him to a small abandoned house on the outskirts of the city. Outwardly nothing betrayed the presence of living beings in it, but being in the hermit mode, the young man clearly felt 3 sources of chakra inside, and another one was barely perceptible. Grinning contentedly, the blonde moved to the front door, which was askew and held on only one hinge, putting his hand to it, he clearly felt the security equipment imposed on it. With a grunt, Naruto easily took it off, spending only a few moments, yet the primitive and highly simplified fuinjutsu techniques used by most shinobi were not a problem for him. Once inside, he put up a barrier that would not allow anyone to go outside without his permission. Quietly stepping on the dried floorboards covered with a layer of dust, he was approaching the descent to the basement, where he clearly felt his future victims. Two men were sitting by a small fire, discussing the latest news. The third was sleeping peacefully a little to the side. Everyone looked rather shabby. Damn, and how did we manage to run into the Konoha border patrol early in the morning? A hefty closet-like mulatto grumbled discontentedly. Yes, calm down. Who's to blame that Aki is not himself now after meeting that monster 2 days ago? The second one shouted at him, a thin man with a severe burn on his right cheek. And why was it necessary to send this Shuka with us? The mulatto growled. Call her that again, and you're dead. He snapped back, holding out his hand to Kunai. What do youngsters insert? The interlocutor laughed. Naruto, meanwhile, having summoned a katana from the seal, slowly got close to Hyuga lying in the shade, whose condition was quite deplorable. His head was bandaged, his left arm was in a cast by all signs, he himself was unconscious and muttering incoherently. Raising the katana above him, the blond man passed the wind chakra through it, which attracted the attention of two debaters, and then, under their surprised looks, cut off the head of the bearer of the Byakugan in one movement. The men froze in shock, looking with horror at the uninvited guest, who looked more like a ghost. Somewhere in the corner, a censor girl screamed. This brought the Cloud Shinobi to his senses. Having picked up the kunai, they harmoniously attacked the uninvited guest, but their lunge did not impress him at all. Accelerating, he slipped under the hands of the mulatto, while with a barely noticeable movement he ripped open his stomach, forcing the entrails chopped by the wind to fall out. The second, realizing the criticality of the situation, rushed towards the censor girl huddled in the corner, which Naruto had not even been able to see for their 2 meetings. The closeness of the basement seriously reduced the arsenal of both shinobi survivors, forcing both fighters to use exclusively taijutsu or kenjutsu techniques. The thin representative of Kyumo was well aware that he had no chance of surviving. All the advantages were on the side of the opponent wrapped in a cloak. Who are you? I tried to buy time for the girl, the man asked, clutching the kunai tightly. You, Shinobi Kyumo, call me, the Lord of Nightmares, Naruto responded in an icy tone. Now it's clear why she's in such a state since our last meeting with you in that damned forest, the man gasped, realizing with horror that a foreign object had appeared in his right lung from somewhere, seriously hindering breathing. I see you've already realized it's useless to resist. Another 5 minutes and your heart will stop, but before that, answer, why are you trying so desperately to protect this girl? If you are sincere, I give you my word, I will let her live, Uzumaki said calmly, coming closer and putting away the katana. And you don't have to try to activate your explosion tags. I'm still a master of Fuin techniques and neutralizing them is a trifle for me, especially such dull homemade ones. What kind of monster are you? Getting down on one knee, the man croaked. I'm one of those who are called cleaners, the blond man replied, squatting down in front of the interlocutor who had fallen on his side. So can you tell me why you're trying so desperately to protect her, or don't you know that she's killing you right now? What are you talking about? Spitting blood, the man hissed faintly. Didn't you know? Karen-chan's power is a double-edged sword. She is able to heal almost any injury with her chakra, but in moments of extreme fear and danger, she pulls the life forces from those she once cured. So say goodbye to her while you still can, Naruto grinned, pulling off his hood. His hapless opponent did not have time to say goodbye, because his body dried up at one moment, the skin turned gray and covered the skeleton. And you are very cruel, Karen-chan. How do you know my name? A quiet voice came to the young man from the darkness of the corner. I just know that's all, Uzumaki replied, twisting the Rasengan on his hand and lighting the room with a bright blue glow. Can you come out to me already? Why? You want what they want. The girl barked, her eyes flashing. I'm not interested in your body at all, as well as your abilities. I just want to offer you to return to your parents' homeland. Looking at Karen's pale and tearful face, the young man smiled reassuringly, and his eyes became ordinary. Where to go back? I am a rootless orphan picked up by one of the Kyomo clans, in order to become the litter of one of the sons of the head of the clan upon reaching reproductive age. The red-haired woman shouted, sending several gold chains to Naruto, which landed in the ground a few meters away from him. You know, rootless orphans are unlikely to be able to use the chakra chains, grinned Jinchuriki, pointing to the golden chains stuck around him. This technique is one of the visiting techniques of kunoichi belonging to the Uzumaki clan, and the color of your hair is another confirmation that you belong to our clan. Are you laughing? Do you think I'll believe this nonsense you invented on your knee? Karen almost growled. And why not? After all, you are a censor, and you can tell by the vibrations of the chakra whether I am lying or not, am I right? Continuing to smile, the blonde man asked. You know too much about my abilities. Who are you? Kunoichi asked the question calmly and with some interest. Do you want to know who I am? Then you'll have to be strong enough to get me to tell you this first, the blonde chuckled. And do you know someone who can help me become stronger? Having calmed down completely, Karen asked, feeling the waves of heat emanating from the interlocutor. I know, if you agree to come with me, you will have a new family in which you will decide your own future, Naruto assured the girl, holding out his free hand. I agree to your proposal. Look, if you cheat, I'll get you from the other world, and I'll make you a eunuch, the red-haired woman confidently declared. Naruto only nodded at this statement, then took the girl by the hand and led her to the fire. He summoned the clone and, after giving him instructions, went to the hotel. Along the way, Karen just flooded him with questions. Somewhere in the back of Jinchuriki Kurama's mind, out of anger and endless chatter of this girl, she smashed a couple of pieces of furniture to smithereens. At the hotel, they came face to face with Kakashi. Introducing the girl to him, Naruto went to the hotel administrator to rent another room, which took just a couple of minutes to, well, settle down, put yourself in order, rest, tomorrow morning I'll come in, and we'll talk about everything normally. I have a request to you, don't go out until I arrive. You can order food through my clone, who will be on duty in the corridor, Uzumaki warned, letting the girl into the room. Thank you, I understand. The red-haired woman quickly slipped inside. See you tomorrow, Karen-chan, the blonde man drawled, winking at the girl and closing the door. At the last moment, he noticed how she blushed. You know, I can get jealous. Naruto immediately heard. Kurama, darling, come on, you know I don't need anyone but you. But sometimes I'm still interested in embarrassing other representatives of the fair sex, and it will help her to forget faster that she saw my not so good side. The blonde tried to calm Kitsune. After all, you can't pull off such a trick with you, you can embarrass anyone to death yourself. So you're saying that you were just interested in embarrassing her? 9. Tails grumbled with displeasure. Yeah, you saw her reaction yourself, you would have put me to bed a long time ago at such a look, Jinchuriki laughed. Pf. Although you're right, for such a look, would definitely have you there right in the hallway, Kurama began thoughtfully. Slow down. It's not evening yet. Uzumaki cut her off. Scared? The pleased girl grinned. No, I'm just not at all tempted by the prospect of climbing around the city with a boner from your detailed stories. How and what you will do with me, Naruto snapped with displeasure. Okay, but in the evening then, I expect something special from you, Kitsune snorted. Look, don't complain later, Uzumaki drawled, but he didn't get an answer. After standing for a few minutes in thought, the young man just grinned and went towards the nearest hot springs to implement his own idea. 3 Travelers were walking slowly along the dusty road under the scorching sun. A large gray-haired man with a large scroll on his back in a red raincoat. A guy with light brown hair gathered in a ponytail was walking next to him, a travel backpack was hanging on his shoulder, and a blonde man of about 13 in a gray traveling raincoat was walking in front of this procession, singing some that's a fun tune. Hey, Naruto. Or maybe you still shouldn't have been so brutal over those shinobi from the cloud? We still don't need problems with them. Senju decided to start a conversation. Almost half a year has passed since their meeting. It was worth it, my wooden friend. You can't give them a good acceleration yet, they won't budge, and it's not profitable for me. And anyway, why are you so worried about them? Or is it your instinct of self-preservation that is sounding the alarm? Bloodthirsty grinning, Naruto said, turning around to face the interlocutor. Call me that again and I'll whip you. Senju hissed, his eyes flashing. You're strong enough, aren't you, Captain Wood? Uzumaki grinned, who had been driving one of the living and strongest representatives of the first Hokage clan for several hours. You. The man growled, already starting to fold the seals, but he was stopped by Jiraiya, putting his hand on his shoulder and shaking his head. Friend, control yourself, can't you see that my nephew is just trying to bring you down? Sannin said. Well, you perverted hermit, you again deprived me of the opportunity to kick our wooden friend's ass. Jinchuriki grumbled with displeasure. Do you constantly itch to beat someone? The gray-haired man sighed heavily. No, I just want to understand how strong Captain Deravyashko is. He is now the strongest of Senju, Naruto calmly replied. So you want to spar? He looked inquiringly at the blonde Navaki. Yeah, the young man nodded in agreement. Is it okay to ask for it, not fate? The angry man shouted. Not fate. And getting you, my wooden friend, is a fun thing, unlike a perverted hermit. Uzumaki shrugged his shoulders. Okay, you'll have a sparring match, gee, you'll be the judge, Senju said confidently. Sannin only nodded resignedly, and Jinchuriki grinned rather, anticipating a good opportunity to test his abilities without a star with a strong shinobi like Navaki. Naruto did not doubt his strength. He could seem a weak and hot-tempered person, but behind this mask it was easy to see a cold-blooded and calculating shinobi, with a lot of experience and potential. A large meadow overgrown with tall grass and bushes was chosen as a place for sparring, and the nearest city was a dozen kilometers away. With a couple of simple wind techniques, Naruto prepared the place of the future sparring, mowing the tall grass and removing it away. A few minutes, and the opponents stand opposite each other waiting for the command to start. Having given the go-ahead, Jiraiya immediately moves away from the two rivals, because the strength of each of them is not a secret for him at all, and Sannin did not want to catch a crazy technique. For several seconds, the opponents did not move from their place, waiting for the enemy to start moving. Senju could not stand the first gaze of cold blue eyes. Throwing a few shurikens, he rushed towards his opponent, deciding first to test his skills in taijutsu. From a direct blow to the chest, Naruto jumped back and immediately had to flatten himself to the ground so as not to get a kick in the solar plexus. Rolling away from the opponent's next attempt to get him with his feet due to their greater length, Uzumaki threw the Navaki away from himself with a simple gust of wind, after which he tried to deliver a strong blow to the opponent's open right side, but stumbled upon wooden armor that absorbed the full force of his attack. Jumping away from the brown-haired man, Jinchuriki folded a series of seals, realizing that in taijutsu he would hardly be able to do anything to an opponent who masterfully uses his genome for protection. Blades of the wind, releasing a dozen thin and razor-sharp blades into Senju, Naruto whispered, a tree wall. He defended himself easily. After that, sharp granite stakes appear right under the feet of the Jinchurika, several of which reach their goal, leaving cuts on the blonde's left leg, which immediately begin to tighten. Vacuum bullets. The young man makes an attempt to get his opponent, but the opponent turns out to be quicker and replaces himself with a tree clone, getting Naruto with a blow from the back. After plowing his body for several meters, Uzumaki jerked to his feet and exhaled a stream of Kurama chakra into the opponent, which ignited, blocking the view of Senju. Raiden, spark. It came from somewhere behind Jinchuriki, and a second later, an electric charge pierced through his left shoulder, and about 24 shinobi in ANBU clouds poured out into the clearing. It looks like we have guests, Captain Wood, Naruto said, squeezing the wound, passing over the new opponents with a cursory glance, while Jiraiya and Navaki appeared behind him. 24 opponents. How will we divide honestly or fraternally? Sannin asked it. Mine are the 4 ANBU standing behind the others, the rest are yours, Naruto exclaimed, taking off from his seat and simultaneously throwing several special kunai, and moved to his opponents. Sannin and the owner of the Mokuton only nodded in agreement, after which they rushed towards the opponents who had started moving. For simple shinobi lost their lives in the first seconds of the fight, the gray-haired man, without much pity, sent them to the next world with a fire technique that covered a quarter of the meadow. ANBU was completely unimpressed, but they decided to refrain from a head-on collision, freezing in their seats for a second, for which 2 immediately paid with their lives, pierced from the inside with thin wood rods that tore them into small pieces. In response, Senju was almost burned with the lightning technique, but Naruto replaced him with his clone in time, while continuing to skillfully fend off 4 opponents pressing on him. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, in close combat, sent one of the enemy's melee fighters to the next world, turning half of his body with the help of a Rasengan, after which, with a deft movement, he extracted 2 scrolls from his sleeves and threw them in front of him. After their collision, a fiery dragon swept across the meadow, taking 6 opponents to the next world. After that, 3 more were torn to shreds by a human-like tree golem, completely insensitive to ninjutsu. Another one was turned into mincemeat by Naruto's crazy technique, released in an attempt to get one of his opponents, who by this time there were only 2 left, a healthy dark-skinned man and a petite girl in a lizard mask. The remaining opponents turned out to be an extremely well-worked and experienced tandem. New marks constantly appeared on Uzumaki's body, and these 2 remained completely intact. Having caught the moment, Jinchuriki moved to the kunai lying in the grass, thrown by him at the very beginning of the fight. A wave of the katana, imbued with wind chakra to the limit, and he falls to the ground screaming in pain and his limbs torn to shreds, but the kunai hit in the forehead, quickly shuts him up, splitting the mask. Well, here we are alone, princess, Naruto purred, grinning contentedly. The stripes on his face became clearer, and the pupil elongated, but the color remained as blue. Nightmare Lord, do you really think you can handle someone from the main family of the Hyuga clan? Everyone you killed in half a year was just a pathetic semblance of a real member of our clan, and today I will destroy you. Hissed the girl, on whose hands appeared 3 branch seathers. In the next moment, she practically disappeared into thin air and was right next to the young man, and the cathars completely immersed themselves in his body. One pierced the heart, the second turned the internal organs into mush. I thought it would be more interesting, but you died in just a couple of seconds, Anbu said in disappointment, and the next moment she realized with surprise that his hands were holding her by the shoulders with an iron grip. All the fun is just beginning, princess. The seal of the 8 trigrams, release. The young man whispered. The orange chakra began to break out from the entire surface of his body, enclosing Naruto and Anbu clouds in a sphere, which immediately burned to the ground 2 of the girl's comrades who rushed to her rescue. Gradually, the sphere began to darken, and all living things within a radius of several tens of meters from it turned to dust. The earth dried up and cracked. By this time, Jiraiya and Navaki had already finished off the last Kumo shinobi and looked at what was happening with horror. Each of them felt the enormous power emanating from the sphere. An attempt to break through it with techniques did not bring any result. After thinking about it, they put a barrier around and, having reasoned sensibly, decided, while there was time, to disembowel the bodies of opponents. As a result, they had several maps on their hands with the designation of the main areas of this part of the country's border, and detailed information on each of them, which immediately suggested a traitor at the very top or the work of someone from the main branch of the Hug, who did not have a seal that suppressed most of the abilities of their eyes and seriously limited the potential of its bearers. What do you think he's up to this time? Chewing a tree branch, Navaki asked, making some sketches in his album. I have no idea, but clearly, something grandiose. And by the way, what are your assumptions about the opponents he chose? Looking up from his notebook, in which he was scribbling intensely, Jiraiya asked, Hyuga. Most likely there was Hyuga among them. You know, he always kills them himself, leaves his business card, so to speak, Senju said without looking up from drawing, trying to calm down, which turned out extremely badly. Do you think whose handiwork is this, Naruto? This is his chakra, although extremely concentrated, plus flavored with the nine-tailed chakra. The hairs on my back stand on end at the thought that I have no idea what this little asshole is up to, Sannin replied, breaking a pencil. As if there are people in the world at all who know what this walking natural disaster has started. Navaki yelled. He managed to destroy a lot of people in 6 months, smugglers, human traffickers, and much more. He destroys everything that is called shadow business, and you yourself understand who is protecting this business. I absolutely don't want to die at the hands of some daimyo mercenaries. Calm down. The gray-haired man barked. He does what no Kage or Sannin is capable of doing. He goes against the system. He is a cleaner. He will destroy people, especially now that we are driven into reservations called hidden villages. This guy is not even from our world. He was dragged here by means of a technique called absorption of essence. He himself hates ordinary people to hell, because they mocked and humiliated him all his childhood, but skillfully restrains this hatred. But there are no prohibitions and boundaries for the cleaner. There is a danger, he will destroy it, and now it is often this that guides his actions. The seal merges with him. And most likely, soon you and I will be able to witness the arrival of a new true cleaner, which was Hamura. That is, we are waiting for the arrival of another monster that will crush people right and left. Did you know and did nothing? Senju was prevented from finishing by a blow to the jaw. Come to your senses. What could be done here? Kill him? Seal it? And then what? I don't give a damn how many people he kills. I don't care about these pathetic idiots. If necessary, I'll be the first to stand up to cover his back. Ordinary people consider us cattle. We are just weapons, tools. We have no rights or power, and I'm sick of it. If you don't understand this, then just get out of my sight. Holding Senju by the breasts, Jiraiya hissed furiously. Do you know how many years I have been waiting for the arrival of someone who can fulfill the prophecy that the great Toad Hermit made to me? Do you know how many times I made mistakes in my students, believing that he would be the one who would destroy the old world? I was wrong about Nagato, I was wrong about Minato, I was wrong about you. But Naruto will be exactly the one I've been waiting for so long, and if you're not ready to be among those who will lead the world into a new day, just disappear. Navaki stared at his friend and teacher with his eyes widened with surprise and fear, who now did not look like himself at all. His hair stood on end from the amount of energy released, his face turned gray, and in his eyes there was a desire to crush him like an insect. After that, Sannin threw him to the ground, and he jumped onto a branch of a nearby tree. Lying on the ground, the man reflected that he understood perfectly well and that he was 100% right. Shinobi is just a tool. But Senju was afraid of a new war, a new massacre, in which thousands of young shinobi in Kunoichi would die. Sticky and cold fear bound, paralyzed the will. But Jiraiya already seems to have stepped over all this, freed himself from fear. Further reasoning was interrupted by a bright flash from the sphere. The bright glow lasted for several minutes. during which Navaki's whole life flashed before his eyes. Then everything stopped abruptly, the sphere seemed to split into pieces like a shell, and two bodies fell out of it onto the dead earth. The first to react was San Nin, removing the barrier, rushed to Naruto, but he had already risen from the ground and was able to take a sitting position. What happened? Carefully examining the young man, Jiraiya asked, realizing that outwardly he had become much older, and looked about 18 years old. It's all right, Uzumaki replied hoarsely. Then what happened to you? You've started to look older, Sanin inquired, puzzled by such a phenomenon. This is expected, after 3 years in the world of conscription, Jinchuriki replied wearily, laying the girl's head on her knees. And who is this? Orenavea from What Is Happening asked Senju, who came up. Her name used to be Hyuga Hinata, now it's Kurama Uzumaki, my wife, the young man replied, smiling warmly and stroking the girl's hair. Yes, you're sick in the head. The Hyugs won't leave you alone now. Navaki shouted. Shut up. Naruto raised his voice. I don't care, my strength is enough to send their entire clan to the next world, although I think we will come to an agreement with them. Okay, just calm down. Jiraiya demanded. We'd better get out of here, otherwise it's going to be hot here soon. Your show probably attracted many people. It's unlikely, the perimeter is surrounded by a barrier, and it's unlikely that someone sensed us, Uzumaki replied, calling for a clone who took the girl in his arms. It's time for us to move out. Yes, where will you go in this state? Navaki was surprised, watching as the young man struggled to his feet, but then everything changed. The blonde suddenly seemed to be filled with strength and calmly stood on his feet. Sage mode? Jiraiya said in surprise, watching the godson's changes. That's the one, Jinchuriki nodded, sitting the unconscious girl on her back and heading down the road towards the nearest settlement. And how deep? The young man asked, stretching his arms. 100 meters, at least, so we should look for an entrance, and not break from here. The companion shook her head. You're right as always, the young man agreed with a heavy sigh. A break from here means a collapse and certain death for everyone who is now below. The entrance is somewhere there, from there the wind carries the smell of people, pointing towards a black dot visible on the horizon. The girl replied. Then let's move out? And then I'm already personally sick of this sand, Naruto snorted irritably. And it seems to me that you are fed up with something else, Kurama replied, chuckling softly. You know everything, the blonde man grinned. So let's quickly finish with the release of these girls and return to the territory of the Land of Fire, otherwise I have absolutely no desire to arrange a battle with the shinobi of Suna, or even worse with the Anbu puppets, because this Sasori maniac in this world did not betray the sand. Calm down, now a sheet of sand has a neutrality agreement, so it's unlikely they will attack us, reasonably reminded Kitsune, following her husband. Hardly, do not forget you have Byakugan now, and Suna will not miss the opportunity to try to capture the eldest heiress of the Hyuga clan. Naruto snorted angrily, which showed the extreme degree of his irritation. Do you really think they would have managed to capture me? Kurama pretended to be surprised, wanting to annoy her chosen one a little more. No, of course not, but I would have to kill them all, if not destroy Suna altogether. The blonde breathed noisily, mentally counting to 10 and trying to pull himself together, yet the nine-tailed was the only one with whom he could not hide behind the iron doors of self-control, the only one who was allowed to see his weaknesses and experiences. Does it make you so angry? Asked the tailed one. No, I would do it for you, I just don't want to kill those who are not involved in this, and in a fit of anger, I would most likely destroy Biju with a couple of bombs, and you know this is hell in which no one survives, Naruto replied dryly. Now let's hurry. Nodding in agreement, Kurama decided not to develop the topic anymore, realizing that no matter how Naruto changed, how tough and cruel he would not become, but he would never stop appreciating the lives of the innocent and innocent. The black dot that they initially saw on the horizon soon turned into a small rock formation a couple of 100 meters high, in the shape of a circle, with a diameter of several kilometers, as they could see by climbing to its top. Inside there was a hidden lake and an oasis, which was crossed by a small river going into an underground cave. "There are at least 100 shinobi down there," Kitsune said, pointing to a thicket of palm trees on the shore of the lake. "There are a couple of chunins at the entrance to the cave." "What are we going to do? Do you want to swim?" Naruto asked, extracting binoculars from the seal and carefully studying the entrance to the cave. He saw a couple of guards at the entrance with crossed-out stone protectors. "What are you up to?" the girl inquired. "We'll go in from that side of the pit, about 200 meters from the bed of the underground river," the blond man replied, pointing to a small thicket that jutted into the water surface. "I'll provide us with air, and you have the cover. Well, as always, all the most difficult things fall on my fragile girlish shoulders." The fox was indignant, smiling. "Kurama, I just don't want to make too much noise. It's a matter of a couple of minutes for me to deal with them, but it can't be done without noise that will attract the attention of those inside the cave. We'll deal with this as soon as we finish eliminating the guards inside," Naruto began to explain. Looking up from the binoculars, he cursed to himself when he saw Kurama laughing, once again falling for her game of offended. "I'm sorry," whispered the tailed one, hugging the young man. "I just couldn't help myself. You know, I can be offended, right?" The blond man frowned, but Kurama, clinging to him, gave him a passionate kiss, which she broke only when both began to lack air. "And so?" With a mischievous twinkle in her eyes, the nine-tail whispered. "I'll think about it after we figure it out here," the blonde replied with a smile from the corner of his lips and moved them to the chosen place. Having descended unnoticed to the edge of the palm thickets, they carefully studied the area for traps and signaling devices, made their way to the edge of the water surface, carefully bypassing several simple security seals that were supposed to warn the person who set them about the appearance of strangers. Throwing off heavy capes and extra iron, immediately sealed by Naruto, they descended into the icy water, about which Kurama immediately began to snort with displeasure. Being a fiery bijou, she was extremely ill-tolerated by the cold. After small manipulations made by the blonde, seals appeared on their necks with a supply of air for several hours of being underwater. The way to the entrance to the underground channel took them almost an hour. They had to move along the very bottom, clinging to it with the help of the chakra. The chunins at the entrance did not even pay attention to the two black shadows that slipped inside, busy discussing who and where of them would go after receiving a ransom from the daimyo of the country of stars, not even suspecting that they were already virtually dead. Having risen to the surface after a few hundred meters, they were able to examine the situation of an underground cave, which is also the bed of an underground river, in the dim light of lamps hanging on the wall. Carefully climbing out onto the rocky shore, they immediately threw off their wet clothes and changed into black suits extracted by Naruto from the seal. Kurama grumbled all the time, dissatisfied with something, drying her long hair with her own chakra. After waiting for the girl to finish with this, the blonde showed her on his fingers that now they should be as secretive as possible and move along the surface of the water. Nodding in agreement, Kitsune was the first to move forward, checking the path with the help of Byakugan, which, under the influence of her chakra and a more developed SCC**, gave a much clearer picture and seriously increased the viewing radius. 2 hours of walking in almost complete darkness, and the couple went out into a small well-lit hall, in the center of which there were several cages with girls sitting in them. Most of them were not more than 20 years old. "The lighting is too good," the young man said quietly with displeasure in his voice. "See the generator?" "I agree, too good. There are clearly several competent fighters among them." "No, it is located downstream of the river," the nine-tail replied in a whisper, shaking her head. "There are about 24 shinobi and 36 samurai." "What are we going to do, shinobi level?" Naruto asked, examining the hall with binoculars from behind the stone and looking for options for unnoticed penetration, strong jonins and a couple of Sannin-level fighters. The samurai have a chakra circulation system developed to the level of an average Konoha genin, reported the tailed one, who always recognized the commander of their small detachment for her chosen one on such missions. Damn, and where did you get so many of them here? Almost jumping up from his seat, Uzumaki hissed, realizing that a seemingly simple A-rank mission to rescue Dame's daughter had turned into an S-rank mission, taking into account their number and level of strength. Damn it! In vain we refused the help of G and Navaki. They would be very useful now. Do you think you and I can't handle them? Kitsune raised an eyebrow in displeasure. Yes, we can handle them with you, but the hostages are unlikely to survive such a massacre, and we need one of them, but the customer didn't even give us a photo of her, Naruto answered, getting more and more angry. Can you use a toad's stomach on their cells? Kurama asked, calculating something in her mind. I can, but for a few seconds after that I will drop out of the fight. Still there is a huge amount of chakra to use. The wagons with the prisoners are too far apart, the blonde replied, looking carefully at his chosen one. But why would you do that? How much will you drop out of the fight? The girl continued to ask questions, not paying attention to the young man. 9-10 seconds. Do you have a plan? Naruto asked incredulously, perfectly remembering what crazy ideas his kitsune's brain is capable of throwing out. Yes. Listen carefully, you close both exits from the hall with barriers, then use the toad's stomach on the wagons. I will cover us at this time. As soon as you come to your senses, take protection on yourself. At this time I will completely flood this place with water mixed with Navaki poison. You and I are immune to it. The hostages will be protected, the enemy will get poisoned and electrocuted. Shinobi, of course, will not kill, but samurai with their armor will cover well. Then you remove the barrier from the other end of the cave and try to hold us while I continue to fill the cave with water, which will pour into the open passage, sucking most of them behind it. Taking into account their poisoning and electric shock, it is unlikely that any of them will be able to stay in the hall and survive there in the tunnel. The tailed woman outlined her plan in one breath, looking expectantly at the thoughtful blonde. It's a risky idea, but in our situation it's the best option, Uzumaki agreed, nodding his head, simultaneously extracting kunai with special characters from the seal. We'll only have a few seconds, so hold on to me. I'll throw the kunai and move us to the wagons, and then we'll work according to your plan. Okay, Kitsune nodded, hugging the blonde from behind. Hiroshin, installing a barrier at the entrance to the cave and throwing kunai into the wall next to the exit, moving to the nearest wagon, Naruto mouthed. Their appearance immediately made all the guards jump. Summoning technique, stone frog stomach, outsiders. One of the shinobi roared deafeningly, notifying everyone else of the already obvious fact. A second after applying the technique, a tall, muscular man with a fist wrapped in lightning appeared in front of the couple, intending to kill the blonde, who fell to one knee due to the enormous load on the body and the amount of chakra spent on 3 techniques in a row. When Hakakusho, Kurama hissed, appearing right in front of the opponent and throwing him away from the young man with several quick blows. The man flew into the wall like a broken doll. Runtun, Risa Sakasu, came from somewhere in the crowd that appeared in front of Kitsune. Hakusho Kaiten, the nine-tailed reflected the technique, forcing those to hit the walls of the stone stomach. Futon, Atsugai. Pushing the girl behind him and throwing everyone away with a wave of wind, Naruto whispered, sand and small stones fell from the ceiling from this technique. Suetun, the great flood. The tailed one shouted, putting a colossal amount of chakra into the technique and filling the cave up to the ceiling in a few seconds, at the same time breaking an ampoule with Navaki poison. A powerful electric discharge pierced the water column, making the samurai who had only managed to pull out their katanas sparkle like Christmas trees. Chakra chains, Naruto mouthed, entangling himself and Kurama with golden chains and attaching himself to the floor. The Kai barrier, a huge mass of water immediately began to move, forming a whirlpool that began to tighten everything that was possible. The bodies of already dead samurai almost immediately disappeared into the belly of a huge underwater funnel. Shinobi lasted only a couple of tens of seconds due to the constant replenishment of water in the cave. As soon as the last of the opponents disappeared into the darkness of the tunnel, Kitsune stopped filling the cave with water. After a few minutes, only large puddles on the cave floor and water dripping from the ceiling reminded of the recent flood. "That was cool." 9, Tails muttered, breathing heavily, her legs buckling from fatigue. "I hate using the techniques of Suetun, I literally turn inside out after them. You need to rest," calling the clone and giving him the already asleep Kitsune in his arms. The human body made itself felt. The clone, having taken the girl, walked away with her to a decent distance. The young man himself, having folded several seals, recalled the toad's stomach. The girls sitting in cages were terrified, trying to see at least something in the darkness, but they could not. Having created a Rasengan in his hand, Naruto soaked it with chakra and, raising it above his head, dispersed the darkness around him. "Who are you?" One of the girls closest to the blonde asked a question in a trembling voice. "Who I am does not matter, it only matters that the daimyo of the country of stars sent me to rescue you all. Now my clones will open your cells, and I ask no one to run away anywhere. I'm not going to look for those lost in the dark. I hope everyone understands everything?" Uzumaki asked, looking around the carts with a heavy gaze. The girls nodded slightly, looking at each other. A few seconds and the locks from the carts fell on the stone floor, and the doors of the cages opened with a long creak, releasing their captives. The girls gathered in a crowd in front of Naruto sitting on a small stone and holding a Rasengan in his hand, which dispersed the darkness for several meters around. The captives looked around the hall with fear, as far as the scant light allowed, while some cast interested glances at their liberator. "And yet, what is your name?" A girl of about 17 came forward, in a torn dress, with several bruises on her face and a split eyebrow. There was dried blood on her forehead. "Does it matter? I'm just doing a job for which I was well paid, so my name doesn't matter," the young man snapped, making it clear with all his appearance that he did not intend to continue the conversation about his identity. "What will happen to us? After all, you came only for the princess." The girl continued to ask questions, frowning at the interlocutor. "My partner and I will take you all to the court of the daimyo of the country of stars, because we were not notified what the princess looks like, and I do not want to stay without payment after a 2-day trip through the desert. Now rest for now. We are waiting for an exciting 10-kilometer journey along the mouth of an underground river in almost complete darkness," the young man announced the sad news. The former captives only silently glanced at each other, huddling together and looking apprehensively at their strange savior. An hour later, Kurama came to her senses, and Naruto, leaving a dozen clones with her, sent some more to check the river downstream for surviving opponents. The blonde himself went to the surface to deal with simple mercenaries and chunins at the entrance, which in principle did not cause him any difficulties. The chunins died before they even had time to understand it. Having caught the kunai in the back of their heads, the simple robbers fled in horror before the shinobi, who broke them with one blow that broke through their chests, but no one managed to escape far. The wind blades turned everything around into dust. After that, the once beautiful green glade turned red-brown, body parts lay everywhere, which did not bother the blonde at all, but forcing the former captives to look at such a spectacle would be a bad idea. Having got rid of the traces of the massacre by means of a simple Doton technique, Jinchuriki climbed into the cold water, allowing himself to relax a little and forget for a few minutes about the recent massacre arranged by him. After recovering a little, he lit a fire, prepared a simple nutritious soup from the stalks hidden in the seals in order to feed the liberated girls, and began to think over a plan for further actions. The sun was already setting when the first girls, led by Kurama, came out of the cave into the light. She looked tired and distracted. Fatigue and memories came from the clones disappearing as they came out, but there was nothing significant in them. Instantly being near Kitsune, Naruto picked her up in his arms. She did not resist at all and clung to him with a satisfied smile, allowing herself to fall asleep, sitting on the remains of some kind of cart. The blonde man called a clone to organize the rescued and feed them. The young man decided to move out with the first rays of the sun, allowing Kurama to recover, because the probability of encountering Suna's shinobi increased significantly due to the ballast in the form of 40 girls who were not shinobi, and the path through the desert with a length of 300 kilometers promised to be much delayed. Deciding to have a little chat with the rescued, Naruto extracted a scroll with sleeping bags from the body seal. Taking 2 for himself, he laid a 9-tailed one on one, left the second for himself, and went with the rest to the girls sitting in silence by the campfire. Hold on, we're staying here tonight, we're moving out tomorrow morning with the first rays of the sun. Throwing sleeping bags on the ground, the young man said. You will have to move on your own 2 feet, so I advise you all to have a good rest. Why on your own 2 feet? After all, those who captured us have enough camels from the other side of the rocks. A girl already familiar to Jinchuriki, who spoke to him in the underground hall, gave voice. Are you sure they're still there? The blonde is interested, realizing that this can significantly speed up their journey. Yes, they plan to ferry us tomorrow to a small bay in the west of the Wind Country a few hundred kilometers from here. As far as I understood from their conversations, there is a transshipment base for the redistribution of looted and live goods. The brunette snorted wearily, expressing complete indifference with her whole appearance. My clones will check it out, and now rest. With these words, the young man left his place, going to the sleeping Kurama, calling a dozen clones along the way, who immediately went in search of camels. The morning began for Naruto with the transfer of all the girls to the other side of the rock ridge with the help of clones. It took a minimum of time, as the evening interlocutor said. A well-equipped and ready caravan was waiting on the south side of a huge pit left, apparently, from the fall of a meteorite. An hour later, the caravan was moving to the border with the country of stars. During the journey, there was not a single attack or even a hint of being near the shinobi Suna, which seriously alarmed the blonde, suggesting possible preparations for another war. Next time you won't use the techniques of Suetun. Leading the head camel by the bridle, Naruto said to Kurama, sitting on the animal, whose appearance left much to be desired: pale skin, dark circles under the eyes, reddened eyes from burst vessels. You know, I'll be fine in a couple of days, the tailed one replied listlessly, trying to squeeze out a smile, which turned out badly. And what? Are you going to constantly harass yourself with such things? Suetun is unnatural for your fiery essence, just like Doton is for me, which is why I try to use his simplest techniques, even taking into account my superhuman endurance. And you gave out an S-rank technique, provided that your body is weaker than mine at times, and the attachment to fire is 10 times stronger. My affection is in the wind, the young man said with displeasure, making it clear with his whole appearance that it was pointless to argue further on this topic. By the way, there is a suggestion after the mission to look at the hot springs. What do you say to that? I would love to. Kitsune agreed to change the subject, and the conversation on this came to no point. 2 days later, together with the caravan, they arrived at the court of the daimyo of the country of stars, where Jiraiya and Navaki were waiting for them. The tailed one had already recovered from the effects of using the techniques of Suetun by this time. Leaving Sannin and his partner to deal with the formalities, the couple quickly disappeared from their field of view, deciding to rest alone. Small hot springs were found on the outskirts of one of the richest quarters of the capital of the country of stars. A skinny tall man with noticeable gray hair and slightly overgrown brown hair, dark brown eyes and calloused hands met the couple. Good evening, young people. What can I do for you? The man asked quietly, carefully examining the couple standing in front of him. Kind, dear host. We would like to rent one of your baths, the most hidden from the rest, says Naruto. 120,000 and one of the best baths and a hotel room at your disposal. The old man named the price without further ado. Here you go." With a slight movement of his hand, extracting a bundle of bills from the seal, the blond man handed the payment to the owner, continuing to hug Kurama with one hand around his waist. Printing techniques. "It's been a long time since I've met a shinobi capable of putting them on his own body," the owner of the sources said impressively, accepting the bills, after which he added under his breath. "It's a pity that the art of Fuinjutsu has practically sunk into oblivion along with the Uzumaki clan. Are you a shinobi?" Naruto asked, carefully examining the man. "Yes, once I was a shinobi, but it was a long time ago and it's not true." The old man smiled sadly and, calling a young guy to him, gave him a sign to replace him. "Come on, I'll show you the room and the bath." "You were a member of the Uzumaki clan," the blond man said, more asserting than asking. "You're right, once I was one of them, but one day I couldn't fulfill my main task, and for that the head of the clan sealed my chakra source," the elderly man replied dully, going into his thoughts. "Akira Uzumaki Sato, guilty of the death of Uzumaki Koichi's eldest daughter, who was your fiancée," said the young man, forcing the old man to freeze in place. "So you are the young Uzumaki Ichiro told me about. What do you want from me, young head?" Akira asked, bowing respectfully. "I need you to arrange a meeting with this Ichiro and nothing more," Naruto replied, not wanting to remind the interlocutor once again about his broken life. "Tomorrow he will be able to meet with you. I will invite him here. And now let's hurry, I'll show you the room and take you to the bathhouse," the old man rattled, speeding up his pace. After showing the guests the room assigned to them and waiting for them to change, the old man took them to a hot spring hidden behind tall trees, after which he hurriedly left. "He's kind of strange," Kurama dropped into his back, sitting down on the edge of the bathhouse, checking the water with her foot. "Don't pay attention. He just has a difficult fate," Naruto replied, who had already climbed into the spring for a long time, hiding under the water for a few seconds. "I just have a bad feeling, everything has been going too smoothly lately," Kitsune said softly, throwing off the towel, going down to the bath, when the young man appeared again, snorting loudly above the surface. "Ku, stop it, let's at least relax today and take a break from all this fuss," the blond man said, swimming close to the girl who sank to the bottom of the spring, and leaning on its edges on both sides of her. "Are you okay?" Naruto asked with a hoarse voice, without removing his hand. "Yes, don't stop," muttered the nine-tailed indistinctly, sinking down on the cool floor of the bath. 3 weeks later. Forest Road. 2 days on foot from the border of the Land of Fire. A caravan pulled by mules was slowly walking along the forest road. The animals barely moved their legs after a long march under the scorching sun. The cabmen tried to urge the animals, but they no longer reacted to commands or whips. Two world-famous shinobi, Sannin Jiraiya and Navaki Senju, were sitting on soft feather beds in a chic merchant's cart. They were chatting merrily with the owner of the caravan. "And why won't your student join us?" the head of security asked Sannin, pouring his employer another glass of wine. "Naruto does not like such gatherings," the gray-haired man waved off, drunkenly smiling at one of the merchant's companions. "Maybe you still invite him, and we'll have fun with his girl for now. It's not good for such a youngster to have fun with her alone," the man continued, forcing Jiraiya to look at him as if he was dead, which was not far from the truth. Less than a second after what was said, Naruto appeared behind his back. The thirst for murder and unrestrained rage were clearly visible in his blue eyes. Rolling his eyes, Sannin had already mentally read a prayer for the repose of the soul of the suicide bomber. A moment, and the bald man is pulled out of the cart by the shoulder, and then a powerful kick follows, from which the ribs break with a crunch, tearing the skin with sharp fragments, and the head of the guard crashes into a tree. With a slurping sound, the corpse of a man is smeared on the trunk of an age-old giant in a couple of girths, sprinkling the grass and roadside dust with his blood. The guards looked with horror at what their boss had turned into just from one blow, shifting their gaze to his killer, who calmly returned to the roof of the cart that was walking in front. Fear swept over everyone like a wave. Only Jiraiya with Navaki and the owner of the caravan remained calm, and Kurama kissed her defender with considerable passion, which caused an outbreak of envy among the guards who had not seen the massacre. By evening, heavy leaden clouds began to tighten the sky, threatening to burst into a downpour at any moment. Seeing this, the cabmen stopped the caravan in the nearest convenient place and settled down for the night. Sitting by the fire, the guards discussed the day's incident in a half-whisper. You can't just leave everything as it is. This sucker killed Aki. Angrily hissed a young guy with a scar across his face. The audience nodded in agreement, supporting his idea. There are more of us, and at night, when he's sleeping, we'll just fill him up and be done with it, and then we'll have a good time with him. You probably don't understand who we're dealing with, the old man said softly, sharpening his katana. This guy is a shinobi, a very strong shinobi. He turned Aki into a piece of minced meat with one kick, and you hope to take him by number? Have you thought what will happen if he uses a technique? Or why wasn't he stopped by one of Konoha's most famous and strongest shinobi? What, old man, chickened out? The interlocutor asked a question with disdain and a malicious smile on his lips. Everyone turned their gaze to the gray-haired elder. Yes, Ken, I chickened out. It's just that, unlike you, I want to live and return to my grandchildren alive, and attacking shinobi from the Uzumaki clan and his companion from the Hug is complete madness, even if he repays death for an insult, the gray-haired man replied, continuing to sharpen his katana. Many of the guards here they thought about it. After all, Ichigo was the strongest in their squad and the most experienced. He knew the traditions and laws of many countries well. He knew the statutes of shinobi. And what do you suggest? Ken said angrily. To forget and not to remember what we saw, the old man answered, pausing for a second, making it clear that the conversation was over. No one else dared to say a word. Even the most desperate and thirsty. The downpour forced everyone to scatter to their carts. Water poured down from the sky in an endless stream, forcing the sentries to curse their bad luck and wrap themselves more tightly in their cloaks. In the middle of the night, a powerful explosion thundered right in the center of the camp, forcing the guards to jump out of warm sleeping bags under a cold, impenetrable downpour. Most of them immediately fell to the ground, pierced by senbons and shurikens, which the silhouette threw at the place where there was a bonfire in the evening. Blades of the wind, attempting to protect the last living guards, Naruto jumped out into the rain in black pants and a gray t-shirt, which instantly got wet and stuck to his body. A worried Kurama appeared behind him. Naruto Uzumaki, a voice full of superiority came from behind the wall of rain. Step away from Hyuga and stay alive. You'll only get it over my dead body, the blonde man assured coldly, then added in a whisper. Look around. It's your choice. The stranger instantly pulled out a katana and found himself dangerously close to the young man, trying to pierce the heart. Kaiten, a huge sphere of dark blue chakra, threw the attacker away without hitting Naruto. Naruto, there are 12 of them, the level of each is approximately equal to the level of a strong jonin like Kakashi. Jiraiya seems to be put to sleep, but his body is already struggling with it, and the Navaki are among them. We are in a strong barrier. After winning a few seconds, she warned her kitsune. I understand, we are working without holding back. Extracting a couple of katanas from the seals, the young man threw, standing in a defensive stance and seeing how the enemy thrown by the girl reappears in front of him. Naru, try not to damage their bodies too much, they suit us, Kitsune said, freeing her tails. To this, the young man only nodded, rushing to attack the enemy, frozen in amazement at the unexpected transformation of the girl, for which he almost paid with his life, but lost both hands, and received 32 touches from the nine-tailed, falling a whining carcass to the ground. Granite peaks. Forcing both off the ground, someone shouted from the rain-curtained, electric storm. Another voice barked from behind, threatening to end the fight at once. Great airflow. Naruto threw himself and Kurama a good 100 meters away. "Ku, light up." "The wrath of the fiery hell," Kitsune whispered, exhaling down a huge fiery shaft of dark orange-colored air press. The blonde reinforced the girl's technique. There was hell below. Huge temperatures destroyed all living things. The heat even left burns on the bodies of their creators, who were slowly falling down, thanks to the wind technique that Naruto used. There was nothing at the caravan site, a flat black pit, along the edges of which streams of molten earth flowed. Only in one place could be seen a slowly melting granite thickening, behind which all 12 attackers and Jiraiya disappeared. "The breath of the north," Uzumaki said, escaping from the fate of being boiled. A thick crust of ice immediately formed under the feet of those who landed, which, however, began to melt, because of which Uzumaki had to use a life-saving technique again, but this was only a temporary solution. The pit was too hot to cool it down with the wind technique to an acceptable level. Gradually, it was filled with fog from melting ice and evaporating water. It was necessary to get out of there as soon as possible, but first we had to deal with the night visitors and the traitor Senju. The crust of the granite shield fell apart into 2 parts, revealing an enraged Sannin in hermit mode with a blow from the inside. 3 more opponents were put out of action for good, because it turned out to be unrealistic to live with broken chests and flattened heads. From the attacks of Jiraiya, who fell into a combat frenzy, only Makoto's techniques saved him, which entangled him, slowing down the movement, but could not completely stop him, leaving 4 comrades to deal with him. 4 more, brandishing weapons, rushed towards the 2 defenders. At that moment, it began to rain again, with a hiss revealing the fog along with it. Soon, the grinding of metal and the ringing of steel began to be heard in it. The usual fog did not interfere with shinobi at all. 2 people in masks and black uniforms pressed Naruto, imposing close combat and not allowing him to use techniques. Soon serious wounds began to appear on his body, which, however, were rapidly tightening, thanks to the regeneration spurred on at the maximum. Kurama was showered with a variety of techniques at this time, not letting him stand still for a second and taking him away from the young man, which greatly strained him, and he was distracted from the fight. The girl, using all her flexibility, speed and the presence of extra limbs, tried to get closer to her opponents. She almost succeeded, until suddenly she was in severe pain, and in the meantime several more shinobi appeared on the battlefield. The ancient hieroglyphs of the restraining seal slowly spread across the body of the nine-tailed, and her loud cry full of pain made the young man miss the lunge of one of the attackers. The katana pierced his lung, almost hitting his heart. But the shinobi did not have time to rejoice in their victory. The Jinchuriki's eyes changed their color to gray-blue, and the body was covered with a golden glow. A wave and the hand holding the katana breaks away from the body of the shocked shinobi, and his head is torn apart by a kick. The second opponent, who did not have time to do anything, was simply cut by a katana pulled out of his own body, and his 2 halves fell on the ice, covered with a layer of water that turned even more red. A second later, a dozen clones appear next to Uzumaki, and he himself switches places with Kitsune, ending up in a ring of 6 shinobi, for newcomers apparently were a barrier team. Rotation around its axis with a katana exposed to the maximum length and saturated with chakra to the limit, turns into mincemeat. 2 who did not have time to react, after which it crumbles into dust. The remaining 4, consisting of fresh rivals, tried to impose a seal of suppression on Naruto, but he managed to use Hiroshin behind the back of one of them, because even his Fuinjutsu skills would not be enough to confront 4 masters who understand this discipline at once. A light touch and the seal of the tag explosion blooms on the opponent's back, and the next moment he begins to settle on the ice with a hole in his chest from an internal explosion, scattering his internal organs turned into porridge. Before the body fell, the blonde had already managed to throw 2 special kunai at the next opponent, but at the last moment he replaced himself with one of the opponents still fighting with Jiraiya, which made the task much easier for him. Thrusting a couple of kunai into the body of the hapless replacement, the blonde threw them again, taking them out of the opponent's body, then he added another 24 directly from the seal of the vault. This time there was no replacement, but the alleged victim met him with a protective lightning technique, which caused the young man to be severely electrocuted, burned the skin on his hands and concussed, but it was not possible to take advantage of the shinobi's success again. The kitsune released by the clones turned out to be next to one of them. Juken's blow to the solar plexus area and the victim's back is torn apart by the amount of chakra invested in the blow. Hack Hyaku Nijuhachi show. Laying on the shoulder blades of the two remaining shinobi, apparently not at all capable of taijutsu, she said, "How are you?" The girl asked, being near the Jinchuriki, trying to get up and shaking his head. "My head is splitting, I don't feel my hands, my back is falling apart," the blonde man moaned, the golden glow around which disappeared, and his eyes became pure blue again. "Now it will become easier for you," wrapping his body with their once fluffy tails, which turned into a pathetic semblance of themselves from the downpour. They soon lit up with a peaceful green color, bringing the regeneration of the young man to unprecedented heights. Slowly, limping on one leg and holding on to the tattered stump of the right, Sannin approached the couple. He looked at them with a bleary look. Severe blood loss, multiple fractures and severe poisoning made themselves felt, even despite all the experience and strength of this great shinobi. Meanwhile, the downpour gave way to a weak drizzle, allowing you to inspect the battlefield, bodies lying everywhere, several craters, a thick layer of ice and water on the ground, frozen streams of molten earth at the edges of the pit. "Ku, I'm already fine, help the godfather," Naruto asked, seeing the condition of the gray-haired man. Nodding silently, the former Biju entangled the unresisting man with her tails, saturating his body with her chakra, which forced her own body regeneration to work fully, turning the chakra into body tissues. A few minutes and exhausted, but already more whole, Sannin went limp in the embrace of Kitsune tails. "Wait, I'll put the seals on Ji and Navaki, and then we'll get started," concentrating in extracting a black sphere from the seal in the area of the heart, Uzumaki agreed. "Here you go." For a few minutes Naruto was busy with putting seals on the body of Senju, whose heart was torn out, and on the unconscious Sannin. After that, the couple went to the center of the pit, where the bodies of the killed opponents were already laid out in a circle. Sitting in the center of the circle facing each other and stretching out their arms, they closed their eyes. Nothing happened for a few seconds, and then green lights that were souls began to slowly appear from the bodies. They spiraled around the sphere, which like a whirlpool pulled them inside. The process was extremely slow and complicated, and took almost 3 hours. By the time they came out of a state comparable to a trance, Jiraiya had already come to himself, looking with surprise at his right hand with a lot of fresh scars. "How are you feeling?" The blonde asked a banal question, coming close to his godfather. "It's been worse," Sannin replied, sneezing loudly, yet even for his body, 3 hours of lying on ice were not in vain. "Do you know who it is?" Pointing to the bodies in the center of the pit, Naruto asked. "Blue Fangs are shinobi working for the Council of Nobles at the Dame Court. Navaki was once one of them. I thought he stopped all ties with them, but I see from today's incident that he was mistaken in him." The gray-haired man sighed heavily, casting a look full of bitterness at the pale face with dark blue bruises. "How many are there in total and what is the level of training?" The blonde man actually began the interrogation. "About 200 strong shinobi, like these, 2 groups of 16 people, the rest are at the level of Tokubetsu Jonins and strong Chunins," Sannin answered shortly, after which, looking intently into the eyes of his godson, he asked a question. "Are you going to destroy them all, them and the owners?" "I'm not going to put Kurama at risk, I will solve the problem radically," Naruto calmly replied, giving the man a hand and helping him up. "Are you going to climb into this shithole alone?" Kurama asked a question with displeasure, irritably waving her dried fluff tails. "Yes, you will not go there with me under any pretext," the blonde man confidently declared, making it clear with all his appearance that he would not tolerate objections to this. "You're definitely not going there alone." 200 shinobi, several hundred samurai, even you cannot overcome without large-scale destruction, and to arrange a massacre in the center of the capital means to destroy the whole city. Jiraiya began to, "Do you have an idea?" Looking significantly at his godfather, the blond man asked, "Yes, the Blue Fangs have crossed the road to a lot of people. I think in a couple of weeks I will be able to gather several dozen strong shinobi who will agree to help us. The main thing is not to touch the nobility and civilians, and then we will get away with it." Dame, too, is not enthusiastic about finding such large shinobi forces beyond his control in the capital. Sannin outlined his thought. "Well, I think 2 weeks is a good time to rest and prepare for the operation," agreed Naruto, hugging the pouting and showing discontent with Kitsune, quietly said. "Don't be offended, I just don't want to risk you. I'm afraid of losing you, I'm afraid of being alone again. Especially now. I won't," the girl responded just as quietly, hugging her husband in response and understanding his desire to protect her from all dangers, especially now, when in a few months there would be a replenishment in their family. "As soon as we deal with these, we will return to Konoha, and I don't care what and who will try to say there. I will kill anyone," Naruto whispered, and then added louder. "It's time to get out of here, we all need to rest. I'll seal Navaki's body, we'll give it to Senju." "Yes," Sannin agreed monosyllabically, finally deciding to ask the question that had been tormenting him since waking up. "Naruto, where did Kurama get the tails from?" "In that world I was a 9-tailed Biju, and after the battle with Kagaya I became a Kitsune, hence the tails," the 9-tailed answered for the young man. "Godfather, can we tell you more about this when we get out of here and find a place to rest?" the young man asked, but Sannin, being in a state of shock, did not seem to hear him. "Wow, it turns out my godson put the strongest of the Biju to bed?" Sannin asked the obvious question with his eyes wide with surprise. "I'll say even more, I decided to finish off the gray-haired Kitsune," smiling radiantly. "He and I will have our first child in a few months. Good heavens. You just have to tell me everything." Sannin began to demand briskly. "First we will find a place with normal beds, a shower, and even better hot springs," sobered the overexcited Sannin, who apparently tried to forget about what happened a few hours ago, that he had to tear out the heart of a student and friend who turned out to be a traitor with his own hands. Yes, of course, I know there is a small town in a couple of hours. Everything can be found there," Jiraiya chattered, heading to the edge of the pit and scribbling something hard in his notebook. As he said, a couple of hours later they arrived in a small town, and, having rented a room in a hotel with hot springs, the trio was determined to rest, the capital of the country of fire. 2 weeks later. A huge city burning with thousands of lights, electronic signs and tabloids, luring visitors to many different establishments from cafes and restaurants to casinos and arenas for fights without rules. Crowds of people were scurrying back and forth in the center of the capital of the strongest country of the Big Five. Among them, observing the observance of order, there were patrols consisting of 3 samurai and 1 shinobi moving in this crowd. Naruto closely watched the 3 fighters of the Blue Fangs, who drunkenly laughing, boldly walked down the street, forcing ordinary citizens to give way to them, and the patrols only frowned contemptuously, unable to do anything, because the violators are untouchable for them. For a week, Naruto, along with 24 other shinobi, had been tracking down opponents, marking the most visited cities on the map. Kurama helped a lot in this, scanning the city with the help of Byakugan. To the great surprise of the young man, there were more than enough strong shinobi who wanted to get even with the Fangs and their owners. Within a week of the start of the operation, 60 middle-level Jonin shinobi and 2 Sannin-level shinobi joined them, but they were mainly engaged in planning the operation and protecting participants from prosecution by the laws of the country. An hour of wandering around the city, and the trio led the young man to a large bar on the outskirts of the shopping district of the capital, around which Naruto immediately felt the presence of 6 more people involved in their risky venture, but they Could not be found by sight or sensory abilities, so he had to use communication seals. What do you have here? The blonde went on the air, taking a seat in the cafe opposite. About 3 dozen opponents, 1 jonin, the rest chunins. Well, there will be about 50 samurai, one of the observers responded. Can you handle it? The young man inquired. Yes, the main thing is that they don't run away like cockroaches, another voice reached Naruto. Don't worry about that, my clones are already cordoning off the building with a barrier, Jinchuriki informed his comrades. Naruto, you are needed in the center, an important person wants to talk to you here, Jiraiya's voice rang out in Uzumaki's head. I'll be there in 5 minutes, he replied, leaving his seat and going to the hotel they had completely rented. It was possible to get to it by the appointed time, but at the same time the young man had to move without a chakra, since the capital was under a reliable dome of sensors, and fangs should not know that there is a shinobi of their level in the city. The hotel greeted him with unusual silence and almost no burning windows, which was not surprising. People are on the hunt and are just waiting for the signal to start the massacre. Climbing to the top floor, the former headquarters of the operation, where there were various seals everywhere, Naruto noticed Jiraiya, Ali and Mustang, the real names of the latter Naruto did not know. There was also another person in the room, whose face was hidden by a deep hood, but he was not a shinobi. Do we have guests? The blonde man asked, coming up close to, yes, Naruto, this man would like to talk to you. Jiraiya turned to his godson. And who is he? Not paying attention to the presence of the guest, the young man asked a question. I am Dame's trusted man, the man answered for Sannin without taking off his hood. And what did the Dame man want from me? Uzumaki asked dryly, sensing trouble. He just wants to talk to you personally, the messenger replied respectfully. Where and when? Naruto got down to business, confident in his abilities in case of a trap. Now. I will take you to the palace through a secret passage, the guest immediately replied. I hope Dame understands that in case of an attempt to kill or capture me, I will destroy the capital, the blonde man calmly warned, trying to understand how the ruler of the country knows about his location. Of course, Iochi-sama understands this. Come on, I'll show you out, the man said, making an inviting gesture. Without answering anything, Naruto was the first to leave the hotel room, after exchanging glances with Sannin, who only nodded approvingly. Leaving through the back door of the hotel, they secretly went to the palace of the ruler of the Land of Fire. After passing through an underground passage, the young man and his guide found themselves in a gorgeous garden, where there were fruitful trees and flower beds with the most outlandish flowers everywhere. In the midst of all this splendor, which the blonde completely ignored, a gazebo was securely hidden by technicians under the shade of century-old maples, in which Jinchuriki felt the presence of 3 people. Please, Uzumaki-san, Iochi-sama is waiting for you, removing the illusion with some artifact, the guide said, without forcing himself to wait. Good evening, Naruto-kun, a handsome man of about 40. With a barely noticeable gray in his hair greeted Uzumaki who entered. Good afternoon, Iochi-san, ignoring all the rules of communication with the head of state, Naruto responded, sitting down on an empty seat at a small table in the center. What can I do for you? The business acumen of the Namikaze clan and the crazy Uzumaki are immediately visible, the ruler of the Land of Fire grinned. To the point. So to the point. I didn't think Dame bothered to know about such features of clans living in the territory under his control. Naruto stretched out, trying to examine the faces of 2 people sitting on the right and left hand of the interlocutor. And yet, why am I here? First of all, I wanted to thank you and your people for the decision to destroy the Blue Fangs. They have been standing across my throat for a long time, but eliminating only the perpetrators means only delaying the problem for a while. Do you want us to destroy the top of the nobility, standing in opposition to your policy? That's right, they've been allowing themselves too much lately, and leaving their liberties unpunished will mean showing weakness, and now it's unacceptable. Dame rubbed his forehead wearily. Why now? Naruto inquired, whose gut told him that soon this world would be in for a shock comparable to the fourth shinobi war of his world. Our intelligence has reported that the inhabitants of the neighboring continent are assembling an army to launch an invasion of our territory. The level of their technology is disproportionately higher than ours. Their warships are capable of leveling any coastal city that is not protected by barrier technicians with several volleys. Our ancestors made a big mistake when they focused on turning shinobi into an obedient weapon and stopped any attempts at technological progress in military terms. Now we are actually on the verge of a war between ordinary people and shinobi within our continent, and if it breaks out, we will not be able to counter the external threat, even if one of the parties wins quickly. Iochi outlined the situation. So our business is that bad? Naruto arched an eyebrow, roughly imagining the consequences of such an outcome. In fact, everything can be many times worse, because we have absolutely no information about the weapons created by the Ergs * over the past 10 years. Perhaps they have something capable of destroying cities in the depths of the continent with one blow. That is why I want to propose an alliance. You are the cleaner, the one who will be followed by all the shinobi of the Land of Fire, and I am the one who is able to lead ordinary people and samurai. Our combined efforts may be enough to protect against a possible invasion. The interlocutor began to probe the ground. What will the shinobi who followed me get in return? The blond man asked, already imagining what the ruler of the country would offer them. I can see from your eyes that you have already understood what those who follow you will get. Joichi smiled from the corners of his lips. Change of the aristocratic elite. But there's clearly not enough room for everyone on the council, Naruto reminded. And it's up to the Hokage to decide who exactly will join the council under the government. His powers will be seriously expanded, and I would like to increase the number of places of compact residence of shinobi several times. Confidently looking into the eyes of the young man, the man replied. Increase the number of places of compact residence of shinobi? The blond man grinned, internally agreeing with such a decision, because it meant an increase in the number of shinobi several times, from a measly 100,000, for the whole country, taking into account all, from infants to infirm old people. Up to 500, and maybe more than 1,000. How much? 12 more villages, not inferior in numbers to the Hidden Leaf, Dame calmly replied. I see you have grandiose plans. The blond man shook his head, who was somewhat unsettled by such a statement. Not with me, Naruto-kun, but with us, Iochi corrected the young man. According to the calculations of our analysts, it will be possible to increase the number of trained shinobi to the required level in 70 years with appropriate stimulation of the birth rate, but taking into account all the risks and possible problems, the figure doubles. Increase the number of shinobi from 40,000 combat-ready and trained fighters to 500 in 70 years. It smells like nonsense, especially in light of a possible Ergen attack. Uzumaki expressed his opinion. I think Konoha's sabotage forces can force the enemy to abandon the idea of fighting with us in the next century. Professor Stern will tell you about how it is planned to increase the number of only trained shinobi, but a little later, pointing to the man sitting on his right hand, Iochi said. Your awareness scares me a little, Jinchuriki said, trying to find at least one explanation. Such in-depth knowledge of the ruler of the country. This is the merit of Ichigo-san, said Iochi, which made Naruto snort angrily, because he could have guessed himself who could have given Dame such data. I see. That you already know each other and unnecessary introductions are unnecessary. So what do you say about the possibility of such an alliance? I want to know why. Naruto asked firmly. Why does the ruler of the country suddenly decide to make shinobi his mainstay? The interlocutor grinned. Yes, the blond man replied shortly. It's simple, Naruto-kun, Iochi said, stretching out his hand and making a small blue light appear on it. Our family is very ancient, several centuries older than the Otsutsuki clan. Long before the appearance of shinobi, we had an amazing ability to summon blue flames that can instantly burn anything. Now, however, of all our kind, only a few who are related to strong shinobi are able to use it. This light is my limit, but my eldest daughter is much stronger than me, because her mother was one of the Uzumaki who survived the destruction of the whirlpool. Now everything becomes clear. You just decided to regain your former power by increasing the number of shinobi, as a result of which shinobi may appear, many times exceeding the level of most of the living. Clever, the blonde man appreciated. You're very perceptive, Naruto-kun, but apparently you didn't quite understand me. I want my daughter to become your wife, Dame grinned. Rather, you did not understand. Offering me such a thing is complete nonsense. I already have a spouse and she will not tolerate a rival next to me, just as I do not want to see someone else with me, the blonde calmly replied, dispelling the light on the interlocutor's hand. Well, be it your way, but think about the prospect of getting this unique element at the disposal of your clan. The ruler did not give up. I'll think about it, and now let's move on to discussing the details of our contract. Naruto got down to business. With the drafting of the contract and the elaboration of its main details, the four sat until lunch. Sometimes servants appeared in the gazebo with food and news from all over the capital, about the many brutal murders and disappearances among the highest aristocratic circles. The people who came with the young men, having received the go-ahead for their destruction, did not restrain themselves in ways and means, often simply going ahead, destroying everyone who was in the houses belonging to their goals. The panic among the population was managed with the help of Jiraiya, who officially announced his arrival in the capital. Sitting at a small desk in the evening, Naruto carefully reread a rather ancient-looking scroll. Kurama was sitting next to him, also carefully reading the text. Leaning back, the blonde stared at the ceiling for several minutes in silence, waiting for the girl to finish reading. In my opinion, you're so upset for nothing, the nine-tailed woman said, rolling up the scroll, waving her tails. Why do you think so? The blue flame is the only element capable of opposing Amaterasu, if, of course, you can believe this scroll. Jinchuriki sighed wearily, closing his eyes and feeling the tailed head sink on his chest. What prevents a marriage between our child and the child of Dame's daughter? Kurama asked. Don't you think that would be unfair to them? Naruto asked, puzzled by his wife's words. Not if we tell them about it ourselves at the moment when they will be able to understand the reasons for such a decision. In our world, justice and honesty are generally a rare phenomenon. Kitsune grinned, drawing bizarre patterns on the young man's chest. Further conversation was interrupted by a knock on the door. Uzumaki-san, a message has arrived for you from Konoha. The voice of a breathless messenger came. Come in and give it here. Taking a sitting position, the young man ordered. At the same moment the doors of the room were opened. A middle-aged man flew into the room, handed a small scroll to the blonde, and again disappeared behind the door. A bad premonition visited Naruto. As soon as he looked at the seal on the scroll, the personal stamp of the head of the Namake's clan, which could mean only one thing: there was trouble with someone from the family. Quickly opening it, the young man ran his eyes over it, and then squeezed it with force, causing it to crumble to dust from the release of the wind chakra. Ku, get ready, you and I are going back to Konoha. Immediately, getting to his feet, the blonde man said in an even tone. What happened? The girl asked anxiously, appearing in front of him, and, clasping his face with her hands, forced him to look into her eyes. The old man at Sushi was killed. Restraining the anger and anger rushing out, Jinchuriki squeezed out of himself, for whom the great-grandfather became a native person comparable to Jiraiya from that world. The night sky over Konoha was slowly covered with heavy clouds. Bright flashes of lightning and deafening thunderclaps were visible somewhere beyond the horizon. The streets of the night village, despite the late time and the approaching bad weather, were full of shinobi. Search teams combed the surroundings near the Leaf. ANBU were on duty on the protective wall of the village. It was possible to get into the village only through the main gate, which was guarded by several reinforced detachments. And it had to happen right now, one of the Jonin guards on duty at the gate said, exhaling a stream of smoke. now the ANBU will dig the ground with their noses until they find this idiot. That's for sure, Karo, another jonin agreed with his comrade, peering at the night road. I wonder how he was able to get into the village. And even more so in the estate of the Uzumaki clan. I don't know, Goro, and I don't want to know. Let those who missed this monster have a headache, the interlocutor waved off, burning a cigarette. But well, yes, the monster is the most suitable description for him. Another jonin agreed with his friend. Kill 24 Kakashi, level shinobi, destroy 3 clan quarters almost to dust. Injure the heads of 2 clans that are among the 10 strongest in Konoha, kill the 3rd and be able to injure the 4th. That's who you have to be. A person is definitely not capable of such a thing. Stop talking. 2 shinobi are approaching us. The chakra level of both is comparable to the chakra volumes of Shukaku. They will be here in a minute. The barrier team get ready to meet the guests. The jonins take up fighting positions. Sable, report to the Hokage. ANBU appeared on the road and commanded. A second later, the first protective barrier fluttered in the air, and dozens of jonins took their places ready to take the first blow of unexpected guests. The seconds of waiting for experienced fighters dragged painfully slowly. Soon, 2 shadows jumped onto the road in front of the gate, while not even meeting resistance from the barriers set up by the guards, which forced the jonins to use techniques on their reflexes alone. Fireballs reinforced with wind blades hit the place where a couple of unidentified shinobi were standing a moment ago. Stop it. ANBU in a bear mask, who appeared in front of the night visitors, barked. Uzumaki, I will forgive myself to forgive my people. After the attack everyone is on edge. Calm down, bear, everything is fine. Naruto's calm voice interrupted the masked fighter. Where can I find Minato-sama? Hokage, Sama is in the hospital right now. My man will take you to him, otherwise you will have to fight your way through several barriers. You understand the security measures in light of recent events, ANBU explained. Weasel, escort the head of the Uzumaki clan to the Hokage ward. The fighter who appeared next to the couple silently nodded, gesturing for them to follow him. By this time all the gathered jonins had already resumed their former places, discussing what had happened in a whisper. The journey to the hospital took almost half an hour. Along the way their group was stopped several times by patrols and posts stationed at all major intersections of the village. Frightened residents watched them out of the windows. After all, for most of them, battles were just fairy tales, distant and often simply impossible, about which they had heard only out of the corner of their ear. Shinobi also saw off the troika with long and wary glances. Naruto himself cared little about what was happening around him. The young man completely immersed himself in himself, trying to deal with the mess that was happening in his memories. From the moment he received the letter from his father, it was as if some mechanism that allowed him to think rationally and freely fell apart in his head. Strange memories unrelated to each other, only a lot of images with strangers and destruction around, fire screams, and the strangest memory is an older sister standing with a naked katana with tear-stained eyes and hands smeared in blood, and behind her, a father lying in blood with a torn chest, and a mother bending over above him, mentally giving the command. Naruto created 2 copies of himself and sent them to his grandfather's mansion, or rather, to his basement, at Kurama's questioning. Look, he only shook his head. The hospital greeted them with unexpected silence. The corridors were full of shinobi, whose appearance could immediately tell that they had recently left the battle, but the doctors did not have time to get to them and at least patch up their wounds a little. 24 ANBU were on duty at Minato's ward, for were censors, next to the neighboring fighters of this unit, and several clan shinobi from Nara and Yamanako were also on duty. Uzumaki-sama, I'm sorry, but we can't miss the girl. ANBU in an eagle mask appeared right in front of Naruto. Get out of the way, Captain, otherwise I'll smear you along the corridor with a thin layer. She is now the only one who can save her father the opportunity to fully use the chakra. Taking the man by the collar and pulling him to himself, the blond man said through his teeth so that only the interlocutor could hear him. But she is from the clan of traitors. The eagle's phrase was interrupted by a blow to the solar plexus, from which his ribs cracked, and a dent from a fist was clearly visible in the armor plate of the vest. From the actions of the blonde, the ANBU on duty prepared for a possible attack, and the clan shinobi interrupted their conversation, also ready to support the fighters if necessary. Naruto, stop it. A familiar voice reached the young man. Let go of the eagle. Okay, Tsunade-san, the blonde nodded, removing his hands from the barely standing fighter and looking at Senju, whose appearance immediately made it clear that the woman had carried out several extremely complex operations over the past few hours to save the lives of the shinobi of the village. Don't hold a grudge against them, not many people now know what the amulet on her neck means. Come on, you said she could help Minato. If that's true, then we'd better hurry. The doors of the ward immediately opened, the ANBU let the guests inside, a fourth lay on a hospital bed under the supervision of several mednans. A pale appearance and fresh traces of wounds made it clear that the doctors had accomplished a feat by managing to assemble the young man's father literally in parts. Coming closer to his bed, Tsunade nodded to the attendants, and they quickly left the ward. Ku, what do you say? Naruto asked after a moment of silence from his wife, who was studying the unconscious body of the older blonde Byakugan. I need a lot of chakra. His chakra hearth is almost destroyed, all the channels on the right side of his chest are turned into dust, his heart is miraculously not touched and, thank all the gods, his brain. Senju-sama, I hope you can help me? Without looking up at the blonde, Kurama asked a question. Tell me what is required of me, Tsunade calmly replied, which only pleased Kitsune and added another plus to the piggy bank to the reputation of a woman. It will be necessary to repair injuries in bones and tissues while I restore the chakra channels, otherwise the recovery of Hokage-sama will take a very long time and with a high probability the bones of his right arm, ribs and vertebrae will become too fragile for his Thunder God flight. The nine-tailed explained. Get started, I'll take care of it, nodded the blonde, whose hands were already glowing dark green. Naruto, and you give me and Senju-sama as much chakra as possible, said Kurama, whose hands were enveloped by a ghostly glow more like a haze. I understand you, Naruto replied, standing behind his wife and the main copper Konoha, putting his hands, burning with bright yellow fire, to the backs of those in the area of the chakra hearth. The restoration of the center of the chakra and the channels of the fourth lasted almost 20 hours. 2 ANBU sensors closely watched all the actions of the troika. Noise was heard several times outside the doors. Someone clearly wanted to get into the ward. During this time, the young man managed to get memories from his clones sent to the clan estate. And they were disappointing. The system of external protection of the clan's estate was destroyed at the root. Out of 36 houses, only 2 remained intact, which were on the very outskirts of the clan's territory, and practically adjacent to the landfills. The only good thing was that the clan's underground library and the basement of Atsushi's house were not damaged. The clones also found out that Lee was seriously injured during the battle, and he is alive only thanks to Karen, who also got hurt, but the girl managed to heal herself. That's it, I'm done, Kurama said in a trembling voice, bringing Naruto out of his thoughts. Me too, Tsunade said more firmly and confidently, managing to grab the staggering girl by the elbow, who the next moment found herself in her husband's arms. That's stupid, what happened? Naruto asked in surprise, watching as Senju's hands were enveloped in a glow again, this time being pale green. Using such techniques in her position is categorically contraindicated. She almost killed herself and the child. The blonde growled, putting her hand to Kurama's head and stomach. For several minutes there was an oppressive silence in the ward, broken by the barely discernible breathing of the fourth. Tsunade, biting her lip until it bled, tried to help the girl get out. Her hands were slowly covered with a barely noticeable red mesh from the burst capillaries due to the colossal tension and control of their owner's chakra. I did everything I could, she needs to be urgently placed in the maternity ward under the supervision of the best Irenans of my clan, the blonde muttered to herself. Sparrow, Tsunade-sama? Anbu replied, appearing from the wall to bring Senju Kumiko, Kimi, and Momoko here immediately. Immediately, to the maternity ward. Tsunade barked at the fighter so that he instantly disappeared with 2 more sources of chakra for the company. Come on, Naruto, your wife should be taken to the maternity ward as soon as possible, yet the preservation of the fetus, the life and health of the woman in labor is not my specialty, I just patched her up. Lead on, the blonde man replied shortly, trying to remain calm, but the experienced Senju did not escape the small details that betrayed the degree of anger and excitement of the young head of the allied clan. Don't worry, those whom I called will definitely be able to put her on her feet. Although, most likely, she will have to stay in the hospital under the supervision of doctors until the birth, otherwise there is a chance of miscarriage, and if she decides to use medical techniques again, or, God forbid, be a Kugan, then complete infertility without a chance of healing, leading Naruto through the corridors, she outlined the situation to Tsunade. I understand you, Tsunade-sama. I am indebted to you, the young man said with gratitude in his voice, laying Kurama on the bed. Indicated by the blonde. You don't owe me anything, Naruto, nor me, nor my clan, the woman said softly, wearily sinking onto a free bed with the obvious intention of sleeping. My brother attacked you, the head of the allied clan who always came to our rescue, even risking his own lives, even knowing that some of the Senju betrayed them. Your great-grandfather, even after everything, all the dirt and treachery on our part, remained a faithful follower of the agreement concluded between the clans. So consider it payment for another betrayal by my clan. I hope you will become as strong and wise a clan head as Atsushi, and the saved life of your spouse and firstborn will serve as a sign that not the entire clan of the founders of Konohagakure no Sato has rotted from the inside, and our union can still benefit your clan. I believe you, Tsunade-bachan. Naruto smiled warmly at the almost sleeping woman, having managed to see the same Tsunade in her again. The goidame of the hidden leaf. What did you call me, a trifle? Opening one eye, in which a cheerful light was burning, she asked a question. I didn't think that the legendary Iraianin was deaf in both ears, the blonde man replied, still smiling, sitting down on a chair in front of his wife's bed and taking her hand in his. Can I stay with her for a while? Yes, but only until the Iraianins I have summoned are delivered. They will need to take care of your wife, and you will calm your mother and sister, the blonde yawned, closing her eyes. Naruto grinned and shook his head. The last day turned out to be just crazy for him, and filled with a lot of unpleasant news and events. The seemingly endless day was finally coming to an end, and together with the sun drowning in the tops of age-old trees, the blonde's worries and fears were going away. The worry for Kurama and their child went to no, thanks to the words of Senju, which made no sense to doubt, because Uzumaki did not feel a drop of lies or hidden meaning in them. It was impossible to deceive the abilities obtained after training with Kirabai. Without even noticing how, Naruto fell asleep, tired brain and body, just turned off at one moment. As soon as their owner was safe and calmed down, the young man woke up with the first rays of the sun, the rays of which beat right into his eyes from the slightly open window. Looking around, he was able to understand that he was left in the ward of Kurama, who was sleeping on the next bed. Finally woke up, a familiar voice reached Uzumaki, but the words were uttered at the limit of hearing. Karen? The young man asked in surprise, shifting his gaze to the girl sitting on a chair against the wall. What are you doing here, hi Naruto? Tsunade-sensei assigned me to your wife as an attending physician, Karen replied, getting up from her seat and approaching Jinchuriki. I need to examine you. Yesterday you had a lot of small ruptures of the chakra channels, and severe physical and chakra exhaustion. The new head of the clan began, as he was interrupted again. Your beloved will be fine, as well as with the child, if she listens to Tsunade-sensei. Now nothing threatens the life and health of her and the child. You're fine. Much, however, the red-haired woman was surprised by the regeneration of a relative. You'd better go to the clan quarter now. Kushina-san and Ki-chan are very worried. They should be calmed down, because in one day all the people dear to them were in a hospital bed. Okay Karen, I entrust you with taking care of Kurama while I'm gone, Naruto said, pulling on his clothes. What happened to Lee? He helped Tsuchiyaji-sama seal that creature, distracting his attention to himself, but having decided to use the lotus on him, he received fractures of the spine, pelvic bones and both legs. Now he is sleeping after surgery, the girl replied, hiding her eyes. Thank you Karen, I won't bother you. As soon as Kurama, Lee, or my father come to their senses, send the chakra to this seal, handing that piece of paper. Naruto asked, approaching his sleeping wife and kissing her. They will not come to their senses soon, at least 2 days. Artificial sleep techniques have been applied to them. And Kurama may be more, because for a faster return to normal of her chakras, secret techniques of the Senju clan were used, personally by Tsunade-sensei, the red-haired blonde warned. Thank you for the warning, see you later. Leaving the ward, the young man said goodbye, to which the interlocutor only nodded. Naruto had 2 days ahead, 2 busy and very busy days. There were a lot of things that needed to be done, and the very first on the list was the organization of the farewell ceremony and the funeral of his grandfather. Remembering again about another loss, Jinchuriki clenched his fists to the blood, after which he shook his head and went in search of his sister and mother. They really needed to be calmed down, summoning a dozen clones, who immediately disappeared from view with the help of Shunshin. The blonde moved to the surviving Hyroshin beacon on one of the polygons in the clan estate. The picture presented before him was seriously different from what he remembered, but to his surprise, several simple barriers were already standing over the territory to protect against surveillance and warnings about uninvited guests. The southern, eastern central part, from the once beautiful quarter of Fuinjutsu masters, consisted of ruins, houses destroyed to the ground, mountains of debris in various debris, trenches, pits, and other traces of the use of strong techniques. Only broken trees remained from a large orchard. The western part of the estate was not so badly damaged, but there were no whole houses there either. Only the northern part of the estate turned out to be practically untouched, only a huge pit in which Naruto recognized the consequences of using the lotus rock, and a small area of scorched earth on the opposite side. Moving to him, he noticed traces of dried blood on the stone path, and was able to distinguish symbols on the ground from the technique used by Atsushi. What kind of creature was it that even an old man could only deal with it with this? The young man shook his head, in whose memory a memory he had seen earlier and associated with this place helpfully surfaced. It was here that Minato got his wound, and the old man laid down his head. Naruto? Kushina's tired voice called the guide. Yes, Mom, it's me, the blonde man said, turning around his mother in one movement, tightly hugging the woman who clung to him with force, burying her face in his broad chest, barely noticeably shuddering and sobbing. Hush, Mom, calm down, everything is already fine, I'm here, Dad will come to his senses soon. At Tsuchiyaji. The red-haired woman whispered, while not stopping sobbing. Ma, Grandpa did what he thought was right, he gave his life to save you, sister, father, Lee and many others in this village. He acted as the real head of the clan, and as a man who loves his children and grandchildren. And you know, I'm sure he wouldn't like that his beloved granddaughter, Kushi-chan, is standing and shedding tears in vain, Naruto said, stroking his mother's hair, trying to distract from heavy thoughts and the loss of a loved one. And by the way, I'm hungry, there hasn't even been a dewdrop in my mouth in the last 24 hours. Thank you, son, the red-haired woman said, tearing herself away from the blonde man's chest and looking up at him. Come on, I'll cook something now. You're welcome, Ma. Jinchuriki smiled at his mother, praising that nameless ANBU from a previous life who taught him the basics of psychology in the use of his gift to feel and convey his own emotions at the right moment, such as now. No matter how bad it was for him, no matter how he felt the loss, he was not going to let his closest and dearest get bogged down in this quagmire. You know, in the year and a half that we haven't seen you, you've grown a lot, and you look more and more like Minato. There will be no end of fans and admirers, walking with her son on her arm towards the surviving houses, and meticulously examining him. Kushina talked, smiling a little. Yes, and Jiraiya wrote that you have a surprise for us. Can you tell what it's for? Well, he probably meant it. The blond man pointed to the part of the medallion with the image of the clan sign hanging around his neck, throwing his hand behind his head and smiling broadly. What? The young man's mother exclaimed when she recognized in the thing a part of the amulet that each of the Uzumaki gave to his chosen one or chosen one. You. Yes, do you even realize what you've done? Of course, said Jinchuriki, continuing to smile broadly, for which he received a blow to the head from his mother. For what, Dadabe? You still ask why, Dadabane? Arching an eyebrow, and releasing a huge amount of chakra, which made the woman's hair look like the tails of a nine-tailed. Do you at least understand that no ordinary girl is capable of giving birth to a healthy child from a member of the Uzumaki clan? Ma, don't you think I know about this? Rubbing the place of the next blow, on the long-suffering head, Naruto asked, noting to himself how, under the influence of technology and similar news, the mother frowned less and less. And who is she? With blazing eyes and hair flying behind her back, Kushina asked a question, standing in front of her son and looking straight into his eyes. Harem of the Hyuga clan, Jinchuriki calmly replied, watching as the chakra pressure emanating from his mother disappeared. The highest degree of surprise could easily be read on his face. Are you kidding me? Having come to her senses, the woman barked. No, I'm absolutely serious. Smiling with the corners of his lips, Naruto responded, pointedly clearing his ears. But how is this possible? The blood-red habanero persisted. A duel of heirs, the blond man shrugged. You know that the winner has the right to demand from the loser the fulfillment of any wish, up to death or the release of secrets of the clan to which the loser belongs. And it seemed to me that it would be a great slap in the face for Hugh that the eldest daughter of the current head would become the wife of the head of the clan that they had once betrayed. You are very cruel, Naruto, Kushina sighed heavily. Don't you feel sorry for the girl at all? After all, such a thing is not accepted among our clan. Why should I feel sorry for the girl I love and who loves me? Tilting his head to the side, the blonde asked, how can you be so sure that she loves you? Uzumaki asked. I can feel emotions, and would Kurama risk her life for me if it meant freedom for her? Naruto asked the question. Wait, what kind of Kurama? Because as far as I know, the daughters of the current head of the Hyuga clan are called Hinata and Hanabi. Yes, and, in general, why isn't she with you now? Kushina asked angrily, putting her hands on her hips. Ma, let's feed me, and I'll tell you everything, both to you and Kita, right, sis? Looking at the blonde who appeared behind his mother's back, while turning his ability also on his sister, which made a bell sound in his head, and only regeneration and endurance did not let him fall from the pain and fatigue that had piled up. Of course, the girl agreed with him, hanging on her brother's neck. Kid, stop hanging on to your brother, the red-haired woman began in a serious tone. He is not a free person now, and his wife may not understand you correctly. What? What other spouse? He's only 15. Shouted the girl, whom Naruto had already managed to put on his neck. Ma, Kurama will understand everything correctly, especially since she is in the hospital now, said the young man, hugging his mother around the waist, and Hiroshin carried them to the porch of the house visible in the distance. To forestall your question, I will say that everything is fine with her now. Karen is looking after her, and the 4 clones have already turned her ward into a well-fortified fortress, and my mark is there, I will be next to her at any moment if there is danger. Now I'm needed here, the clan quarter urgently needs to be protected, and the rest of the cases need to be sorted out. Nodding, Kushina went into the house, dragging her daughter with her, and Naruto was finally able to cancel the technique without fear that the mother or sister would again plunge into the misfortunes that suddenly fell on them. Grabbing the railing, the blonde gasped for air, trying to recover as quickly as possible and recover from the consequences of the technique. After all, such delicate work with someone else's consciousness was an extremely difficult task for him. Wiping the blood dripping from his nose, Jinchuriki went into the house, then slipped into the bathroom. A late dinner with his family, albeit incomplete, followed Naruto's stories about everything that happened to him during his absence, while he received several times from Kushina and Kid. The trio went to sleep deep after midnight. Having settled down in the room assigned to him, the blonde lay down, then scattered the clones and fell asleep, giving his brain a rest from using technology and a huge array of information that came from the clones. The new day promised to be eventful for the young head of the clan. The morning of a new day began for Naruto with the sound of rain. Water poured from the sky in an endless stream, drumming on windows and roofs. Dark clouds completely covered the sky, from which the house was in semi-darkness. Sitting up on the bed, the young man sighed heavily, his head buzzed like a hive of angry bees after the evening use of abilities. Turning his gaze to the mirror standing next to the bed, the blonde only shook his head. His appearance left much to be desired: red eyes due to burst capillaries, dark circles lying under them, and skin color close to gray. Shaking his head and folding the seal of concentration, Jinchuriki began to put himself in order, reaching for a piece of the Kyubi chakra inside the seal. A couple of minutes and the eyes returned to normal, and the face acquired a natural color. Pulling on a training set of clothes and looking at the clock, the arrow on which pointed to 5:30 in the morning, Naruto went to the dining room, which greeted him with silence and emptiness. After quickly making himself some sandwiches and washing them down with milk, he went to the training ground, which was located next to the house. An hour for the morning warm-up, consisting of exercises memorized to automatism, flew by unnoticed. Returning to the house, he found Kushina already conjuring at the stove. The smell of something delicious wafted through the house. Silently slipping to the second floor and sneaking into the shower, Naruto quickly washed off the dirt. Coming out of the bathroom, the blonde almost collided with a sleepy sister. Yawning loudly and covering her mouth with her palm, the girl, not noticing her brother, went into the shower, shaking her head, and once again, complaining about her complete failure as a mentalist. Jinchuriki moved to his room. After quickly tidying himself up and putting on the standard Jonin leaf uniform and an orange raincoat over it, he went down to the dining room, where the table was already set. "Good morning, Ma," the young man said, pouring himself a cup of coffee and taking an empty seat. "Good morning, Naruto. Did you get enough sleep?" Pushing a plate of pastries towards the blonde, Kushina replied, "Thanks." "Sure. What are your plans for today?" Sipping an invigorating drink and looking attentively at his mother, Jinchuriki asked. "We need to make preparations for Atsushi, Aji's funeral," the woman replied, lowering her head. "No," Uzumaki shook his head. "I will take it upon myself, but now I am the head of the clan and all these events are my responsibility. Are you sure you can handle it?" Looking up at her son, the red-haired woman asked a question. "Yes, Ma. It's not the first time I've buried loved ones," Jinchuriki calmly replied. "And you and Kid better visit your father, Lee. Well, if Karen allows, then Kurama, my clone, will accompany you. I still can't get used to the fact that you are no longer a baby Naruto, but an adult and independent man." Kushina smiled with the corners of her lips. "Okay, we'll follow your advice. Thank you, it was delicious." "I'll go, I have some urgent things to do," the young man said, creating a clone and disappearing from the house with the help of Hiroshin. First of all, he went to the bank, where, according to his grandfather's notes, which his clone studied until late in the morning, there were documents necessary for the official recognition of Naruto as the head of the Uzumaki clan. At the bank, the young man was met by one of the managers, who was clearly waiting for his arrival and, inviting him to follow him, led him to an underground vault. On the way there, Jinchuriki noted with great surprise for himself, just an exorbitant number of fuin techniques of various purposes: barriers, scanners, recognizing seals, warning seals, strengthening, self-destruction and many other fuin tinsta. I see you are surprised, Uzumaki-sama. The man started a conversation. Yes, there is such a thing. I have never seen such a concentration of various seals of this level in one place before, Naruto replied, deciding to keep the conversation going. Do not be surprised at this. After all, we are the oldest bank in the Land of Fire. In Konoha, this branch appeared a couple of years after the formation of the village, and its protection was handled by the great masters from the whirlpool itself, and subsequently it was refined by Atsushi-sama, so even shinobi of the Kage level will not be able to penetrate into our vault, if they have no knowledge of fuinjutsu. The interlocutor explained. You didn't just start this conversation. Jinchuriki interrupted the man. You are very perceptive, Uzumaki-sama, but I did not start this conversation so easily. You know, this whole system needs constant monitoring by the master of fuin techniques, and those who are able to quickly understand all this splendor. There are only 4 people in the district, while 3 are inaccessible to us. You are the direct legal successor of the person with whom we concluded a mutually beneficial agreement for servicing all our banks, and we hope that you will confirm this contract with your signature. The manager outlined the situation. Let's discuss this issue a little later. Now I have a lot of other concerns, but I think my answer to your proposal after reviewing the contact will be positive, said Naruto. When the interlocutor stopped at a huge metal door. Of course, as you wish. We're here. Do you have the scroll key with you? The man asked a question, to which the young man, silently, handed him the required. After simple manipulations of the manager, the door opened with a quiet hiss, letting them inside. The cell number of the rented Atsushi-sama, 164S. I'll wait outside the door. As soon as Naruto was left alone, he extracted another key scroll and, inserting it into the recognition hole, wrote special symbols on the door in blood. A second, two, and then there was a click. The door slowly opened, revealing the contents of the cell. 3 large scrolls occupied almost all the available space. On the spines of each there was a signature indicating the contents. Taking one of them, Jinchuriki closed the cell, left the vault, and then the bank, finally promising to look in a week. After leaving the threshold of the bank, he put the scroll into the seal. It had not been possible to do this before, the protection prevented. After looking around and making sure that there was already enough time, he went on foot to the Hokage residence, to an appointment with a representative of the daimyo in Konoha. His office was found on the 2nd floor of the residence, a small room with a minimum of decoration and furniture. A gray-haired handsome man, about 40 years old, was sitting at a table in front of a pile of papers. Glancing at the blond man who entered, he nodded to an empty chair, then plunged into the documents. What did you come with, young man? He turned to Naruto after a while. With this, Akira-san, he handed the interlocutor a small scroll extracted from the jar. The will of the head of the Uzumaki clan, the man drawled, after running through the text with his eyes. And you, as I understand it, are the new head of the clan? That's right, Jinchuriki nodded. Are you aware of the conditions for the official confirmation of you as the head of the clan before the daimyo? Akira asked, looking intently at the interlocutor. That's right, the blond man replied. Then I need documents confirming your rank of jonin, and kinship with the previous head of the Uzumaki clan, the representative of the daimyo asked. Here, Naruto answered monosyllabically, extracting and passing the required to the man. Great, they're authentic. I congratulate you, young man, now you are officially the new head of the Uzumaki clan, Akira said, putting a seal on the scroll and handing it to the young man. And now, if you have no more questions for me, please leave me. there is no work waiting, thanks. Have a nice day, Akira-san, Jinchuriki said shortly, getting up from his seat. The man only nodded at this, returning to the papers. He was clearly not bothered by what was happening around. Naruto, having finished with the simplest part of the things planned for the day, went to the hospital, where he had to pick up Atsushi's body. He ran into Ken on the porch. Good afternoon, Naruto-san. Please accept our sincere condolences to your grief and sympathy for the irreparable loss. The merchant spoke as soon as the young man caught up with him. Thank you, Jinchuriki replied dryly. Is that the only reason you were guarding me here, or are there any other reasons? I wanted to offer you services for the restoration of the Uzumaki quarter, of course at our expense. Ken rattled off a possible question from Uzumaki. That would be nice, but the most you can help me with is the delivery of the necessary materials. I won't let strangers into the clan estate, Naruto answered thoughtfully. Of course, as it will be convenient for you. May I know exactly what materials you need? The merchant inquired, making it clear with his whole appearance that he was not going to argue with the young man. Here he will tell you everything, Jinchuriki replied, pointing to the copy he had summoned a moment ago. See you later, Ken-san. Leaving his copy to deal with this issue, he went inside through the checkpoint, asked the attendant where his grandfather's body was and received the answer that it was in the ANBU morgue and access to it could only be obtained with the personal permission of the head of this organization. Cursing and swearing under his breath, the blond man quickly left the hospital building, with the help of Hiroshige, heading straight to the Hokage residence. Materializing in the reception room of the office of the head of the village, he attracted the eyes of all those gathered, as well as ANBU guards who instantly appeared next to him. Without paying attention to anyone, Naruto moved again, but this time straight to the underground base, which could only be done from the residence. As soon as he appeared in the dungeon, he was instantly surrounded by 24 masked fighters. A couple of katanas rested on his back, and a strong barrier was erected around him, preventing the use of spatial techniques and in general the use of ninjutsu. How did you get into the ANBU base? One of the fighters asked a question. According to the signs on whose mask Naruto recognized him as the commander of the guard. With the help of special equipment, the young man calmly replied, standing still and waiting for further actions of the guards. How do you know the necessary seals for its use, not being ANBU? The man continued to ask questions. The technique was created by the Uzumaki clan, and we naturally have all the data concerning it, including the sequence of activator seals, Jinchuriki said, noting that several sources of chakra of the Kage level are already approaching them. Varen, release the head of the Uzumaki clan. Someone's imperious and cold voice gave a short order. Hi, Dragon-sama. Naruto's interlocutor responded, signaling to his people to carry out the order of the head of the ANBU. I didn't think that the young head would visit us so soon. The owner of the dragon mask began the conversation as soon as his subordinates disappeared from sight. Urgent and extremely important matters brought me here, Jinchuriki replied, following the man who turned his back on him and went somewhere deep into the dungeons. Yes, and the sooner the better. I don't want to linger in these catacombs, the blonde replied, continuing to walk next to the interlocutor. You know yourself that this is impossible. Atsushi-san is an ANBU, and his body contains too many secrets to be passed on even to his clan. The dragon tried to explain the situation. I don't care about your rules. If you don't want me to smash everything here into pebbles, just give Atsushi's body. His secrets will not get to anyone. The body will be destroyed in fire, and the ashes scattered over the ocean, Naruto said firmly. The color of the iris changed from blue to gray, with a vertical pupil. Is that a threat? The head of the ANBU calmly asked the question. No, this is a statement of fact, snapped the blonde, whose chakra level immediately jumped by several orders of magnitude, due to the removed seals of suppression of the hearth. It's not worth it, Uzumaki-san, I understand you, but we need guarantees that Atsushi's body will be destroyed. Realizing that he will not be able to convince the young man, and his threats are quite real, the dragon decided to give in. You or your people will be able to attend the ceremony of burning his body, suggested Naruto, whose eyes returned to normal again. Okay, but before that, our Iranians will make sure that it is Atsushi's body, you know, there is no joke in this case. We have come, the head of the ANBU said when they found themselves in a huge underground hall with several buildings. Follow me. Silently following the dragon, Naruto soon found himself in the ANBU morgue, which had nothing to do with a hospital morgue. The bodies of the killed fighters were placed in special flasks with a solution that did not allow them to decompose, and the seals placed on the glass reliably protected them from attempts to steal them. In this place, the blonde has already been more than once. Even in the last world, the service often had to deliver the bodies of the dead here, hoping later to find a way to revive them or create clones that will inherit the special abilities of the originals. Here, you can take it, draining one of the capsules and bringing it into a horizontal position, the dragon said, without saying a word. The blonde man took out a special scroll, attached it to his grandfather's body, folded a long sequence of seals, after which the body disappeared with a characteristic pop. This had to be done because of the large number of seals on the body of Atsushi, which could work when sealing in the usual way. Wherein when the burning will take place, I will pass through one of your subordinates. Naruto finally dropped, quickly leaving the morgue and heading for the exit from the base. In the waiting room, Naruto was surprised to find that a signal had come from Karen. Without thinking twice, the blonde moved to the lighthouse in Kurama's ward. Here he ran into two men from the Senju clan who were checking the girl's condition. One of the clone guards immediately dissipated, passing the original information about what had happened while he was away. Having sensibly reasoned that it was not worth interfering with the doctors, but he would be able to visit and stay with his wife in the evening, Jinchuriki quietly left the ward under the gaze of the doctors. A couple of ANBU were found in the corridor, securely disguised on the ceiling. Naruto, Minato-sama has come to his senses. Uzumaki heard the voice of a red-haired relative from the far end of the corridor. Hi, Karen, thank you. Can I see him now? The young man asked as soon as the girl reached him. Yes, Kushina-san and Kid-chan are already there. You know, this is the first time I've seen a shinobi recover so quickly after such an operation, even despite the artificial sleep technique, said the student Tsunade, taking Jinchuriki by the elbow. The father is still a Hokage, and Tsunade and Kurama did a good job on him. The blonde man, led by a relative, replied. Well, yes, I would like to know how your chicken did all this. Because even the best Arenans from Senju would need a couple of dozen visits for several days for such an operation, and here is such a result in just 20 hours. It's just incredible. With a share of delight, the red-haired woman told. I hope you won't mind if I ask her about this question a little later. I won't, but only if she wants to tell you about it herself. After all, these are their clan's secrets, Naruto replied, standing in front of the doors of his father's chamber. No, Nii-san, these were not the secrets of the Hyuga clan. They do not give their people to medicine at all, I can tell you with full confidence, otherwise there would not have been so many disabled people with a disfigured SEC in the cloud. The girl shook her head. Then, these are her personal developments, and she will tell you about them only if she wants to. The young man shrugged his shoulders. Yes, you're probably right, okay, I won't bother you. Until the evening, leaving Jinchuriki alone, Karen said, disappearing into Shunshin, hiding his presence and perched next to Anbu on the ceiling. Naruto began to wait until his mother and sister left the ward. He wanted to talk to Minato alone about what had happened. During the time spent waiting, he managed to get information from the dispelled clone who left with Ken and also thoroughly sort out the memories of the clone guard from Kurama's ward. As soon as Kushina and Kid left the ward and disappeared around the corner of the corridor, the blonde took off his disguise and went down to the floor. Good afternoon, Dad. Passing into the ward, Jinchuriki greeted. Hello, Naruto, the man who was obviously notified of his visit responded. Did you want to talk about what happened? Yes, I think you can tell me more than anyone else, Uzumaki said, sitting down on the windowsill. What do you want to know? Minato asked, apparently already prepared for this conversation. Who was this creature? The blond man asked, peering into the distance. It was a chimera, Namikaze replied, closing his eyes. Then how could she get through the security and the tracking system unnoticed? The young man asked, remembering his own meeting with a similar creature from a previous life. Then it was not even completed, but it gave them a lot of trouble. It was created on the basis of the missing ANBU from among the Uchi 12 years ago. You know, with such a basis, it was not difficult to bypass our protection unnoticeably. Besides, its creator thoroughly stuffed it with various Kekii Genkai, said the fourth. Which ones? Of those that I saw, the Kekii Genkai of the Kagaya clan, Yotan, Hayatan, Sharingan and something similar to Mokutan. There were also something else from the spatial abilities with which he got me, Hokage replied, carefully watching his son's reaction. Now I understand why grandfather used the seal of the god of death. Any idea who might have created it? Uzumaki asked, resting his head on his hands. Yes, there was a clan 40 years ago that specialized in their creation and widely used them during the First and Second War, but they were destroyed by Anbu Konoha and Stone. Hence two conclusions, either one of them survived, or someone found their library. Minato made disappointing conclusions. In that case, father, I will need all the information about this clan and the operation to destroy them. I think it's worth visiting the place where that clan lived. But later, being in a state of extreme thoughtfulness, the younger blonde said, you will get everything as soon as I get out of here. Namikaze replied wearily, the consequences of the operation and severe exhaustion made themselves felt. Okay, Dad, you rest, and I'll go. I still have a couple of urgent things left for today. See you tonight, Jinchuriki said, getting up from his seat and heading for the exit from the ward. Yes, until the evening, Naruto, closing his eyes and trying to fall asleep, the fourth replied. After leaving the hospital, the blonde went to visit some retired old shinobi in order to discuss some issues with them. The luminary slowly rose from the horizon, its rays barely broke through the clouds, forcing nature to wake up from sleep. Konoha was slowly recovering from the night weather. There were huge puddles everywhere. In some places there were trees felled by the wind, garbage scattered by the wind. Genin teams were already scurrying along the major streets, fulfilling the task of the D rank, to restore order in the village. Meanwhile, the estate of the Uzumaki clan was crowded and noisy. Hundreds of clones were busy sorting out what was left of the once flourishing quarter. The original watched all this from the roof of the house in which their family now lived. Here are the first guests, the blond man said softly, jumping down onto the stone path in front of the house. Good morning, Naruto-san, a gray-haired man in mourning attire greeted Jinchuriki. Hardly anyone from the residents of Konoha could now recognize him as the previous head of the ANBU Konoha. Good morning, Shin-san. Have you forgotten about my request? The young man asked, inviting the interlocutor into the house. Don't worry, Naruto-san. Despite my advanced age, I don't have to complain about my memory yet, the elderly man replied, taking a small scroll from his sleeve and handing it to the blond man. I'm sorry, but you know, it's too important, Uzumaki said apologetically. You're right about that, it's too important, he nodded in agreement. Shin-san, I am glad to welcome you to our house, said Kushina, who came out on the porch of the house. I'm also glad to see you again, Kushina. It's a pity that the reason for the meeting this time is deplorable. The old man smiled sadly, climbing the stairs. Hello, Minato. It seems that the rumors that reached me about your deplorable condition after the collision with the Chimera were greatly exaggerated. Hello, Takahashi-san. No, the rumors were true, said a fourth who appeared in the doorway. Did the doctors from the Senju clan learn how to quickly restore the chakra channels? The gray-haired man froze in place. No, and it's unlikely that it will ever happen, said Hokage, standing next to his wife. This is entirely the merit of Naruto's wife. So, the rumors about the appearance of Hyuga from the main family in Konoha were not empty. Your youngest son has good taste, Minato, looking behind the back of the Namikaze couple, Shin said, intently examining the kitsune who came out to the noise of conversations. Kurama, please come back to the house, the blond man asked, showing with all his appearance that he was extremely dissatisfied with this act of hers. Yes, Kurama, let's go inside. Shin-san, please come in. She hurried to take her daughter-in-law and guest to Kushin's house, remembering the evening incident related to the girl's refusal to stay in the hospital. The bill for the broken walls and broken windows came out surprisingly large. Aren't you too strict with her, Naruto? After all, Tsunade said that she was fine, and Karen would constantly look after her from now on. Minato asked a question as soon as they were alone on the porch. Maybe it's just that everything just fell on me at once, and sometimes I overreact. All because of the fear that something might happen to her and our child, and Konoha is unlikely to survive the consequences of this. So until the entire estate protection system is restored, I'd rather be too strict and demanding to her than risk her life or health, because she can't use the chakra right now. The blonde shook his head. You just need to rest, son, don't push yourself. Now in our house, besides you and me, there are 3 shinobi of the Kage level, Jinchuriki, a master Fuin technician, 3 Mangekyo Sharingan owners, 2 Sanins, and a dozen of the strongest jonins of the village, plus almost 2 platoons of ANBU around the perimeter of the estate, so you don't have to worry that someone will dare to harm her, the fourth reminded his son. Yes, I understand. But I can't help myself, habit, Naruto sighed wearily, leaning on the railing and looking at the sky. You remind me now of myself when I found out that Kushina was pregnant for the first time. Hokage smiled from the corners of his lips, standing next to his son. Yeah, oh, and then I brought problems and headaches to ANBU. We have a family to cause problems to ANBU, grinned Jinchuriki, gratefully looking at his father. Thanks, Dad. You're welcome. So what do you think about my offer to take the place of Fuin's teacher at the academy? Minato asked. I think this will be the best way out, at least for the next year, Naruto replied. Sorry, the next guests have arrived, I'll go meet them. This, the fourth only nodded understandingly, heading into the house to the numerous guests, and the young man went to meet new ones. The next few hours, greeting and accompanying the arrivals became the main task for Jinchuriki. Many wanted to say goodbye to Atsushi. He was too influential and significant a figure in the political arena of Konoha. Many simply wanted to get acquainted with the successor of the old Uzumaki, expecting to see a 15-year-old youngster, with whom they are unlikely to have to deal, and Naruto, who met them, shattered this idea, simply by the amount and strength of the chakra constantly thrown out of his body into the world around him. By noon, several hundred shinobi of various clans had gathered in the house and its surroundings, who were talking quietly to each other, mainly discussing Naruto, who approached one or the other group, talked to them about something, passed and received small scrolls. The appearance of Kurama, accompanied by Kushina and Minato, caused a wave of surprise and misunderstanding among the younger generation of clan shinobi who arrived at the ceremony with their parents. Only the oldest clan shinobi remained calm, and closely studied the outfit in which the girl was dressed. TC, and the Uzumaki kid knows how to surprise. The old shinobi smiled approvingly, according to the signs on the clothes in which it was possible to identify a member of the Nara clan. You're right, hero, to marry the daughter of the head of the Hyuga is a good slap in the face for the Cloud. Shikaku, who was standing next to him, supported the old man. Shikamaru, what do you say? Only that our clan should have at least neutral relations with Uzumaki, otherwise they will smear us, even in the person of one Naruto, with a thin layer on the ground, the younger Nara said without taking his eyes off the crowd, to which the elders only nodded. Are you looking for someone? A voice, well known to Shikamaru, came from behind the strategists. Hello, Shikako-san, Hiro-san. Good afternoon, Keed, the acting head of the clan of strategists replied. The old man limited himself to a nod. Yeah, the brunette replied, turning around. I thought you decided to skip this part of the ceremony. It is impossible, after all, the brother will be officially presented to the clans today as the head of the Uzumaki clan. The blonde smiled slightly, standing next to Nara. What do you say about his chosen one? Is this a provocation? Chunin asked. It's not even interesting, Kunoichi snorted with displeasure. I can tell you that you are not inferior to her in anything, Shikamaru said, watching the girl sideways. You know how to get out. Taking the young man by the elbow, Keed shook her head. Further conversation was interrupted by Minato. The official presentation of Naruto to the audience as the new head of the Uzumaki clan was ordinary. The acting heads exchanged scrolls with him. A lot of excitement was caused by the presentation of Kurama as the blonde's wife. Many apparently thought that the girl was present in the house as a combat trophy and hoped to get the opportunity to put one of her relatives under the Uzumaki. As soon as this was over, all those gathered went to the top of the Hokage rock, where the ceremony of burning Atsushi's body was to take place. In a large clearing surrounded on three sides by a forest with the carved sign of the Uzumaki clan, a large funeral pyre was built on the ground, on top of which Atsushi lay covered with white sheets. Along the perimeter of the clearing, it was easy to see a cordon of members of the ANBU, which alarmed representatives of small clans. Leaving Kurama next to his relatives under the supervision of Karen, Naruto walked to the edge where some symbols were carved. Kneeling down and folding a series of seals, he applied them to a small depression in the ground. In the next moment, flames began to spread from his palms along the symbol, slowly growing and gaining strength. The flame spread throughout the symbol, rushing to its center, where the funeral pyre was located. A fiery wall of bright red color almost completely hid Atsushi's body from those present. Rising from his knees, the blonde returned to his family, hugging Kurama from behind. Jinchuriki continued to carefully peer into the riot of the fiery element, which took with it the last of those who saw with their own eyes the heyday and greatness of the Uzumaki clan. The flames of that time had already engulfed the funeral pyre, completely hiding the old man's body from the shinobi. At some point it flared up especially brightly, blinding the audience, and tongues of fire shot up into the sky for several tens of meters. Looking into this flame, Naruto went over in his memory all his friends and comrades whom he had to bury. Those who did not have a gray stone slab in the stone cemetery of the Leaf, or even a dry line on the monument of the fallen shinobi. Only a seal in a personal file. Sensing the mood of her already legitimate husband, the nine-tailed woman barely noticeably squeezed his hand, trying not to let him plunge into unpleasant memories of the past world. An hour later, only three old comrades Atsushi, Shikamaru, Kiba, Shino, Itachi and Izumi, Shursui and the Uzumaki Namikaze family remained in the clearing. There was not even ashes left on the site of the funeral pyre. The technique completely destroyed everything that was enclosed in it. I would never have thought that Atsushi would die like this, said one of the veterans, whose face had deep wrinkles, and it was decorated with ugly scars. He died exactly as he wished. He died in battle with a strong opponent. He died, finally making the other hiding villages shudder with fear. A worthy death, for a worthy person, Shin replied, standing a little to the side. Let your afterlife be easy, my old friend, quietly added another old shinobi, whose name none of those present knew, only in an old photo found by Naruto in the office, and the letter attached to it. The blonde was able to recognize this old man. No one else said a word. The audience began to disappear one by one. Someone with the help of Shunshin. Someone like Minato immediately moved the whole family with the help of Hiroshin, with the exception of his son, who was left alone with a strange old man. So Atsushi decided that you would be a good replacement for him, but then why did he invite me? An old shinobi without a name asked a question. That's why, said Naruto, looking up at the interlocutor. The iris of his eyes turned gray-blue. The seal of the 13-pointed star has begun to absorb your personality. Now it's clear why the old man at sushi pulled me out of my den. The old man shook his head, the next moment, finding himself close to the blonde, striking a strong blow to the solar plexus, for a second, causing him to lose his orientation. Mind seal, sacrifice, from the pain brought by the touch of a hand wrapped in red fire, tears sprang from Jinchuriki's eyes. It was like an explosion in the brain. The tag exploded, even it was simply not possible to take a breath. The body was convulsed, unable to withstand such a load. The blonde's consciousness went out, familiar corridors again, familiar water on the floor, but Naruto clearly felt the presence of an outsider, but confidently walked towards the hall with the cage. In it, with his back to him, stood a man in a white Hokage cloak and a hat on his head, whom Uzumaki recognized immediately. "Glad to meet you again, Tobirama-sama," the blonde man began respectfully. "Hello, Naruto. I didn't think I'd ever see at least one bearer of this damned seal again," Senju replied. "And I have that hateful cloak and hat with me even now. How is that possible when you're dead?" Jinchuriki said in bewilderment. "Well, yes, officially I'm dead in this world, but you know, anything happens, especially if there are friends like Atsushi," the second grinned, taking off his hat. "And now it's worth taking care of this infection. How do you know how to stop her?" Naruto asked, watching as the Hokage folded seals that he could not recognize. "I have lived with it for most of my conscious life, and thanks to your ancestor I was able to understand the mechanism of its action and create a seal blocking part of its capabilities, in particular, the one that subordinates the personality of the bearer," Tobirama replied, putting his hands glowing red to the seal on the wall. Naruto watched in fascination as the drawing slowly changed from the actions of the second. The outline of the star changed from black to red. The star itself became jet black with bright dots inside, like a cloudless and moonless night sky over Konoha. "Do you like it?" Senju asked, looking at the blonde man. "Yes, it's amazing," Uzumaki replied without taking his eyes off the animated image. "Oh, yes, while I still have time, I will warn you right away, as soon as you get out of here, you will feel very, very bad, so try to be in a safe place until you get twisted. I'll give you a final piece of advice, don't trust the daimyo. Goodbye, Naruto, I hope I won't see you again." Tobirama disappeared, crumbling into thousands of golden lights. Fascinated, Jinchuriki watched the sparks whirling in a bizarre dance until the last. They slowly faded, as if with reluctance. When the last of them disappeared, smiling sadly, the blonde returned to the real world. The body of the old man, who turned out to be Tobirama, turned into dust blown away by the wind right before his eyes. And then came the pain that enveloped Jinchuriki's whole body. Concentrating for a second, he managed to move with the help of the Thunder God's flight to kunai in his bedroom with Kurama. The exit from the technique was unsuccessful, having forcefully slammed into the jam, into which the kunai was stuck. The young man flew back while trying to stay on his feet, grabbed some kind of bedside table, which fell to the floor with a crash, which attracted the attention of Kurama, who jumped out of the bathroom at the noise. Naruto was saved from getting acquainted with the wooden floor by a nine-tailed dog who managed to be nearby, while releasing all 9 tails in order to stay on his feet. Seeing the condition of her husband without thinking for a second, Kitsune picked him up with her tails and carefully transferred him to the bed. She lay down next to him and tightly hugged the blonde, who was convulsing and gushing with chakra. A few minutes and he fell silent, breathing heavily. He fell into unconsciousness, constantly muttering incoherently, sighing with relief. The girl, covering him and herself with fluffy tails, fell asleep. Almost immediately after that, Kushina and Minato flew into the room, who managed to remove the security barrier set up by Naruto, and a little later keyed. "Do you see it too?" The blonde asked the question in shock, looking at Kurama. "Yes," the fourth answered monosyllabically, trying to come up with at least some logical explanation for what he sees. "So that's what I thought was strange about her, but familiar," Kushina said softly. "Oh, so you don't know who Kurama is? Asked a question that appeared behind the backs of the assembled Jiraiya. Teacher, what do you know? Turning abruptly and grabbing Sannin by the collar, Minato hissed, in whose blue eyes there was a cold determination and anger that almost completely hid concern for his son. Calmly, I'll tell you what Naruto himself told me, without even thinking to break out, Shinobi replied, clearly fearing that if he was released from his grip by a student, then an enraged Kushina would take him up. Let's get out of here, and don't forget to restore the barrier, he won't appreciate that you broke into his room. You're right, teacher, I'm sorry, I overreacted, Minato apologized, releasing the man. Yes, well, I would do the same if I were you, Sannin waved off, heading for the living room of the house. 5 minutes later, everyone gathered there, Minato, Kushina, Kid, Karen, Lee, who came on crutches to the dissatisfied grumbling of the student Tsunade, Izumi, and Jiraiya himself. Sannin began a detailed retelling of what Naruto had told him. No one tried to interrupt him. Serious thought work was visible on the faces of the audience. When he finished, Shinobi leaned back in the chair in which he was sitting, studying the listeners with an attentive gaze, clearly expecting a question. So the brother is sleeping with Biju there now? Izumi was the first to recover, the degree of amazement of which was off the scale. So Fudo was right. No, I won't be surprised at anything so soon, brother, married to a nine-tailed, pregnant by a brother, while they are both from another world. No, it's just. I don't even know what to call it. Kid shouted, who was seriously unsettled by the story. Naruto-kun is full of surprises, but it's even more interesting, you never know what he'll throw out tomorrow, Guy's student calmly said. And what other secrets is he hiding? Minato specifically asked without addressing anyone. I don't know, my student, but does it change anything? Sannin asked. No, of course, but I just don't know what to expect from him anymore, and today I definitely got gray hair. It's not every day you find out that your future grandson is the fruit of Biju and man's love. The fourth made an indefinite gesture. This is Naruto. How can you expect anything else from him? Karen said, continuing to stare at Lee. No one else said a word. Kushina quickly rushed off to the kitchen, deciding to distract herself from such news while cooking. Kid joined her. Izumi, saying goodbye to everyone, went to the Uchiha quarter. She had to train with Shursui. Karen poked Lee back into bed, while muttering something to herself about Uzumaki's stubbornness. Minato, however, took out a couple of glasses and a bottle of expensive wine from the bar and motioned for his teacher to join him. Everyone who heard Jiraiya's story had to think carefully about what they heard and accept it as a fact. Shinobi Academy. A month since the attack, the courtyard of the Shinobi Academy was filled with students. Children gathered in groups, discussing the latest news that excited everyone. The clansla speculated about a possible candidate for this position, while the clansmen preferred to remain silent. You heard, Iruka-sensei said that the future Fuinjutsu teacher has a master's degree in this discipline, and there are only 3 such shinobi in Konoha, Hokage-sama, Jiraiya-san and Kushina-san. Father saw Jiraiya-san return to the village yesterday, so most likely it will be him. One of the students of the last year of the academy made an assumption. I don't think Hokage will allow him to teach, his wife would rather take this place than this old scribbler, said someone from the crowd of future graduates who had gathered. Why are you sure that it will not be someone from the ANBU, who until recently was not on the official list of masters? Another girl asked. It's unlikely, the teachers from the ANBU are a Hovi, they will kill everyone here. The young man grinned, in whom one could recognize the son of the snake-san in Konoha. Takumi, maybe you can enlighten us about the new teacher? Suggested the guy from the Inuzuka clan, getting up from the ground where he was peacefully dozing a minute ago. I will say only one thing, Norio, it will be fun, turning his back to his classmates and going into the building, the air through Orochimaru. That's always the way he is. 10 sighed heavily. following the young copy of Sanin with her eyes. Takashi, calm down, you're not going to get anything here anyway, the girl with the distinctive Uchiha badge on the academy uniform quipped. And you don't get sick, Mika. The brunette snapped. Hey, look at that. The Yamanako girl exclaimed. Everyone immediately paid attention to a blonde man who entered through the main gate of the academy, outwardly very similar to the current Hokage Konoha. The older girls immediately began to cast appraising glances at the new actor, while the attention of the guys at the party was attracted by expensive equipment. From this fascinating lesson, everyone was distracted by the ringing bell warning about the beginning of classes. Naruto, looking around the almost instantly deserted courtyard of the academy, only grunted with satisfaction, and headed into the building, where one of the free teachers had to take him to class. Among the students, with an experienced look, the young man was able to immediately find several interesting children, among whom were his friends from the past world and new personalities, which were clearly worth looking at. The greeter turned out to be another old acquaintance, about whom the blonde with his worries had completely forgotten. Good morning, Uzumaki-san, Iruka addressed Naruto with exaggerated politeness. Good morning, Yumano-san. And let's go to you and just Naruto, if you don't mind, Jinchuriki suggested. Of course, Naruto. Come on, I'll show you your class, the man said, making an inviting gesture. The road to the destination passed in silence. Everyone was busy with their own thoughts and worries. Iruka dreamed of getting rid of the new teacher faster, about whom the director of the academy had been rinsing his brain since the very early morning. The newly born teacher himself was thinking about the idea that arose after he got acquainted with the personal affairs of the students. After showing the class and warning about the start time of the first Fuinjutsu class, Yumano left the young man alone. After looking around a small classroom, the walls of which were diagrams with simple and well-known seals themselves, the blonde man put a plus to the previous teacher, who apparently did not eat his bread in vain. Naruto spent an hour and a half waiting in studying the magazine and the book of notes of his predecessor. After the first call, all the students quickly took their seats and looked at the new teacher with interest. 2 members of the Nara clan were dozing at the back desks. Good afternoon to the audience. I think everyone already knows that from today you will have a new Fuinjutsu teacher. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, the current head of the Uzumaki clan, Jonin Kanohi. I am a Sanin and a master of Fuinjutsu, and from now on, your teacher of this art for the next 9 months. The blonde man gave a long tirade, while slightly pressing the children with his ki. Does anyone have questions on the subject matter? No? Well, then I'll ask the questions. What is the main role of Fuinjutsu masters in combat? Support of the main strike forces, one of the students answered, standing up. Not true. Any other opinions? Naruto asked. And even you agree with the opinion of a comrade, Takashi Tenten? Well, in the history of Konoha, during the Third Shinobi War, there is a mention that Fuinjutsu masters are the most dangerous and tenacious shinobi, capable of single-handedly stopping the advance of enemy forces numbering up to a battalion of medium-level chunins. They were also often called walking fortresses because of their ability to turn a parking place or an ambush into a well-guarded zone in a matter of minutes. The brunette quickly rammed out of her seat. That's closer to the truth. Sit down, Uzumaki nodded in agreement. Remember once and for all, the Fuinjutsu master from the Uzumaki clan is your chance to survive if you get into a serious mess. A couple of minutes and even in a bare field he is able to build a serious defensive lane. And now we will do a little written work on what you have learned in the first 2 months of classes. A dozen clones promptly distributed small task sheets to everyone. Many looked at the blank seals lying in front of them with bewilderment. Only 4 out of 30 understood the essence of the task. Among them, to the great delight of Uzumaki, were 2 clanless shinobi. Tenten, in the knowledge and understanding of the subject of which the blonde did not doubt, and another girl, Yenko Miura. After half an hour of puffing, everyone figured out what was in front of them and coped with the simple task of finding errors and inaccuracies in ready, made explosion tags or sealing scrolls. And what do you think are the results of this test? The young man addressed the class, folding the sheets into an even bundle. Shitty, came the exclamation of one of the bunks from the back desk. That's right. Your level of knowledge after 2 months of daily classes is simply miserable, with the exception of 4 people. You spent more than a minute finding errors and inaccuracies in the simplest and most accessible seals, which means that you are unlikely to bother yourself with such actions when receiving or buying these seals before missions, which as a result may cost you or your team your life, Jinchuriki said, looking around the class with a heavy gaze. But they won't stick defective seals on us, one of the clan children tried to object. Yes? And what if the enemy carried out a sabotage and spoiled the stocks of seals in warehouses or at points of sale? Remember, vigilance is important for shinobi in everything. Explosion tags and sealing scrolls are the same weapons as kunai and shuriken, but require even more care and caution in use. Just one small correction in the printing of the explosion tag and it will explode in your hands when you put it on alert. I think you can imagine the result. Naruto shook his head. For the next month, you can forget about practicing in Fuin. We will learn with you all possible mistakes in explosion tags and seal scrolls. After almost an hour, Uzumaki talked about the most common mistakes when creating these 2 seals and their consequences when used. The class listened attentively to the blonde's confident story, trying not to miss anything important. Takashi, Miura, stay, Jinchuriki asked at the end of the lesson. Did you want something? Yanko called out as soon as only the 2 of them were left in the classroom. Yes, I wanted to talk to you about your success in Fuinjutsu. I think it's no secret even for you that in a couple of years the hidden villages will unleash another war. Naruto began from afar. Teacher, can I get to the point? Asked Tenten, who clearly did not like the approach from afar. Closer, so closer. I offer you an apprenticeship with me, on the condition that if you achieve at least the title of a student in Fuinjutsu by the standards of the Uzumaki clan, you will be accepted into the clan as junior members. The young head of the clan outlined his proposal. The answer was silence. The girls looked at each other, plunged into thought. The offer of an apprenticeship from the head of an old, albeit small, clan, and even such a rare and sought-after art was very tempting, but joining as a junior member was comparable to voluntary slavery. Can we consult with the parents? Miura asked after a couple of minutes, having already made her decision internally and was going to reconcile her own parents with him. Of course, I'm giving you the weekend to make a decision, consult, think about everything, and on Monday I'm waiting for an answer, replied Naruto, who already knew the answer to his proposal, yet reading emotions was a serious help. See you tomorrow, Naruto-sensei. The girls said goodbye in chorus, quickly leaving the classroom, leaving a clone in his place. The blonde Hiroshin moved to the Hokage residence, where he was already expected at a meeting about the search for the creators of chimeras. About 40 people gathered in a small hall, among whom there were many ANBU veterans and active operatives, plus the heads of the Nara, Yamanako and Uchiha clans, Hokage and the head of intelligence. Everyone's here now. Start. Minato spoke as soon as the young man took the last empty seat. To begin with, I'll tell you a little about what a chimera is. The chimera is essentially a puppet, an inanimate being with human thinking. Its body is created from pure energy materialized through extremely complex and expensive technology. This makes it easy to implant genomes of various clans into the blank without their rejection and contradiction to each other. The only plus for us is that each chimera needs a living representative of the clan with the right genome. It is possible to destroy such bodies only through forbidden natural techniques, printing techniques, or Amaterasu and its analogues, which destroy everything, including pure energy. A small village in the north of the Land of Fire was engaged in the creation of these creatures. We don't know anything about how they learned this, but during the First and Second Wars, chimeras caused a lot of problems to all sides of the conflicts. After the Second War, an operation was carried out to destroy this village. The operation was partially successful, because all the master chimerologists and all their developments were destroyed, but, as it turned out later, the laboratory, library and warehouse of blanks were safely hidden. After that, 8 attempts were made to find them, but it was not possible to achieve success. Anbu interrupted briefly, then continued. The recent attack was a perfect chimera created according to the same principles as the previous ones. With a high degree of probability, it can be argued that our opponent has a lot of ready-made chimeras, and the possibility of other dojutsu chimeras of the Uchiha clan is not excluded. More complete information is in the blue folders in front of you. That's it for me. Anteater, report, the head of the Anbu commanded. Our people, following the traces of the chakra of this puppet, managed to find an approximate place from where the chimera began to move. Here are the coordinates. My people did not dare to go further, because the terrain is simply filled with natural chakra and a covert search in such conditions becomes impossible, the fighter briefly stated. So, after all, not everyone was finished off, one of the veterans snorted with displeasure. Now it's clear why they were hunting for Atsushi. And what will be the proposals? Minato asked, addressing the veterans. There's only one suggestion. To find and destroy, but it will be difficult to do it, Shin said. But it needs to be done within a year. We can't pull any more. We can't stand against 2 great hidden villages and these creatures. The dragon entered the conversation. What is the difficulty? Orochimaru asked, squinting, looking around at everyone gathered. There is nothing to do there without the ability to work with Senchakra. You will turn into stone in 3 hours, and the failure of the destruction of this village is connected with this, Minato replied, already understanding what Sannin was driving at. And if I offer a solution to this problem? Asked Orochimaru, who already sensed the benefits for his abandoned experiments many years ago. Only under the full control of Anbu and the Uzumaki clan, Naruto, who had been silent before, gave his voice. They won't understand us, the daimyo won't give the green light, the dragon objected. Nobody cares about Dame's opinion, it's not for him to fight with a cloud and a stone, the blond man snapped, whom the head of the Anbu began to infuriate. If he gets in the way, he's wasted. So, as I understand it, I have a green light to start experiments? Paying no attention to the bickering and surprised whispers, asked Snake Sannin. Yes, we need shinobi capable of using Senchakra without learning from the summons, Minato agreed, remembering how much time he spent on this training. Not only, we need these chimeras, so we will not prepare an elimination squad, but a capture squad, Naruto added from himself, which caused a new wave of bewilderment. You can shove your objections far away, because I am not interested in Dame's opinion, and after the next war, no one will be interested at all. Is that a threat? Shikaku, who had been silent for the entire meeting, asked it. Yes, she is the one who I am and what opportunities one have, you all know, so let's not quarrel. Getting up and leaving the hall, Uzumaki dropped. Then the participants discussed the elaboration of the future operation of capturing the creators of chimeras and everything they have. Naruto, meanwhile, moved to the clan's estate, where clones were working hard to rebuild the mansion of the head. Having meticulously examined the result, the young man gave additional instructions to his copies and called for a dozen more to help those already available. Having finished with this, the young man went on foot to the temporary house where his family settled. It was crowded inside, and the Uzumaki Namikaze family had keyed school friends, the Hataki family, and several of Kushina's friends. Among those gathered, the blonde easily recognized his old and new friends, Shikamaru, Kiba, Shino, Chuji, Ino and Sai. Lee, as the right hand of the head of the clan, was engaged in organizing recreation. Karen, in the company of Kurama, Kid, Izumi and several other young girls, were busy studying some catalogs. Kushina and her elders were having conversations about something abstract, trying not to interfere with the gathered youth. Naruto's appearance was first noticed by his wife. Smiling affably, she quickly found herself next to him, giving him a kiss. How was your first working day as a teacher? Kiba asked, looking at the young couple with envy. Not bad, although I think it is necessary to certify all graduates of the academy over the past at least 5 years, otherwise unnecessary losses in the impending war cannot be avoided. Hugging the brunette from behind and resting his head on his shoulder, the young man responded. What's that for? Yamanako, who became a chunin a few weeks ago, asked indignantly. Probably for the same reason that I don't trust you to buy explosion tags and sealing scrolls, Sai answered for Uzumaki, for which he received a poke from the blonde. Let's not talk about it. It's better to talk about the imminent wedding of our hospitable hosts. Chuji, who had been quietly arguing with Lee, suggested changing the subject. By the way, yes. Newlyweds, have you already decided where this event will take place? Inuzuka supported him. Not yet, but we are inclined to the idea of holding it on the estate, since the quarter will be completely put in order by the appointed time. Kurama entered into the conversation, pulling her husband into an empty chair at a table with catalogs. A few minutes later, Minato arrived, accompanied by Shikaku, Inoichi, Itachi and Shisui, and Lee invited everyone to the table for lunch. Conversations about the wedding of Naruto and Kurama gradually, under the influence of alcohol, flowed into the mainstream of who, besides these two, could be tied the knot on this significant day. As a result, Inoichi tried to stuff Sayu's face when he proposed their candidacies with Ino, but he did not achieve success, because the daughter, having said her weighty word in front of the fucked-up parent, defiantly sat on the guy's lap. Izumi found a way out of the situation, remembering that the young man is well versed in seals, and Naruto is looking for students. As a result, by the end of the evening, Sai was accepted as an apprentice to the head of the Uzumaki clan, and the elder Yamanako only fatally agreed to his daughter's relationship with him if he achieved the title of an apprentice in this art. Otherwise, the meeting was held in a fun and relaxed atmosphere, giving everyone a little discharge and a positive charge. Konoha. 4 months since the Chimera attack. Another morning at the Shinobi Academy for Naruto began with a practical lesson from one of the 3 groups of applicants for the title of Genin, which he made from the final course. In a small training clearing on the edge of a small forest, a dozen students froze waiting for the teacher's instructions. Miura, take 2, and get ready to repel attacks in that grove over there. The victory conditions are simple for you, hold out for 10 minutes. Adara**, you command the remaining guys and 3 of my clones as support forces. They will not use anything higher than the rank of B. From spontaneous techniques, the blonde man handed out TSU, sitting on a tree stump. Naruto-sensei, can I ask you a question? A guy with red hair, whose sign on his clothes spoke of belonging to one of the younger clans of Konoha, addressed Jinchuriki. Yes, Iori, I'm listening to you. The young man nodded in agreement. Why do you always appoint Miura and Ataru as commanders in our group? Yes, why? Several other guys agreed with them. And what are your thoughts? Uzumaki asked, but seeing that the mentioned 2 was going to answer, he added, Miura, Atara, be silent, let them think for themselves. For a minute, all those gathered plunged into serious thought, after which Naruto covered a stream of a wide variety of guesses, from the banal favorites to the fact that these 2 are trained by Anbu. Amaterasu**. What do you say? I drew attention to a silent girl from the younger members of the Uchiha clan. It's simple, Naruto-sensei, Miura and Atara are pronounced leaders, they have all the makings for future group commanders, and current classes will give them initial experience in personnel management. Plus, the level of knowledge and skills is an order of magnitude higher than all of us. Well, it's also not worth excluding the moment that you like them more than the others, the girl said, standing up straight. A very precise answer, Amaterasu. And it's not worth inventing anything else, but now we'll continue the lesson. Or do any of you have any more questions? The blonde man inquired, looking around the students and internally putting a plus to this group, because no one took their eyes off to the side. Yes, Miho, We are listening to you. Teacher, can we take a look at the Fuinjutsu Master's fight sometime? The student asked. Take a look, you say? Why, it is quite possible, and I think you will even be able to take a direct part in it, Naruto agreed, summoning 5 clones who instantly left the clearing. And now to work, Miura, a minute to prepare. A dozen students immediately scattered, trying to hide behind various objects of the area. A trio of newly summoned clones took up positions on the tallest trees in the area. After waiting for the signal of readiness from his student, Uzumaki gave a sign to start the assault. After that, at the command of the guy, a trio of clones covered the grove with a single volley of fireballs. Then 2 genins tried to lay a deep trench to the grove with the elements of the earth, but the idea was not crowned with success. Miura, having printed out one of the stored scrolls, gave out fire techniques with honed movements, and one of her partners, having printed out a scroll with several tons of water handed to her, flooded the trench and washed away the diggers. The defenders were followed by a volley of throwing iron with weakened explosive tags, and the third member of the group covered the girls from them with a stone shield. As soon as the shield fell, a water dragon was sent to the attackers, bringing 2 students out of the battle. In response, Atara, combining his aerial technique with the fiery Uchiha, was able to withdraw Miura's partner from the battle, who was pulled out from under the technique itself by a Naruto clone. Emboldened by such luck, the attackers tried to consolidate their success, but ran into several mines of light and noise action, which decided the outcome of the training battle. Yanko, taking advantage of the advantage that had arisen, quickly brought out the 5 remaining fellow students with a simple chain lightning technique. Well done, Miura, everything is played out as if by notes. Do you have any runaway Nara in your ancestors, by any chance? Naruto clapped his hands, appreciating the tactical trap developed by the girl. Thank you for the praise, teacher. It is quite possible that he was, Yanko replied with a polite bow, while the blonde's clones brought everyone to their senses. Ataru, will you tell me what was wrong? Jinchuriki turned to the guy as soon as he could hear him normally. Weakened control over the group, was overconfident, did not check the area for the presence of mines and other traps, the interlocutor replied, shaking his head, apparently trying to drive away the ringing in his ears. That's right, I hope this will be a lesson for you, otherwise in a real battle you would have failed the mission, but even worse, you would have ruined your entire team. The young head of the clan nodded. In agreement. The next moment, the rest of the course students jumped out into the clearing, led by clones. 10 seconds later Kid appeared in the company of Lee and Izumi and their teams, and a minute later all the kunoichi who were studying under Tsunade arrived at the clearing, led by Shizen and Karen. And what are you up to this time? Karen asked Naruto, who clearly didn't like another such challenge. Just practice for everyone gathered, grinned Jinchuriki, to which the red-haired woman only raised her eyes to the sky in a silent question. Izumi, you command the adults. You enter the battle only after I knock out all the students. Karen, you are in command of the support forces in the person of your subordinates. Coordinate your actions with Ichiro Nara, who will command all his comrades. Ichiro, as soon as the last of your numerous group is disabled, you take everyone to that hill over there. Are you watching the further fight from there, Shizen-san? Will you look after them? The blonde man asked, throwing off his cloak, and calling for unloading from the press with a lot of pockets filled with scrolls. I'll look. Where am I going to go? The first student of Tsunade snorted. Then we'll have a minute to prepare and start, Uzumaki warned, starting to collect senchakra for a fight against the sisters and Lee, who were serious opponents even for him, if not using the power of the Biju regime or the Star Seal. Jinchuriki did not have time to finish collecting senchakra, as the first salvo of throwing iron was launched at him, from which he had to defend himself with a simple stone wall technique, which deprived him of a view and gave Ichiro an advantage, who immediately decided not to trifle and use the trumps of all those gathered under his command. As soon as the stone wall fell down, a hail of throwing needles rained down on him from the air, the blonde had to defend himself from them with an air wing that scattered all the pieces of iron on the sides, for which Uzumaki immediately paid. A dozen poison needles landed right in his back, apparently someone guessed to seal them in the first wave, and under a hail of kunai and shurikens with explosion tags, a small seal of sealing flashed unnoticed. After getting rid of excess iron by ejecting the chakra from the whole body, Naruto was forced to immediately show a master class in his specialty. Combined elemental techniques were launched from 5 directions into it. In a split second, the young man threw 5 sealing scrolls into the air, towards the students' technicians. In order to be in time to cope with all 5, Jinchuriki had to resort to sealing with blood. From the cut palm, under the action of the chakra, specific bloody signs lay on all the scrolls, from which the paper immediately turned black, but easily coped with its task. Taking advantage of the hitch, the blonde was replaced by a clone, after which he covered the place where Ichiro was supposed to be with a strong wind technique, of a repulsive type, but failed, bumping into a strong protective dome created by the clearly combined efforts of Karen and Tenten with Miura. A second of delay, and another volley of throwing iron flew into him, from which I had to leave with another replacement for a clone. At the same time, call upon a dozen new ones to help themselves, sending them to search for and neutralize students. It took them 32 seconds for all the opponents, including Ichiro and Karen, to be under the influence of the paralysis sealed. I hope now you understand what a fight with a senior student of a Fuinjutsu master is. Naruto addressed the liberated students. Now you will see what a fight of masters of different specializations is. I will introduce my rivals in this training battle: Lee Uzumaki, master of taijutsu; Izumi Uchiha, master of fire techniques, senior student of Sharingan master; Kid Namikaze, master of lightning techniques, student of Senjutsu master, senior student of Fuinjutsu master; Shikamaru Neru is a master of shadow techniques; Aburame Shino is a master of insect control techniques; Inazuka Kiba, an apprentice of beast techniques; Ino Yamanako is an apprentice of mind techniques; Sai Uzumaki, an apprentice of Fuinjutsu master, a master of living drawing techniques. 6 masters and 2 apprentices. One of the students gasped in surprise. Yes, the teacher must be at least a Kage to stand up against such a group. Hush, Kyo. Now we'll see for ourselves. Ichiro shushed the shouting, clearly anticipating an interesting spectacle. Meanwhile, Naruto was forced to use all his abilities except the star to keep up with the actions of 8 strong opponents, which was extremely problematic to do without Kurama's support. Reflexes sharpened under the action of Senchakra and Biju Chakra helped to escape from the indistinguishable blows. In terms of speed, the plasma storm created by the sisters had to be sealed right on the move into an ingot of chakra-productive metal called from the seal, which cost the blonde a few fractions of a second, which was enough for Lee and Ino to get him at the same time. Yamanako, who burst in and instantly retreated from the consciousness of Jinchuriki, 1 more moments for rock. The crushing hits of the weights dropped by the brow right in flight knocked Uzumaki off his feet. Instantly, Shino and Shikamaru joined the game. The first immobilized the blonde man who fell on his back, the second managed to pump out a decent amount of Senchakra and Biju Chakras with his bugs. The Getsuga strike performed by Kiba and Akamaru hit exactly on target, which was scattered by a cloud of smoke from this point. 3 seconds and Lee is cut off from the rest by a strong locking barrier, and Naruto is already imposing close combat on Kiba, while his clones, reinforced by the Senbiju regime and printing techniques, were pressing on the others. It took 13 seconds for the 3 clones to twist and swaddle Ino, and for the blonde to take Akamaru out of the game, imposing a strong seal of chakra suppression and paralysis. Shino dealt with the party of clones intended for him in a dozen seconds with his beetles that had evolved over 3 months of training with Naruto. Deciding to help out Neru and Sai, Aburame missed the moment when a kunai with a Hiroshin mark stuck behind his back, followed by Naruto himself, who knocked out the beetle with a blow to the sore point on his neck. Saya and Shikamaru were taken out of the fight by Jinchuriki with an air press technique, but during this time Lee managed to simply break the barrier and get to the opponent, simultaneously eliminating problems with Kid and Izumi clones. The coordinated actions of the Troika forced Uzumaki to act extremely cautiously, but very harshly, and after 10 seconds of a fleeting battle, the clearing turned into a red-hot field of craters and potholes. Rock, the blonde, could only after he hung 3 dozen seals of paralysis on him, which Lee coped with his exceptional physical strength and 5 open gates of the limit. Izumi was helped to cope by immunity to genjutsu and new clones that shared her with Kid. The sister, supported by her Biju, lasted the longest. Only the advantage in the form of the Thunder God's flight helped Naruto to quickly complete the fight with his sister. The children looked with open mouths at the result of the training battle of 7 masters and 2 apprentices, which lasted barely a minute, and most simply did not see anything except the strongest techniques. Only a couple of Uchiha, Takami, and Ichiro were able to see a more complete picture of the fight. The only one who saw everything was Amaterasu, but the girl preferred to keep silent about her achievements in using Sharingan. This could greatly change her fate. I hope you are satisfied with the demonstration of your teacher's capabilities. A voice came to the students in a state of shock. Hokage-sama. Karen was the first to react, greeting the head of the village with a polite bow. Is something wrong? Naruto asked, appearing next to him. No, I just wanted to warn you about today's meeting of the working group on our issue, Minato replied, although his one personal appearance at the training ground spoke of extremely urgent and unpleasant news. Thank you, father, I completely forgot about him, Uzumaki said, replacing himself with a clone, and moving to the clan residence. The new home of the head of the Uzumaki clan was an impregnable fortress, every centimeter of which was stuffed with a variety of techniques, many of which Naruto spied in Konoha's bank, after the renewal of the contract for the maintenance of the seals of the vault. All the most important figures of the village, heads of clans, heads of departments, Hokage, Orochimaru and Tsunade have already gathered in the house. What happened? I immediately got down to business, Jinchuriki, realizing that delay could have serious consequences. An interesting person has arrived to us. He claims that he was sent by the command of forces from another continent. True or not, it was not possible to check. This guy's brain is protected from penetration by Yamanako clan techniques, and under drugs he says the same thing. The head of intelligence replied. Where is he now? Naruto asked. And what does he want? Is it not so easy for him to get caught by your people with such mind protection? In the dungeons of Anbu. He wants to meet you, he says, only you can deliver a message from his command, the dragon replied, clearly puzzled by this incident. What do we have with information about the forces of these guys from overseas? Minato asked, apparently addressing Jiraiya. They have a strong fleet, armed with strange, but very powerful weapons, an army of 300,000 bayonets. It's only on the coast deep into the mainland to get through the system of cordons, just none of our people could. Zabi Sanin posted the available information. 300,000 fighters and a strong fleet, with unknown but powerful weapons. It's not enough for us to have problems with the impending war with the rest of the villages, and these chimerologists, so also guests from across the ocean begin to swarm. Oh, I feel it's going to end badly, Tsum Inuzuka said with displeasure. Yes, we do not need a war with them now, and in the future for the next 40 years for sure. So maybe we should at least listen to what they want from us, suggested Shikaku to Nara, who had clearly already figured out a bunch of possible scenarios. We agree, the heads of the Yamanako, Akamiji and Inuzuka clans supported him. We'll have time to talk to him. Now I am concerned about the issue of preparing the squad for the invasion of the chimerologist's lair. Naruto moved on to a more pressing issue, which already represented the approximate essence of the conversation with the messenger. The development of the Senchakra control seal is moving extremely slowly. I don't have enough materials, Orochimaru said, looking for something in his papers. Which ones? Minato asked, realizing what Sannin was hinting at. Human samples are dying too quickly, and information on Fuinjutsu in this area would not hurt me. In addition, in the Land of Fields, there is a clan that has a genome that allows them to instinctively absorb and control senchakra in the body. The scientist listed that the Country of Fire has 36 different prisons. The material can be taken from there, but only those who are sentenced to life imprisonment. In the matter of Fuinjutsu in this direction, Kushina can help you, and my group will be engaged in the search for the clan that you mentioned, Naruto said, leaning back in his chair. Dame will be against using prisoners in our experiments, the head of the ANBU reminded. I don't care when the chimeras start destroying our country, he will be the first to get out of it, so he can be against as much as he wants, but we will do what is necessary, Minato snapped, who understood the full extent of the threat hanging over them. Dragon, and now lead us to our guest, let's talk to him, Uzumaki asked, getting up from his seat, while the others only nodded in agreement. A minute later, the room was empty, only Naruto, who sent a clone instead of himself, moved to Kurama, who, in the company of Kushina, was sitting in the library in the basement. He did not yet know what the consequences of the conversation with the messenger would be, but he felt that he would not be able to deal with it quickly. Adara asterisk, new, Amaterasu asterisk, bright in the sky, Miho asterisk is a beautiful bay. The system of ranks of mastery of the possession of techniques, 1. Junior student point 2. The student point 3. Senior student point 4. The apprentice point 5. The master, the territory of the Country of Fire. A year since the Chimera attack. A small forest clearing surrounded by a wall of century-old trees, in the shade of which a group of shinobi is located. Everyone was busy with their own business. Someone was just sleeping after a multi-kilometer march from the territory of a neighboring state, someone was cooking dinner, someone was checking equipment. I don't like all this, said Sai, carefully peering into the sky, clearly looking for something to calm down. I don't think that something serious could have happened in Konoha during our absence, rather. Enemy sabotage groups intercepted the birds. Shikamaru tried to reason with Comrade. Perhaps, but I strongly doubt it, otherwise Naruto would not have driven us back to the list at such a pace. Shino entered the conversation. Yes, and for the entire time of our operation, we have never even come close to the enemy forces. Then why doesn't he just transport us using spatial techniques? Kazu, who had finished cooking and was serving food, asked it, because of his injury, although he very quickly regenerates the wounds received by the usual chakra and weapons, but with the natural chakra it comes out weakly, especially with such a poisonous one, Keed said, looking towards Naruto sitting under a tree in a meditation pose. It would be better for all of us that he fully recovered as soon as possible, or we are unlikely to be able to avoid problems. Are problems expected? Nara asked, raising an eyebrow. Yes, there is a serious accumulation of living beings ahead, 10 kilometers away, and it is unlikely that they are ours, Namikaze replied, forcing everyone to tense up. Do you think he felt it? Nodding in the direction of the blonde, asked Sai. I'm more than sure of it, otherwise we wouldn't be resting here right now. So check your stocks and get ready for a serious skirmish. The opponents are at least 1 in 10 not in our favor, Namikaze warned everyone. Then I will send my insects to prepare the ground for the strike, Aburame said, walking away from the fire and sitting down in a meditation pose. Where did such large compounds of unknown shinobi come from on the territory of the Country of Fire? Ino asked. I don't know, but it seems that the situation has changed a lot during our absence. It is quite likely that a new world war has begun. This, most likely, was the reason for our rapid and successful completion of the task, concluded Shikamaru, who was clearly not happy with this scenario of events. But our analysts gave at least 6 months before the start of the war, said Ino, who was aware of many things in the military environment of Konoha because of her position as deputy head of counterintelligence. That, probably, someone or something provoked her early, Nara began. But he was interrupted by a loud and prolonged rumble. Soon the roar of an explosion was heard, and the ground trembled slightly. What the? Immediately everyone jumped to their feet except Naruto and Shino. We've been spotted, Uzumaki said, getting up from his seat. Everyone get ready, they're coming. A minute later, several dozen opponents tried to jump out on the trees around the clearing, but a well-coordinated volley of throwing iron dispersed by the wind technique cooled the ardor of the attackers, putting to rest several of the fastest. Air explosion. Powerful wind gusts quickly destroyed all trees within a radius of 36 meters, depriving the enemy of additional maneuver space. Shadow strangulation, Shikamaru whispered, applying one of the most famous clan techniques to the three opponents who tried to get them from the air. Thunderbolt, a strong lightning technique, covered the clearing. Its creator did not even have time to understand what had happened, as he turned into ashes. Then Naruto's group had to go into a blind defense. Because of the huge numerical superiority of the enemy in his strength, most of the attackers were at the level of a strong Konoha Jonin. A few minutes of fighting and 3 of the dozen Uzumaki fighters were killed, 4 more were seriously wounded, which is why Jinchuriki had to use one of the strongest protective barriers. Keyed, Sai, prepared the spatial transfer technique. Naruto barked, putting a huge amount of chakra into his technique. But, the girl tried to object, but when she saw her brother's condition, she decided not to contradict it. Hurry up. Reinforcements are approaching them. Uzumaki spurred them on, releasing 5 tails at once, causing the ground under him to sag and turn black. In the minute that it took Sayu and Kita to create the seal of spatial transfer, the blonde released 3 more tails, which made it bad for those who were under his barrier. The remnants of the 9-tailed chakra that were in his seal still remained poisonous to everyone except those in whom Uzumaki's blood flowed. As soon as everyone except Naruto himself disappeared into the funnel of technology, a blow fell on the barrier, from which the young man knelt down. Blood sprayed from his nose. Looking up, he was able to see the one who was able to make him fall on his knee. Raikage and his brother Jinchuriki of the 8-tailed stood in front of him, wrapped in a lightning armor. What kind of guests have come to us? The blonde man grinned, releasing the 9th tail and starting to change externally. Brother, this guy is dangerous, Killer Bee said warily, summoning 8 tails at once and preparing for battle. Firestorm. An air vortex. Bringing down the barrier and releasing 2 mutually reinforcing S-rank techniques into the gathered shinobi clouds, the fiery inferno instantly engulfed everything within a radius of 50 meters, in a raging flame. Those who could not get out of the affected area or defend themselves with combined elemental shields turned to dust in a matter of moments. That's just for Naruto, who completely released the power of Biju, simultaneously using the hermit mode and the activated seal of the 13-pointed star. These very shields did not represent any obstacle at an exorbitant speed right inside the increasingly inflamed technique. He punched them through, allowing the raging element to absorb its prey. After a few tens of seconds, the technique flashed brightly and dissipated, allowing those who survived to contemplate the scorched circle covered with a layer of ash. Neither those who remained inside, nor its creator was visible. Behind you. Raikage barked, forcing all the survivors to rush into the scattering, and he himself took a blow on his armor of lightning, driving him waist deep into the ground. What an excellent reaction, although it was not worth waiting for less from you. That's just the end for all of you, throwing away the head of the cloud who managed to get out. Do you hope to stand alone against a dozen shinobi of the Kage level? Hei grinned. I don't need it, Naruto replied, summoning a pale blue sphere from the seal. With a slight movement of his hand, he tossed it above him, where it hovered between his 9 tails held by the chakra, and with every second starting to rotate with more and more speed. Bai's attempts to stop Uzumaki were unsuccessful. Jinchuriki crashed into the barrier with all his might. Meanwhile, the sphere began to draw in the chakra of the living and the souls of the dead cloud shinobi. With each new turn, the living felt their strength rapidly melting. Even Raikage's armor evaporated almost instantly, and his wards, with the exception of the eight-tailed, turned into dried mummies. It took the sphere less than 10 seconds for not even dust to remain from the audience. "That's what happens when you don't understand what you're dealing with," Naruto said, admiring the brightly glowing sphere in his hand. "This is the penultimate one." For several minutes he carefully peered at it, and then put it into the body seal, then gradually began to scatter the tails, and after them deactivated the star seal. Then he disappeared from the clearing with the help of Hirishin. Konoha met the young head of the clan with the noise of a fierce fight, the smell of burning and the ringing of steel. First of all, the young man checked the state of the protection of the village with a wave of senchakra. To his disappointment, the outer and inner contours were destroyed simply with meat. The chakra of 3 Biju was poured all over the area. The civilian population was slaughtered almost to zero, only Chunins and above remained alive. Only in his clan quarter there were several dozen genins. Judging by the level of their chakra, the rest of the village's forces also retreated there immediately. Not for a second more, Naruto moved there right into the thick of the battle, summoning 200 clones, reinforced by the senchakra and the chakra of the nine-tailed, and giving them an order to help the surviving shinobi Konoha retreat to the Uzumaki quarter. He himself moved to the ritual hall of the clan with Hirishin, starting to pump up the chakra drives in order to gain as much time as possible. Having finished 3 more simple clones with the order to find Kurama and the rest of the clan members, after a couple of minutes, one of the clones dissipated, bringing the knowledge that they were all in the underground temple of the clan. In order to restore more chakra, the blonde went there on his own 2 feet, while calling for chakra-restoring pills from the seal. Those gathered in the temple immediately fixed their eyes on Naruto, who entered accompanied by several shinobi. Few of them were on their feet, and the Yenins tried to patch up the most seriously injured. Soon, the remaining defenders of the village began to arrive at the temple, helped by the blonde clones. Among them were most of the clan heads, and almost half of the ANBU personnel. "What are we going to do?" Shikaku asked, trying not to be distracted by the pain in his mutilated right arm. "We have no chance to stand against the armies of the 3 great villages, supported by 3 Biju and many small villages, plus, Kage will soon appear on the battlefield." The head of the ANBU, over whose face Irionen from Senju conjured, outlined the situation. "Raikage and the 8-tailed will not be at this party." Naruto inserted his 5 kopecks, "and still, even so, we are not able to stand up against them. Now they don't touch us just because they are trying to get into the shelter of civilians and the ANBU base, although serious surprises are waiting for them there, and then they will begin to fur clan quarters and definitely stumble upon this one. Uzumaki-sama, how many of them will be able to hold the barriers?" Tsum, who was almost unharmed in the skirmishes, asked. "It depends on the force with which they will attack us. They will hold 3 Biju bombs. They will pick at the barriers with simple techniques for a day if we do not feed them, but this is not an option. We do not have food and water supplies for such a number of people." Minato answered for Naruto. "How in general could they get to the village with such forces? What about the protective circuits?" Uzumaki asked, for whom what happened to Konoha seemed absurd. "Spatial scrolls, plus an agent network inside the village. Someone planted strong explosive devices at storage stations," the head of the ANBU briefly threw. "It doesn't matter now, we need to decide how to get out of here." Inoichi joined the conversation. "We will not be able to break through with a fight without significant losses," Chuza added. "Even if we break through, where will we go? To the capital? Into the fog?" Tsunade, who had just joined the meeting, asked. "And with so many wounded? What do you say, Minato?" Shikaku interrupted further shouts. "We can go into a hidden whirlpool," Hokage replied thoughtfully, looking questioningly at Naruto. Exactly, the blonde man said softly. The village has been completely rebuilt in recent years in accordance with the plans available in the archive of my clan. Now it is an almost impregnable fortress. Besides, a tenth of our forces are stationed there. But how to break through the number of enemy forces? Even with a cleaner and 2 Jinchuriki capable of using the power of the 9-tailed, we are unlikely to be able to leave here without losses, the head of the Nara clan responded, calculating the options. We're using spatial transfer, Minato informed everyone. But the transfer of such a number of people will require just a burst of chakras. Or will we leave some of the people here? Tsunade exclaimed loudly. You have forgotten where we are, Senju-sama. This is the heart of the Uzumaki clan quarter, those who created these very techniques. Do you really think that we did not take care of the possibilities in the need to retreat with large forces? Kushina grinned as she entered the hall. Is everything ready yet? Naruto asked, whose clones, along with Kid and Kushina, were engaged in activating and calibrating the stationary spatial transition technique as soon as it appeared in the temple. Yes, Kurama contacted the whirlpool, Orochimaru and Jiraiya will meet us there, Karen and other Irionans are preparing the wounded for the transition, Namikaze replied, standing behind her husband. In that case, everyone should prepare their people for the transition, you have half an hour of time. Where is Kurama now? Getting up from his seat, ignoring the indignant and dissatisfied exclamations, the blonde asked. She's helping Kita, Kushina said, nodding to his mother and father. The young man quickly left the hall, leaving it to his parents to solve problems with the discontent of the audience. Kurama and Kid were found next to the portal that had already opened leading to the village of the hidden whirlpool. The wounded, medical staff and students of the Shinobi Academy, along with teachers, gathered around it. Hello, dear, hugging the girl from behind and kissing her neck, Uzumaki whispered. I'm glad you're all right, Kitsune replied with a slight smile, squeezing his palm tightly. Where is Ryo? Naruto asked, not paying attention to the glances cast at them by the audience. It didn't matter now. Don't worry, he's with Izumi and Itachi, the brunette said, turning to face him. Kid, can you manage here alone? Do I need to talk to Kurama alone? Of course, Lee and Karen will help me. The blonde gave the go-ahead, without looking up from monitoring the process of final stabilization of the process. Taking his wife by the elbow, Naruto remained silent, went with her to the exit to the surface, only smiled a little at her questioning look, making it clear that it was better to talk on. The surface. Why such secrecy? Sitting down on her husband's lap, she asked the chicken, which was eaten up by curiosity. The last one left, Jinchuriki said softly, swaying slightly from side to side. And you think that now is a good chance to get it, stated the fact of Kitsune, releasing tails and ears. Yes, the main thing is to convince everyone else to get out of here. The young man sighed heavily. It's going to be difficult. 9. Tails agreed. Maybe my help will come in handy. A familiar voice reached the couple. Orochimaru, what are you doing here? You should be in a whirlpool, Naruto growled, whom the unexpected appearance of the snake Sannin infuriated. I'm just a clone, my creator suggests, referring to the use of prohibited techniques of mass destruction in order to get everyone out of here, said a copy of Sanina. What is his interest in helping us? Kurama asked, arching an eyebrow. You can give him time, the clone grinned. And what kind of technique? It is unlikely that everyone will leave if we lie that we will use something simple from forbidden techniques. The blonde man asked, pulling himself together. The technique created by Tobirama, the interlocutor grinned. Edo Tensei, the 9-tail nodded knowingly. Just say that you are going to summon 12 other cleaners with his help. I think it will scare away everyone who wants to see. Folding the seals to cancel the cloning technique, a copy of Sanina said. Orochimaru, we will need your help in what we are going to do, Kitsune finally said, not paying attention to the questioning look of her husband. Do you think it's wise to trust him? Naruto asked, getting to his feet after his wife. Yes, Kurama answered simply, heading for the entrance to the temple, not paying attention to what is happening behind the barrier from the outside. The blonde remained on the surface, waiting for the return of the nine-tailed and preparing himself for the creation of another sphere. Along the way, watching one of the 5 great villages die, eaten by fires and looted by enemy shinobi, he noticed that there were no more living outside the barrier. 10 minutes later, Kurama returned, only nodding silently at Uzumaki's questioning look. Sitting on each other, they summoned another blue sphere, which, obeying their will, soared high above the ground, and then, accelerated by the chakra of the 2 strongest beings, began to spin rapidly, drawing in a huge amount of chakra and souls. A minute later, nothing remained of the attacking army, and Konoha itself began to resemble a long-abandoned village. Come on, it's time to go back. Shaking off the ashes, Kurama said, helping Naruto to get up, whose strength was seriously undermined by today. The latter only nodded silently, transferring them both with the help of Hirishin directly into the center of the whirlpool, the headquarters of the combined forces of stone, sand and cloud. A day from the moment of destruction of the hidden sheet. There was a noisy discussion of what had happened in Konoha in the big tent. The leaders of the villages were very disappointed with what had happened. Losing 4 Jinchuriki, one of the strongest Kage and 20,000 soldiers, was a strong blow to their forces, but even that would be enough to plunder the defenseless country of fire. The cloud shinobi who burst into the tent rushed to the 2-tailed Jinchuriki who took the post of Raikage, after the news of the death of Aya and Bai, and handed her the scroll. Quickly got out of there. Is something wrong, Ni-san? Kazekage asked. Yes, an urgent message came from the village that all 4 Jinchuriki are alive, 3 are now in the local infirmary, and Killer Bee is waiting to meet me at the location of the cloud forces. Yujito broke away from studying the scroll. But that's not all, is it? Satsukage asked the question. Not all of them. A powerful military squadron under the banners of the Empire from the continent is moving to the shores of the Land of Fire. And the fog urgently transferred all its forces to the island belonging to the Uzumaki clan. Jinchuriki finished reading and what does all this mean? Voiced the general question of Kage Grass. I don't know, but obviously nothing good, replied Ni, who was very surprised by a small postscript, clearly made by Bai's hand. And what are our next steps? Anoki asked, getting up from his seat, with the clear intention of returning to the location of his shinobi as soon as possible. While the main forces are resting, we need to send scouts to Uzumaki Island and to the coast, let them find out why the guests came from overseas. Following the example of Tsuchikage, the Matatabi carrier rose from her seat. A few minutes later, Ni was already in the tent where the badly battered Bai was and listened to his story about what happened to the elite detachment of the cloud led by Eid, that is, just one shinobi, even a cleaner, without any forbidden techniques, turned several hundred elite jonins into dust in a few seconds. Jinchuriki, who had fallen on a chair, asked with horror in her voice. You didn't understand, he not only turned them into dust, but also completely destroyed their souls and collected all the energy that was released at the same time, and you yourself understand what power it is, B said wearily, trying not to move his broken arm. And what should we do? Ni asked in bewilderment, staring at one point. We need to find him and try to negotiate peace with him, even on the most difficult conditions for us. There are no more ways out. Jinchuriki shrugged his shoulders. And who will let us do that? Yujito asked the question distantly. Ni, wake up. This guy just has incredible strength. He used the same technique to destroy Konoha. Do you understand what this means? The carrier of the 8-tailed was indignant. He gathered even more strength than in the fight with Ei, and the zone of defeat of this strange technique increased many times. The girl answered automatically, only after that realizing that she had uttered herself. But this is, exactly, now I think he has enough strength to destroy everything within a radius of a couple hundred kilometers, and imagine if he uses it somewhere in the middle of a cluster of our forces storming the cities of fire. Bai painted a bleak picture. Then you and I should immediately move out in search of him and give the order for the troops to retreat back to the cloud." Jumping up from her seat, the blonde rattled. "Do you know where to look for him?" "Yes, he is now on the island of the Uzumaki clan, according to my Bij," the killer replied. "This is at least 10 hours of running in the Biju mode." Sighing tiredly and massaging her temples, Ni said. Bi only nodded silently, taking several restoring pills from the first aid kit brought by Irionin and swallowing them all at once. An hour later, the 5 shinobi clouds were rapidly moving through the territory of the Land of Fire to the port that was once the main connecting gate between Konoha and the Whirlpool, the Dame Palace of the Land of Fire, the throne room. A day from the moment of destruction of the hidden sheet. The head of state listened attentively to the report of the assembled officials and the military. What happened in Konoha hit the country's power and military strength hard, but it still had the strength to preserve the best territories of the country. According to our scouts, the forces of the Windstone Lightning Alliance stopped their advance at the very border, and a few hours ago the shinobi clouds began to leave their location. By all signs they are returning to themselves, and this situation is somewhat strange, said one of the generals. And what else to expect, because they, too, I think are aware of the approach of the Empire Squadron and will not lose their people for nothing, another officer replied. It is quite possible, but the squadron has been drifting towards our shores for more than a day, and what exactly made them do this is not at all clear, because after the destruction of the sheet, we will be able to oppose them practically nothing. One of the officials entered into the conversation. Perhaps we don't know something, the daimyo began, as he was interrupted by a guard who stumbled into the hall. He barely stood on his feet. At a glance it became clear that he had been in a serious fight. Daimyo-sama. Attack. Your eldest daughter has been kidnapped. A clearly shocked soldier shouted. How? The ruler jumped up to him. The guard was killed by an unknown person. He used only taijutsu. His partner generally just stood aside, the guard barely managed to say, after which he coughed and fell to the floor in convulsions, after which foam came out of his mouth, and a minute later he completely calmed down. The audience was in a daze for a long time. Only the security platoon that broke into the throne room and took everyone to a safe place was able to return them the opportunity to think rationally, somewhere near the shores of the Land of Fire. A day from the moment of destruction of the hidden sheet. A huge squadron of warships slowly drifted in the ocean a few hundred miles from the mainland. Meanwhile, the flagship was actively discussing the latest intelligence. That is, how are there no traces at all? The squadron commander barked at his subordinate. Hush, commander. Continue the report. A richly dressed man, whose appearance gave him an aristocrat, besieged the military. According to external signs, we can say that the village was abandoned at least 100 years ago. We have not found a single preserved building, even the stone faces of the Hokage turned into a pile of fragments. The chakraphone within a radius of 200 kilometers is severely weakened, with the exception of several natural sources of chakra production. Our scouts also stumbled upon another place with similar characteristics, but slightly smaller in scale. In total there have been 13 such anomalies over the past 3 years, including 2 yesterday. Moreover, each time the diameter of the anomaly expanded by half, from the previous value, starting from 100 meters. That's all I have. The scout finished his report. You can be free, Sergeant. The commander dismissed the subordinate with a nod of his head, carefully watching the emperor's advisor who had fallen into a reverie. What are your orders? Orders? The aristocrat asked in surprise. Well, our negotiations with the leader of the list failed. In accordance with the instructions I received at the command headquarters, the leadership of the squadron passes to you, the man said. In that case, get the best cognac from your stocks, Captain, and pray to all the gods you know, the advisor said, getting up from his seat. Is it that bad? The commander asked a question in the back of the departing interlocutor. So you don't know anything about what these anomalies are? The guest turned around. Nothing, we are not privy to such subtleties. Taking out a couple of glasses and a bottle of cognac from the table, the man replied. Well, then I'll tell you what it is. Returning to his seat and taking one of the filled glasses, the advisor said. Where should I start? I think I'll start from the beginning. How old do you think our world is, Captain? 1,000? 2? 3? 10? You don't know, it's understandable. Even our best scientists give an approximate age of 22,000 years, and this figure is far from the truth. But 22,000 years ago, a very developed technical society already existed on our planet, and we use the fragments of their knowledge and laws to this day. Everything that our empire has now, from simple household appliances to the most modern ships and airplanes, was not created by us, and even those are only primitive samples. Just imagine, people used to fly into space, to the stars. And not only to the local luminary, but also to others. And all this was lost overnight when a brilliant scientist invented the spheres of transformation. 13 most powerful artifacts that can change the appearance of planets and all creatures living on it. They became the reason why the ancestors started a war of total destruction, as a result of which the world almost perished. And it was only thanks to the spheres that it was saved, albeit in a very far form from the original. The world's population was reduced from 30 billion to 1/10 of this figure. Most of the knowledge and technology sank into oblivion, as did the entire community. But in return, people got the opportunity to use magic, everything, without any exceptions. For almost 10 millennia, peace reigned on the planet, but soon, due to an unknown disease, children who were not capable of magic began to be born, which in a short period of time led the world to a new war of annihilation. Then the spheres were used for the second time, and the magicians disappeared, but a huge amount of magical energy was scattered over the planet, thanks to which, about 1,000 years ago, those who are now called shinobi or sorcerers appeared, and a tree was born from the excess of magic. It was the concentration of all the excess energy, eventually becoming the heart of the world. If our continent followed the technical path of development, then the inhabitants of this island archipelago preferred the path of magic. And you already know the rest of the story. It turns out that the spheres, instead of an artifact of creation, turned into an instrument of the apocalypse? Having emptied a glass in one gulp, the amazed commander asked it. Yes, a very accurate comparison. Taking a sip, the interlocutor responded. Now these spheres have fallen into the hands of someone who does not even know how to use them. Are you sure about this? The captain asked hopefully. More than that, the description exactly matches the ones we found, the aristocrat said wearily. So say goodbye to your family. Just in case. The commander did not answer anything to this, just silently filled the glasses again and, leaning back in his chair, fell into a reverie. The advisor just sat looking at the glare of the light in the glass, clearly knowing that they had only a few hours left at a hidden whirlpool. Underground laboratory. 2 days since the destruction of the hidden sheet. A large hall, illuminated by a pale blue glow from floating spheres under the ceiling, the walls and ceiling of which were inscribed with many ancient signs, each of which carried a huge power. In the center there were 13 columns. A procession of 14 people, led by Naruto, entered the slowly opened gate. Is this the transformation gate for which you gathered all the Jinchuriki? Gaara asked, looking around the place where they got to. They are the same, young man, Orochimaru answered with admiration and anticipation in his voice, for whom everything that was happening was perhaps the main moment of life. Are you sure they'll work? Still, this place, if you're not lying, is a good 20,000 years old, Fu asked with disbelief in her voice. I'm sure, Uzumaki replied monosyllabically, feeling the huge power of the hall rushing towards them, cautiously studying and greeting at the same time. And your clan has been guarding this place all this time? Emphasizing the word everything, I asked a question to the research institute. Yes, but why and why, I don't know at all. You've seen for yourself how the level of technology of the whirlpool differs from everything that exists on the mainland. Well, at least the underground part of the village, the young man replied, touching one of the columns, from which it began to glow with a soft green light. This place is simply saturated with energy, the daughter of the daimyo of the land of fire whispered, calling blue fire on her palm and touching another column, which also made it glow green. Soon her example was silently followed by the others. Most of them were in prostration from the whirlpool they saw at the underground level of the village, although none of them doubted that it was built a very long time ago, because the purpose of many things was simply not known to them. As soon as all the columns were lit and the seats on them were occupied by those gathered with the exception of Naruto, he went to the center, where the lines coming from the columns converged. The hall immediately began to move, the signs began to move from one place to another, clearly forming some kind of structures and figures known to one blonde. After that, bright flashes began to occur, the columns began to slowly rotate around their axis and the center of the room, the walls also began to move. The hall was constantly flooded with various colors of the rainbow and loud heart-rending creaks and screeches, which were replaced by chilling screams, followed by the quiet ringing of bells and the chirping of birds, after which the hall was violently shaken and everything plunged into impenetrable darkness. No one from the audience could say exactly how long this strange action lasted. After some time, the doors of the hall began to slowly open, the lighting immediately returned, which allowed everyone to see themselves. "Welcome to the new world," Naruto said with a grin, heading for the exit, followed only by Orochimaru and Kurama, who knew exactly how the use of the Transformation Gate Hall should end. 25 years later. The territory of the former country of fire, now the central district of the southern archipelago. Two men were walking slowly along the road, a tall blonde man with 9 tails and his red-haired 9-tailed companion. "Naruto, are you sure it was wise to let Rya travel alone? Kurama, he's already an adult guy, remember me at his age." "I remember it, that's why I'm afraid," Kitsune snorted with displeasure. "Don't worry, unlike me, he had good teachers, and he will definitely be able to stand up for himself." Uzumaki waved off his wife's fears. "That's what I'm afraid of, standing up for myself," sighed Kurama wearily, who clearly did not like letting her son go free swimming. "Just believe in him, Ryu will cope with everything," Naruto confidently said, with obvious pride for his eldest child. "Tell me, do you regret what we did?" "No," the 9-tail shook her head, "my life used to be a hell without an end. With your appearance it became a little easier and there was a place for hope in it, and after what we did with the help of the gate, it became just a road that has an end and that you can walk hand in hand with loved ones, family and friends, without fear that time will take them before you." Naruto just silently hugged her, completely agreeing with her every word. Now, more than 30 years later, he could say for sure that he and Kurama had shown the world who they were. Together, supported by friends and family, they were able to show this world a different path than endless and senseless wars. And now they could just enjoy their new life. End. The plot is finished. Tatsu was with you.